It is just a stay put mode for the Braves, and that is what I think is bugging both of us. But I understand it. I don't like it, but I do understand it because I just feel like Alex is going, let me see what I got. That's what he's saying, Mike. Let me see what I got.
I understand. They're not going to throw good money after bad. They're not going to sit there and waste it. As we said, we already explained the corporate structure and how it functions. But yeah, to me, it's like, okay, you got to give me more than what you said that starting pitching was a priority. They talked about that in Gabe Retz in the AJC who covers the Braves.
Yeah.
Put that out there, and it just they're not addressing it, at least not yet. So I don't know where they're going to try to now. Okay, now you have the surgery element that came out of the blue. So who's available? Talked about Giolito. We talked about Bassett. None of that's happened.
Well, look, Giolito's going to cost you $12 to $16 million if you sign him for 1 year, right? And the good news is some of those guys that we're talking about, Bassett's gone, but Giolito, at least he can eat innings. That's my concern, Mike. You may sign a guy, but is he going to eat innings for you? Like, I need a guy to come in here and give me at least 150 innings.
Right.
At the minimum, 180 be great, but I may be asking a little bit too much. That's the thing that I think is scaring some of those guys away from, or at least the Braves saying, we like him, but is he going to be able to come in here and eat innings? Or is he going to be another guy that comes in here and gets injured? And then we're just stuck with another $12 to $16 million contract on a pitcher that ends up giving us nothing.
But again, you guys have seen this before. Then we bring in the retreads. Hey, Yanni Chorizo is here. Or odor readers, the guy from the Astros, it didn't make the postseason roster. So look, I get it. You're going to have to deal with some bumps in the road through the season, but these are not viable options. And again, it's amazing. That's why Snitker, give him all the credit in the world for juggling all the injuries and everything else and the pitching in 2021. And every year they made the playoffs. It was never easy. We talked that. Remember, you're up to 3-1 on the Dodgers. You can knock out the Dodgers and go to the World Series. And you got to do a bullpen start. Now, not everybody remembers 2020 because of COVID. It still counts. You get a ring. You get the big banner to hang that says championship that year. So it just frustrates me when you just feel like you're not putting all your eggs, or all your chips, right, in the center of the table. Yeah. And that's the beef. And the eggs in the basket, that's another analogy, but that doesn't apply here. I'm just frustrated. Fans are frustrated because the season, it's just preseason. And just feel, as you said, it doesn't really pass the eye test, have that juice that this could be a championship team.
No. And I'll be honest with you, the Dodgers can coast. And when I say that, they don't care if they win the West. They just want to get in the dance. Mm-hmm. And once they get in and they've got everybody healthy, because that's the real concern, they're loaded. The Dodgers are in a different situation, guys. Their seventh starting pitcher could go down, and they're still looking at each other like, all right, we're all right. Not only is their lineup stacked, but you just feel like they're going into the season with reinforcements, and that's what we're talking about with our Braves. God forbid Chris Sale get injured.
Don't even think it.
What you doing?
Well, we saw it last year.
Well, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, that's what we're talking about. So now this gets back to the hope and stuff that we're talking about as far as the fingers crossed and all that, which is why we're having this conversation.
Look, you got Joey Wentz. It's not – and again, Waltrip isn't the only rookie. You got a bunch of younger guys you're excited about. But again, this
not inning eaters, though.
But that's the thing. And the other side of this, and this is big picture too, is how do the Braves handle their young arms? Is everybody in baseball going through this? Because it just seems like every year going all the way back. Take it all the way back to now. Some of these, you had Ian Anderson, a lot of crazy injuries, etc. But it just seems like the Braves can't catch a break with their young arms.
All right, man, 404-726-0929. We are going to turn the page. Want to hear from you if you've got a thought or two about the Braves. But Schwelly going under the knife to remove those loose bodies today again. And Hurston Waldrep, he goes under the knife on Monday. And we'll see when those guys are ready to return. When we come back, he says he's the face and he's from here. We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
When you've been denied workers' compensation, it can feel like your fight is over, that you'll never see the benefits and the money you deserve.
If that's happened to you, don't give up.
Get the strong arm. Call attorney John Foy and Associates.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Full slate of games on Thursday as the NBA resumes. And guess what? Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. Underdog's the best place to get in on all of the action. As a matter of fact, the Hawks are in Philly on Thursday. And as they get the second half of the season underway, technically, it's time for you to get in on the action, guys. Playing on Underdog's easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more, and get your picks right. You could win up to 5,000 times your cash. They're not just showing what the Hawks are doing, guys. They've got all your favorite stars there and all of your favorite sports. It's cool. It's fun. Download the app today. It's Underdog Fantasy. Use my promo code DUKES, D-U-K-E-S, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code DUKES. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 years or older and present in the state of Georgia. Terms do apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_HTML for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
We weren't planning on selling our home, but our family's needs changed. I'm Caitlin, and selling our home with a guaranteed offer from Marks Bain Real Estate was the best decision we made for our family. With over 11,000 five-star reviews, I had peace of mind knowing I could trust Marks Bain Real Estate to sell our home fast and for more than we were asking. If you're preparing to move, check out Marks Bain Real Estate's guaranteed offer. Go to marksbain.com and see what their guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. That's marksbain.com and start packing.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Are you worried about high blood pressure? Have you tried to lower your numbers with little success? You may be eligible for a clinical research study evaluating the impact of an investigational blood pressure procedure. If you are an adult and have high blood pressure or are taking medications to manage high blood pressure, you may qualify for this study, which is expected to last at least 4 years. Call 404-605-3118 and ask whether you may be eligible for the Spiral Gemini Pilot Study, located at the Piedmont Research Institute in Atlanta at 95 Collier Road, Suite 3010. That's 404-605-3118. Caution: hepatic denervation is limited by law to clinical investigation in all geographies. The generator and catheter used in the Gemini study for hepatic denervation are not approved for sale or use in the U.S. or any other country.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like payroll manager.
Hi, my last paycheck was all in Icelandic krona.
You are welcome.
Welcome?
Given the exchange rate between the dollar and the krona, you're technically a millionaire now. Don't spend it all in one place.
I can't really spend it anywhere.
There's always Iceland.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Back to more Dukes and Bell, presented by Finley Roofing. How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Coming up, we're going to take a look at the top free agents in the NFL, and I will tell you what is bothering me when it comes to our football team. That's on the way. It's a Wednesday, man. Mike and I, are we irritated today? Are we a little irritated?
Well, I apologize if I wasn't making sense in that last segment as I was trying to get my microphone, computer, and passwords to all work here. But hopefully most of you had a flow to it that you could follow along in your car or in your office.
There is a lot going on behind the scenes. There really is. I mean, Day is doing all the things, always off the day. Day's literally running and trying to hit our master computer to reset things. And so, look, I think we are just a little irritated. Not from anything that you guys have done. We love you.
It's not you, it's us.
It's not your fault. We're just, I think, like, man, we want our team to be really good.
Right.
And that's really where I'm at. And guys, look, we'll be the first ones to tell you, if this team runs off 15 in a row, God bless. Let's do. That would be tremendous. Right. I'd love to be sitting here talking about how we're running away with this division in the first month of the season. But pitching is a part of that. And so that's why we get back to this conversation. More on the Braves coming up. Mike, let's shift gears because two things happen. One, a very famous voice feels like the face of the NBA is from Atlanta, and we'll let you hear what he said. But last night, UGA, we've been talking about Coach White and whether or not he needed to get some of these wins down the stretch. They went into Kentucky last night and stole a dub last night. That was a game. Listen, they outplayed Kentucky at the end every time Kentucky made a run, and we're bringing this up because we're close to March Madness, guys, and Georgia Tech's not going anywhere. Day laid this out yesterday. Georgia has a chance to get into the tournament, and they needed a big win in the conference, another one, and they got it last night on the road. This goes a long way. It's only Georgia's 5th all-time win at Rupp Arena.
Yeah, man, and it's huge, and I don't know if it was just an awesome night for Georgia, bad night for Kentucky, bit of both, but they needed this. Quality wins. You know, we talk about being in the bubble. I mean, unless you want to, be one of the lower-ranked SEC teams that makes, the tournament, this was an important win for you, and it's kind of like, as we said, you're going to stop the bleeding because the schedule is just a beast down the stretch for Georgia before they get into the SEC tournament. So great effort, and look, nothing against Coach White, but I mean, it almost feels like there's a ceiling with him. Break through that ceiling. More wins like this, and then we'll get off his back.
I'm with you. That's exactly the way I feel. And by the way, Florida's rolling. I mean, he left Florida, and that's behind him. But Florida has a really good team this year. A lot of people predicting they will go deep. We talked about this coming off the All-Star break, and I don't know if you think that the NBA needs a face. I think we are so accustomed to having a guy that we believe is the face of the NBA, right? Whether it was, Mike, going back to the Magic days, obviously Bird, it leads to Jordan, it leads to Kobe and Shaq, and then that leads to LeBron. And now it's like, okay, well, KD, LeBron, and Steph are all about to say bye-bye. Whether it's 1 or 2 years, they're going to be gone. So who's the face of the NBA? And Day, let's play this Stephen A. Smith because this is what he believes. I don't necessarily agree with him because the guy he's saying is the face of the NBA last year said he didn't want to be the face of the NBA. That is Anthony Edwards. Here's Stephen A. Smith.
Amen. He's special, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, God.
Even if he don't want to admit it, I'm doing it for him. That man has every... Ant-Man is going to be the face of the NBA. You mark it down. Wembanyama's right there with him. Might win before him for all we know. But Ant-Man going to be right there. He is spectacular.
Okay. He's got to vote for Ant-Man. Look, I love Ant-Man because he just speaks from the heart. Sometimes he gets him in trouble because he speaks off the cuff. He's likable. He's loose. He's dapping up our man Jalen Johnson, the All-Star game, and everybody going bananas. He's talking about Atlanta coming home. He might just be talking about his favorite restaurant. But again, we love the guy. I mean, SGA, he's a piece. Durant is older. He's aged out there. You know, I mean, for a minute there, we thought you might have a guy in John Morant.
Nope.
That's not going to be the face anytime soon. Unless he does a big continues his 180 and they starts winning more and keeps himself clean.
He's special, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. We hear you. You know, at one point though, we thought Trey might.
Yes.
At one point, people thought Trey might.
Yes. I mean, there was after 21, the bow at the Garden was the coming out party, and then beating the Sixers.
Yep.
You go up to Milwaukee and you beat them, and everything's looking good for the Eastern Conference Finals. And here we are. We get the new news is Trey Young, and it just went sideways. And a lot of that wasn't Trey's fault; it was the team's fault. They didn't build it. They didn't build around it. They didn't make the right moves.
Now, look, and I never thought he'd be the face, but I did think he could be a superstar in this league.
Hey, let me put it this way.
And I'm talking about Trey.
Right, but put it this way. Like, who's your favorite player in the NBA right now?
Ooh, very good question.
Because, I mean, we're Jalen Johnson fans here in Atlanta.
Yeah.
You know what I'll say right now? And he's going to deal with this interesting situation when his teammate gets healthy. Is Jalen Brown.
Okay.
Because I've always felt Jalen Brown is the man on the Celtics.
He is.
He's the alpha. He's showing you what he can do. I love his work ethic. I love how he just, he's a killer. And that's one of my favorite players in the league right now.
There has been no fall off, by the way, without Tatum being in there. And they're saying if Tatum comes back, they got another chance to get back in the championship.
Now here's the thing: can Tatum sort of just sublet the ego a little bit? Or that's not the word, but but he's got to come in and look. This is Brown's show right now.
It is
for now.
It is. He doesn't have to be, speaking of spectacular.
Right.
He doesn't have to be spectacular. He can just come in and kind of chill and play the position and the role that he needs to play. I'm not telling you he's not going to get his 20, but Mike's right. He doesn't need to come in and try to average 40 a game and overdo it. Either way, this gets us to this whole conversation about the face of the NBA. Do you think it's going to be Ant-Man? Because I think it's Wembanyama. I think Wemby is going to be the face of the NBA. Here's the reason, guys. You have to be a unique talent. Stephen A's right. Ant-Man is.
Mm-hmm.
You also have to have a personality to be able to handle that. And what I mean is when something happens, not only in the league, but, Mike, politically, worldwide, people always look to you. You got to have the courage and the balls to be able to stand up and say something.
You want that heat. Right.
You got to be able to handle that. Not everybody wants that. And last year, for those who don't remember, Ant-Man was asked about being the face, and his quote was, "They got Wemby. They'll be all right." That's what Ant-Man said when he was asked about being the face of the NBA. I don't think he wants that. Not that he can't handle it, but, Mike, he just wants to go ball, have fun, and enjoy his life. He doesn't want the responsibility of saying, all right, you know what? When something goes down and it's the players,
right,
this is the guy that usually we're going to get a comment from and be a spokesman. But I will say this, you also need to be a champion.
Right, you got to win.
You got to win.
But Wemby, we talked about it yesterday for folks who missed the show. Wemby, the vibe coming out of the All-Star weekend was Wemby was like, guys got on the floor, and here we're going to have typical grab bag All-Star game, and like, whoa, Wemby's really bringing everybody brought their intensity level. Wemby set the tone.
Yes, it was him who did that. It wasn't an American player who came out and said, and that was what made Kobe special.
Right. But like Kawhi Leonard, again, he could be the guy can't stay healthy, but then all of a sudden Kawhi was like, you know what, this guys had the pride. We always joke around about Al Pacino, like was any given Sunday, where's your pride, Willie? Well, it's almost like these guys got challenged. And you think these guys want to look and get humiliated? Everybody elevated their game to what we used to experience every year at the All-Star game when it was Michael. When it was Kobe and a younger LeBron back in the day. And that was good to see No, again, we shouldn't have to beg you to do your job with pride, but it happened. And that's a good check mark for Adam Silver in the NBA.
The brother coming.
Yes.
He's special, ladies and gentlemen.
We heard you. 404-726-0929.
The best thing yesterday was Kendrick Perkins saying, they made LeBron, they pumped LeBron up too much. No, you do. ESPN. All you guys know is Dallas Cowboys, Yankees, Red Sox, and LeBron.
Yeah.
Rinse, repeat. Yeah. That's all you know.
Well, look, it's sometimes ad nauseum. There's no debating that. But they got to find somebody else to talk about. Because, look, LeBron, the Lakers came out, or at least reports are, the Lakers would offer, they'd be welcome to offer him back next year if he wants to come back. And I said, I don't think he's retiring this year. He's going to come back one more year. We'll see where that goes. But this whole face thing, here's what's also interesting, as Mike and I discussed this at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It's Dukes and Bell. Coming up, 3 o'clock hour, we will talk about all the things going on in the NFL, guys. There is a lot. Free agents, and there's a guy that maybe you might be interested in. When I drop his name, you're going to go, oh. All right. This is also the first time, Mike, that potentially the face of the NBA won't be an American player. We talk about all these foreign guys and European guys. It's always been an American. I don't think that's going to be the case. Now, when Luka got drafted, and for all you Luka lovers out there, right? Because as much as I tell you, soft body Luka, and guess what? He's hurt again. By the way, he's hurt again.
Again, so season is way too long. Very long season. Needs to be much shorter.
I have heard. But you know what? I think everybody thought Luka would ascend to that. And I still don't think like that's going to happen. I think the Lakers will be fine and he'll be good for a long time. But I don't think that's going to happen. Wemby is different. And when I hear Stephen A. say that, yo, he's special. Wemby's special. At his height and the things that he can do. Right. So that's all. That's where I'm at. And I don't know if that bothers people like, it's always been an American. Because, Mike, we always talk about this being our game. Like, that's why the Dream Team came about.
But Nikola Joker is like an everyman. You know, I think you could market him as like, yeah, the guy with the dad bod who plays in slow motion and beats you and beats your brains out.
Kills you.
You know, the NBA doesn't know how to do that.
No.
You know, I mean, they've been over-reliant on LeBron. Like the NBA, when Michael retired, there was like, who's the guy? And then Kobe, not that it mattered, they overplayed when he got in trouble in Colorado, so they slow roll him. Then they made Nash MVP 2 years in a row.
Right.
You know, as if they were searching. So I think they struggle sometimes when the biggest star is not there. So we'll see how they handle it in the wake of LeBron after next season.
Because you're right. Like Nikola Jokic, guys, you could say he's the best basketball player in the league. But they don't promote him like that. You don't even see him on any ads you don't see Joker that way. Ask anybody in the league how good Joker is. Right. He's killing guys every night, and you're like, I know what he's going to do. It doesn't matter, Mike. His greatness on the court hasn't translated to the league promoting him, and that's the other part about this. The league has to promote you to become the face. It gets back to your LeBron stuff.
And Trey, like I said, Trey was going to be the next Curry. We were going to be Golden State East, right? But we fumbled. You know, the team, they should have probably moved on from John Collins. They didn't have the guts to do that and then spend for a bigger piece in the front court, you know, and then they sort of let the little pieces like Herter, the guys, the bench shooters come off. So you just kind of chipped away at it. And then you did the stupidest thing was, we got to get him another point guard with the Dejounte Murray. And now Trey's in D.C. and he's not even playing now. And we'll see what Trey does up there. But you're missing the prime years of Trey's career.
Do you know who else is supposed to maybe be a face? Kyrie.
Totally.
Kyrie.
But then Kyrie said some things about folks, and you just can't have that either. You know what I mean? If you look, people like guys to be outspoken, but there's some things you don't want to go down that road. And he irked a lot of folks, and now he's never going to be that guy.
No, great player, but yeah, man. And by the way, he's going to miss the remainder of the season. That news dropped today. Surprise! Recovering
when did he blow his knee? It was
March.
Yeah, it was that late. Yeah,
March last year. He's recovering from knee surgery, ACL, left torn ACL. So
does that make you think about Penix Jr.?
Of course it does. Because I said this to you. Absolutely it does. It makes me laugh only from the standpoint, I'm not laughing at Kyrie, but here is a guy that's returning. Again, he's had his fair share of injuries, but returning from a very similar injury, and he's not even going to play this year. And we're expecting our guy to be ready at the start of the season and be 100% and be able to do everything we want him to do.
But that's also the perspective and the perception that Adam Silver's got to change with the NBA. Load management, guys don't play with pain, guys have surgery when the season starts. Look, they shut down Anthony Davis after he gets traded. Trey's been shut down. So it's almost like part and parcel to the league. You expect the NFL guys to push it to the limit and play with pain, and the NBA won't do that. That's not in their DNA anymore.
Now, Kyrie is 33. I will say that, right? But at the end of the day, these injuries, sometimes when you say, can I do all the things I need to be able to do? That's really the question about Michael Penix. All right, we're going to get to our 4th and 1 segment coming up here as we talk about Patrick Mahomes. There is Mahomes news and a guy that maybe you might be interested in. Would he do it? Would he switch? We'll get into it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, man, coming up on a Wednesday edition of Dukes and Bell, to tag or not to tag?
Make Whole Foods Market your Lunar New Year headquarters, full of Asian-inspired ingredients to celebrate deliciously. You'll find it all, from centerpiece mains to plants that make for excellent gifts. Find sales on whole fish and shrimp and enjoy savings on Du Breton ground pork, perfect for making dumplings. Bring the joy and beauty of the new year into your home with orchids, jade plants, money trees, and more. Or help spread it by giving them as gifts. Celebrate Lunar New Year with Whole Foods Market.
As Georgia's only nonprofit health plan, CareSource goes beyond traditional definitions of health to ensure our members have the coverage, care, and support to meet their unique needs. CareSource, caring for the whole health of Georgia.
When you sail the Caribbean with Princess Cruises, you feel the Caribbean. You feel the turquoise waters, the white sand beaches, the island time, the pina colada time. You feel the, did I just fall in love with steel drums? No one connects you to the Caribbean like Princess. Princess Cruises, sailing the Caribbean. Book now with 7-day cruises from $599. Visit princess.com or call your travel advisor. Terms and restrictions apply. Offer ends February 28th, 2026. Ships registered to Bermuda.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees. And I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G. And no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
The Hawks bring the action, and the kids bring the hype.
Jalen. Down the lane. Tomahawk that baby.
For the kids game on February 22nd, Dyson Daniels and the Hawks host Michael Porter Jr. and the Nets at State Farm Arena.
Johnson to a combo with the throwdown. And the Nikhil pokes it away. He comes up with the basket.
This is Atlanta basketball. All energy, no let-up. Hawks versus Nets, kids game, presented by Georgia Aquarium. Lock in your seats now at hawks.com/tickets.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action because you can make picks and win money right now in Georgia. Hey guys, this is Bo Morgan, and I've told you how easy it is to play on Underdog. All you do is pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Here's how you play. I'll give you a little breakdown. You just say, this week on Underdog, I'm looking at this game, and I'm going to select this player to go higher or lower on this stat. It could be a rebound. It could be a steal. It could be points. So download the app today and use promo code BEAU, B-E-A-U, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code BEAU. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Georgia. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Come hang out with 92.9 The Game, Abe Gordon, and Michelob Ultra for an Atlanta Hawks watch party as they take on the 76ers. Thursday, February 19th at 7 p.m. at McCrae's Tavern in Smyrna. Hang out with the Hawks dancers at Flight Crew. Win Hawks tickets or a gift card to the Hawks Shop. Also get great specials on Michelob Ultra. It's all happening Thursday, February 19th at 7 p.m. at McCrae's Tavern in Smyrna. Must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Delta Community Credit Union. Everything your bank should be.
This February, warm up to better banking with Delta Community Credit Union. Enjoy great rates, free checking, and built-in convenience, plus personalized service trusted for over 85 years. Visit deltacommunitycu.com and make the switch today. Delta Community, everything your bank should be.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
And the home for our Falcons, Hawks, and Atlanta United.
Knockdown and score! WCGC Atlanta, the WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's all Ken.com.
In the NFL, the Chiefs created over $40 million in cap room today by restructuring quarterback Patrick Mahomes' contract, which the Chiefs have now done 4 consecutive seasons for their star player. And Maverick star guard Kyrie Irving will not return this season as he recovers from an ACL tear suffered last season. I'm Joe Patrick.
It's 3 o'clock on Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer.
Y'all smoking the competition. Tell me how that feel, baby.
Stop it, Rick. Stop it. Ricky Rose. I'm going to do my Ricky Rose.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
He's special, y'all. It's Dukes and Bell. Mike and I were just clowning around in here talking about Stephen A. And you said you're going to do this for the Braves. That's what you just told me.
I told Carl, I've been in radio since I was 18. And don't get me wrong, Carl, we always joke around, man. We have a great life, happy as a clam, living the dream, to be able to do what you love. And usually, guys, when you're making $20 million a year, Carl, that's a whole other level.
He's special, y'all.
But there's a level of just being a complete idiot. And I do a lot of stupid stuff, don't get me wrong. But there's a level I'm just not prepared to take it to. Which Stephen has never had a problem with, or Skip Bayless, or Colin Cowherd for that matter. That's why they get paid the big bucks.
The brother comment. Yes. He's special, ladies and gentlemen.
So now I just told Carl, I said, "What you want to make this appointment radio?
Yes.
What time would you like me to make my?
I want you to make this appointment radio. You need to be here in an hour.
All right, at 4:00, I'm going to do a Stephen A. type
in an
rant
hour
about the Braves. You do not want to miss.
Don't miss this.
Yes.
He's special.
And after I say this, I think will probably never, ever let me back in that building without a disguise. So stay tuned.
All right, that is on the way. Hey, man, we hope you are doing great today. We will get into some NFL conversation. Ironically, our buddy Jason Kendall from The Athletic, he covers the Falcons, did his mock draft. Look, it's early. No, you're mocking, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a first rounder.
Wait till the combine, by the way, because that brings everything a little more into focus.
Yes.
Okay. So
I don't fuss or complain, to you anymore about this, but it makes me laugh because people are like, I'm doing all these mock drafts. You don't even know who's healthy. You don't even know who's going to show out. You don't even know what the list is going to look like until after the combine. And even then, Mike, you're going to have pro days where guys are going to show out and you're going to be like, whoa, he's moved up. With all of that said, there's still a lot of surprises that are going to happen in the next month. Then let's do this. Then let's really start honing in. But it doesn't mean that you shouldn't be learning some of the names because that's really what this is about, guys. We don't have a first-round pick, but we're going to dive into this too because we have a second, a third, a fourth, 2 fourths, a sixth, and a seventh. I don't know if we keep all these picks, but as you do these mock drafts, hypothetically, you have to say, this is what we're going to do. And if it changes, Mike, if we add picks, if we trade a couple away, whatever's going to play out.
Right.
But you have to go into this and say, all right, this is our draft. How do we achieve the most out of what we've got? And we're going to go over what Josh did because I kind of like his approach, but we'll talk about it because it's really the positions that I think we are in need of. So we'll get into that in about 20 minutes, and we'll find out what is on Day-Day's mind. Hey, as we talk about the NFL, guys, and there is a lot of stuff that's happening. We told you yesterday the tag period is on now. Where teams can franchise tag players all the way to March 3rd, I believe is the date, Mike. And then again, we franchise tag you. Doesn't mean we can't work out a long-term deal. Now that kicks into June before, I think it's late June or maybe early July before, the time runs out. And then if you don't get a long-term deal, Mike, then you're the franchise tag for one season. You make a lot of money,
right?
And then we'll do it all over again next year. And that's really where they are when it comes to Kyle Pitts, as we were talking yesterday.
Yeah, man, look, we've debated Kyle Pitts. We joke around. We probably spend more time talking about Pitts than any other Falcon. And he's shown you some everything, man, some good. Like Penix is this last season, it's good, bad, and ugly. Sometimes when he drops balls, you're like, how'd you do that, man? You're an amazing athlete. Why don't you use some of your athleticism to get some separation from the defenders? Things that we've heard Greg Olson and Rodney Harrison talk about on network. And then, last year, he gets into a groove with Cousins that he never got into with Michael Penix Jr. All of a sudden, boom, we're rolling. That Tampa game was insane. But where is he at? I don't want to not see him in a Stefanski offense. I think in a Stefanski offense, the potential there is amazing, no matter who starts the season at quarterback. So, but I'm still not prepared to give you, as you said, that gigantic signing bonus after 5 years that were very uneven. So that's why the tag in the case of Pitts is the perfect solution.
All right, 404-726-0929. You can text us as well. Let's get to 4th and 1.
It's time for 4th and 1 on Dukes and Bell.
First down, let's get this right now.
All the NFL news and notes you need as we drive for the touchdown on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
First and foremost, Patrick Mahomes, and this is no surprise. Look, remember the Chiefs gave him $500 million and everybody freaked out?
Right.
They weren't crazy. They locked him up, but now they've restructured his contract because they need to lower his cap hit number. And it's lowered from $78 million to $34, which is insane when you think about $78 million cap hit. But they had to do this. So this doesn't affect Mahomes or the Chiefs in any way except for availability, guys, as far as the money that they'll have available for the upcoming season, because it creates $43 million in cap space. So
that's what we did with Matt Ryan. Sorry to cut you off.
Absolutely.
If you guys remember when Matt got his last big contract, and then the only way to make any cap space was to restructure Matt, which then got Matt's cap hit to be insane. And then on top of that, Julio wanted to raise after 2.5 years. So it just it combined to just make things like literally cap hell. Worse than anything the Saints have had to deal with. That's what the Chiefs are going to try to reavoid. Here's the thing. Can they retool that team to get the things you need? I mean, their offensive line was terrible last year.
It was.
The inconsistency of the receiver core. Do you need to get, with all due respect to Pacheco, do you need to get a better running back there?
Well, yes, because those guys are free agents. All of their running backs are on the free market or will be once free agency starts.
What about a guy like, I don't know how it fits into what Andy Reid wants. What a guy like Tyler Algier for the Chiefs?
I don't know.
Combined with a guy like a water bug, like a thunder and lightning type with a Pacheco type. If not Pacheco himself, if he's not brought back.
The thing about the Chiefs is, Mike, they've been so explosive. At least the years that they're going to Super Bowls. Obviously, they didn't go this year and weren't in the playoffs. But in the years that they've gone, they've been so explosive in so many other areas. I think they're old at tight end. Love Kelsey, but I think they're old there. I think they've got to refresh the running back situation, and they've got to get better up front. If those things are not key to their offseason, I don't care how good Patrick Mahomes is, and he's coming off of an injury for the first time in his career, he'll be running for his life again. So they have some things. You're right. Do they have the ability to retool? That's why they restructured, because they need this money in free agency. Now, let me ask Falcon fans this. You guys know I want a wide receiver. What about Mike Evans? Because Mike Evans is a free agent for the first time in his career. He's been there in Tampa for 13 years. I'm not telling you the Bucs aren't interested, but they don't have to force this. They can just play it out and see where it goes. And remember, the Bucs drafted wide receivers the last few years. They've set themselves up to move on from Mike Evans.
Right.
But I say this to just say, Mike Evans, Drake London on one side, Mike Evans on the other. Would he flip?
If he stays healthy. That's a
good question.
I mean, I mean, look, I get it. It's a what do you think? What do you compute the odds to be? A 1 in 5 chance to get an elite receiver in the middle round? You know, or even if we committed to the second round. You know, that's why I said you'll get the guys, the level it goes from like the burners and the tall, super athletic guys to then guys that are clearly slot, and that's different than what you're talking about. You want the big dog opposite. You know, I always use that analogy of Michael Irvin and Alvin Harper in their prime in the Cowboys years. That's what I'd love to see. But I love it on paper. It's just Evans at this stage of his career, I just don't know what he's got left.
It's fair. He played, I think, 8 games, I want to say last year. Look, where he's at right now is not the Mike Evans. And he had 11 years of 1,000 yards, guys. He's going to Hall of Fame.
And Igbuka is another, he's taken over as the dude. He's the man.
They've set themselves up to move on from Mike Evans. That's not to say they won't bring him back. I think he wants to finish his career there? Probably. But he's a free agent for the first time. And you start talking about, okay, how do you improve your team? I do know this, Mike. He's a tough SOB. He's one tough dude, man.
Is he going to be like Julio when Julio left the Falcons?
Well, that's the question.
That's honestly, look at even Jerry Rice. The production has went right off the table.
You're right.
You know, when he left this, you know, a little bit at Oakland, and then after that it was kaput. I don't know. It is intriguing, and he's not going to ask for peanuts. You know, he's not. You don't come cheap, even though you could say the age and then coming off the injury is a factor.
Yeah, I would prefer if we did. I know some of you are like, we'll get a younger guy in free agency, which they may. I would prefer to draft a guy. That's what I prefer.
Me too.
But if you were to say, hey, we're going to free up enough cap space to go get a legitimate number 2, because that's whoever this guy is going to be, Mike. That's what he's going to be to Drake London, because we don't have that right now. I'm all for it. But I just throw it out there because Mike Evans is free for the first time in his career.
Keenan Allen's going to be free. He's old too.
Yes, he is.
You know, and he's a guy that you just kind of, it's like diminishing returns. There's other. Here's the second tier. Brandon Cooks, DeAndre Hopkins, old. What about
D-Hop's falling off?
How about this? What about a guy? Now, here's a home run hitter. A little bit of a risk involved. What about Wan'Dale Robinson from the Giants? You know, I mean, only reason I know the dude is I had him in fantasy, and the guy actually made some big plays for you.
Yeah.
You know, he was about he is a take it off the top kind of dude, opposite what we've got. I mean, I don't know what the price would be, but he is a free agent.
It's interesting because those are the kind of names that are going to be thrown out. You know, when you get into the top free agents, and I'm just going to lay this out for you.
I don't know. I don't know how good a run blocker he is. That you got to do that, obviously, in this office. You got to do it in the NFL, but
sure.
But for the Falcons specifically, but he is. I mean, 1,000-yard receiver, 92 receptions, 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, I feel like, Mike, and I'm not. This is no particular order, except for these are the names that you're hearing. If you were to go on the top 10. There are no other wide receivers that are available. Mike Evans is there because of the production, but you're right. Is that going to fall off? But we brought up Tyler Linderbaum yesterday, the center. Daniel Jones coming off of an injury. These are going to be free agents that, you know, teams are coveting because of what they've been able to do. Breece Hall at running back. We talk about Trey Henderson. Bengals aren't keeping him. He'll end up somewhere else, and they're not going to franchise tag him. You know, these are the guys. Travis Etienne. You talk about running back.
Right.
That's the kind of guy that may end up with the Chiefs. Or you say, okay, where's he going to go? Malik Willis, we keep bringing his name up. He increased his stock when he played for Green Bay this year and did a really good job when Jordan Love was injured. Those are like the top guys. And then you start getting into that second tier, the 20s and the 30s. But you start looking at wide receivers. Guys, you're talking about like Jawan Jennings. Hell,
right.
the 49ers this year made Jawan Jennings at times look like a stud.
But that's also, you know, the brilliance of Shanahan,
That's
where
right.
he can plug anyone in there and they get results. You're right.
So it's going to be interesting. Romeo Doubs is also a free agent. That's another guy.
Yeah, the Packers have a couple.
They do. So we'll see where this goes. But I just think, like, when you talk about Mike Evans, that's an interesting name.
The guy just hit me on the text next. What about Debo? Debo wants crazy money. That's why that was the whole problem in San Fran in the first place. They got him over to the Commanders.
Ayuk, no. Debo, no.
And if you missed the show yesterday, not just no, hell no to Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill, guys, his knee was friggin' spaghetti, okay? And he's become a head case. We had a great interview with him a couple years ago at the Super Bowl, but he's going around the bend. And at that age, not for this team.
Yeah, that was prior to the Chiefs really taking off. I think it was when the Super Bowl was here, to be honest with you, and he made his rounds, and, you know, because he had connections to Georgia, obviously, and I just feel like at this point, you are really rolling the dice with a guy like Tyreek Hill. All right, other news, guys. 49ers, speaking of 49ers, they're going to play in Mexico City this upcoming season. We asked you this, though. You're cool with all these international games? You all right with them?
I mean, it's, you know what it is? Do you like it? I mean, is it fun? Here's the thing. If you're a Falcon fan, do you want to go 2 years in a row to Germany? Because, you know, it looks we're the odds-on favorite for the game in Munich. It's a bit cost prohibitive for some fans, for the average fan. And if you lose a home game, now granted, it's all 1 year there's an extra home game, 1 year there's an extra away game because, you know, of the 17-week schedule.
Right.
But, I mean, I like it. I don't love it because I hate getting up early to watch football, and it seems weird. The Australia thing seems like an impossibility, but now they're finally going to do it with a whole day lost in travel. South America, they're just trying to expand the markets. Just like why people ask, why are they doing this? They just try more money, expand the brand, more eyeballs on it, buying more stuff and more interest, and that's where it's at. So it doesn't matter. It's like fighting City Hall. It's not going to stop. Now they're saying at one point everyone's going to have an international game.
Well, look, if it keeps going like this, you might have two. The Niners will be the home team for a regular season game in Mexico City next season.
Right.
Then we also know that they're going to Australia, right? So you start talking about like that's where this thing is going. And if you add the 18 games, which they've yet to do, and
Right.
again, we're ways away from that. It's got to be collective.
That's the next CBA.
Yeah, it's got to be collective bargain. But that's what it feels like. So, but the NFL announced that and said that the 49ers are going to be that team in Mexico City. Hey, Rich Bisaccia, you remember him? He was the
interim Raiders coach.
Yeah, he's stepping down. He's been with the Packers as a special teams coordinator. He's stepping down. I think he's been there like 3 or 4 years, stepping down, and that got some run yesterday because people were like, what's going on? Look, I think more than ever, these coaches and organizations are realizing these special teams coaches, and I'm not saying that Rich did anything wrong, but Mike, this is as an important hire as your OC. The special teams killed us last year. We know this to be true. So you're not just it used to be kind of like, we don't care about who the special teams coach is. Not anymore. These guys are well known. You're looking at their names. You're going, where has he been and what does he bring? And, you know, like the Rams last year, when you're firing your special teams coach in the middle of the season because he's not getting the job done, Rams on the brink of getting to the Super Bowl after they did that.
You know where he is now, right?
Yeah, I do.
He's with the Falcons.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, he's here.
Hey, man.
Max Crosby went on a podcast, by the way. It's pretty interesting.
But he's not our special teams coach, right?
No, but he's part of the coaching staff.
Yes.
Caleb Williams, he was talking to Max Crosby and telling him you're just getting started as a young buck and kind of made it sound like he'd be interested in maybe going to Chi-Town. He's definitely sounds like he's frustrated with the Raiders. And he remember they want to shut it down. He didn't want to shut down this season. So just keep an ear open to that, because imagine him going to that Bears defense. Giddy up.
We can't get Max Crosby?
Well, I mean, we could. We could get anybody you want. Just going to have no money for anybody else.
All right. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be asking that question.
We'll talk more about it, because a lot of people got fired up when you brought the idea up about where we're going to be with James Pierce Jr. in this offseason, how the legal process plays out, and how the NFL looks at it.
Hey, man, 4th and 1's brought to you by Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. All right, Josh Kendall, our buddy from The Athletic, his mock draft. Will you agree with it? We'll lay it out for you next.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
New Ravens offensive coordinator Declan Doyle was on a podcast this week talking about new quarterback Lamar Jackson. Doyle went on to say that he thinks Lamar Jackson has even more of a higher ceiling in his game left, even though Jackson has won 2 MVPs to this point. I agree with Doyle. Lamar can be better, and we'll see if Doyle can be the guy to bring it out of him. I'm Chris Black.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're somebody who wonders, do I have enough? When I say enough, I'm talking about enough for retirement. Now, maybe you just got into the workforce and you're like, Dukes, I've got years. Great. Maybe you're at the tail end and you're thinking, I'm just a few years away. Am I missing something? No matter where you are, at what point in your life in the workforce you are, you need to start thinking about this now. And those are the kind of things Trajan Wealth helps you with. Listen, with offices all over Atlanta, at Alpharetta, Kennesaw, Buckhead, Lawrenceville, they can help you guys. And you can go in and visit with the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, 404-390-4000. You can go online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com and see all of the services they provide. And there are way more than I could even talk about right now. What I do know is they know what they're talking about. And when it comes to wealth management plans, they know one size does not fit all. They also know retirement planning is more than just simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle through the next stage of life. Learn more. 404-390-4000, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client-paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match, Saturday. Atlanta United opens the season at Cincinnati.
Game time 4:45.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
The 3 o'clock hour has been brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Big enough to serve, small enough to care.
Main drain clog? Get it cleared for just $89 guaranteed. Reliable heating and air. That's right, main drain issues. Every cleaning comes with a free sewer camera inspection, so you can see all the things that are going on and any issues that might be occurring. No hidden fees or extra charges for after hours or weekends. weekends. So don't be afraid. Call today, 770-594-9969. Don't let that main drain issue be your problem. Let Reliable solve it for you today. ReliableAir.com.
$18,000 off MSRP on 2025 F-150 Lariat Crew Cab pickups is the kind of deal that made Aikens Ford and Winder last year's #1 retail volume Ford dealer in the nation. Hi, this is Brad Aikens, and through February 28th or until they're gone, take $18,000 off MSRP on 2025 F-150 Lariat Crew Cab pickups. We have over 30 in stock, all with Ford's 10-year limited factory warranty at no additional charge. So come get $18,000 off MSRP on your 2025 F-150 Lariat Crew Cab pickup from America's #1 retail volume Ford dealer, Aikens Ford and Winder. Just 25 minutes east of the Mall of Georgia on Highway 29. Stock number 01198, MSRP $79,820, sell price $61,820. Excludes 501A package. With approved financing through Ford Credit and your 1995 or newer trade. Dealer retains factory rebates plus government fees. Ford's limited warranty is 10 years or 100,000 miles. See dealer for details. Claim based off Ford's 2025 retail sales report. Visit us today at AikensFord.com. Aikens, we're closer, bigger, and have better deals on F-150s than you think.
The biggest, boldest, brashest, fastest, and most intimidating track in all of NASCAR. Hell yeah, boys! NASCAR Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, April 24th through the 26th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
we can be twinsies
to
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Another sports flash. Just moments away.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
This traffic report was brought to you by the Georgia Department of Juvenile Justice. This traffic report is brought to you by the Georgia Department of Juvenile Justice, where they have a hiring event hiring for correction officers, teachers, and probation specialists. Thursday, February 19th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Metro Regional Youth Detention Center, 1300 Constitution Road Southeast. For more information, go to djj.georgia.gov/careers.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game headlines. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
The Hawks are back in action tonight against the Sixers as the team looks to start the post-All-Star break run-in on a winning note. And the knockout rounds of the Olympic hockey tournament begin today for the United States, where it faces off against Sweden this afternoon, with face-off beginning just after 3 p.m. I'm Joe Patrick.
Dukes and Bell
is the best.
Presented by Finley Roofing.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Hello, everybody. It's Dukes and Bell. Coming up, 4 o'clock hour, we will get into some college football. We'll also talk more baseball as Buster Only is saying the Braves need to extend Ronald Acuna Jr. It's funny because everybody now is on this kick, Mike, with Acuna, who's back at 100%. Mm-hmm. Everybody's been telling me down at spring training he looks great. Of course, I've not seen him. You've not seen him. We'll see probably a limited edition of him in these spring training games. Guys, again, I don't get caught up in spring training as that, guys are hot or they're not hot. They're trying to get their bodies right and get their swings right and all that. But, Mike, if he starts off the season on fire, it's going to be interesting to see because he's not complained once about this contract. Like, he signed it. He's not complained one time.
You and I said at the time, I said, I wonder, if Ozzie or Ronald will outperform. And for a while there, they were both outperforming the contract. But now Ronald is and Ozzie isn't. But, yeah, that he would sometimes – and it's always somebody in the family or, somebody gets in his ear. You're like,
well, dude, all you got to say is Juan Soto was making $60 million.
Because him and Juan Soto are always kind of on the same level. People thinking the elites of the sport. So at some point it was going to happen. And then it's like, okay, just for argument's sake, if Alex Anthopoulos of the Braves came to him right now and said $200 million extension, do you take it betting that you may have another knee problem? Or do you say, screw that noise, I can still get more than that somewhere else? Or can he? Because if he, what happens if he misses some time again this year with the knee?
Well, see, that's the risk reward, right? If he balls out this year, it increases his stock value, and he can say, pay me, right? He could get to this point where he's like, I brought you an MVP.
I'm not Mike Trout. No. I mean, for a minute there, it was trending that way, but I'm not where Trout is, where it's like you got no shot that he's going to complete a season.
But again, baseball is such a numbers game, guys. Guys have already asked me, well, how many bases do you think he's going to steal if they're going to let him run? I think they are, and I would tell you, if healthy, Ron's going to steal 45 to 50 bases. That's just, he didn't have to steal 70. Okay, he did that already.
Yeah, but I just, the bases are the size of pizza boxes. Everyone's and no one's stealing bases. I mean, no, it's not like
there's more action on the base pass. Though.
We felt that it was going to really we'd be a team that would take advantage of it, and we really haven't. I mean, I don't think Monty Harris runs enough.
Well, you're right, but you got to have guys that you believe that can move and put pressure on pitchers. I agree with you. I think we should run more, but like you watch teams. Mike, last year, the Royals, man, it felt like every time I watch them, and I know many people don't watch baseball like that, there are certain teams that really did play small ball and really did, hey, we're going to take a single and turn it into a double, and all of a sudden now my guy's going to steal third, and we got a guy in scoring position, and they score a run out of it. That's old school baseball. To your point, I don't think we run enough. You look at our speed on this team, and you would feel like, okay, we should be doing more, but they don't. But Ronald is one of those unique guys that if you let him do his thing, lead off, get on, steal a base or two, and all of a sudden, Mike, we're scoring runs. That was really the formula in 23 that we scored all those runs and everybody was hitting because you couldn't pitch around anybody.
It's 1.7 attempts per team up. So 1.7 is the rule, which is similar to back in 2010, but higher than 2012 to 22 where there was nobody stealing bases because the nerds took over and it's too risky.
Nerds!
Yeah.
Yeah, the base paths, there is more action to their point, but like you're saying.
I just thought we'd be at the vanguard of more stolen base attempts, and we haven't. I mean, I think Monty Harris can do it more, but I mean, do you really want to risk it with, that's the thing. Do you want to risk it with Ronald, with where he's at? I mean, look, not trying to, you can't put him in bubble wrap, but I get nervous anytime he trots after a fly ball.
Yeah. I know. It's what it is, man. You either got to play him or you don't play him.
Well, that's the other thing. Because with Profar not wanting to, or at least communicate, he's not exactly, thrilled with the idea of being a DH. Is that where Ronald needs to be?
Well, he may end up there. But I don't think at this point in his career that's where he needs to be. Look, you got to play guys that are beneficial to your lineup.
Five-tool guy, I get it. I get it.
Put him in the top of the order like he's been. All right, let's talk about this mock draft real quick. And I want to get your thoughts because I know you do a lot of this. Josh Kendall from The Athletic. We have a second, a third, 2 fourths, 6th, and a 7th. So we'll just play it as it is. With the 53rd pick, guys, he goes Christian Miller, defensive tackle at Georgia.
I dig it. I like it.
Have you been drafting D tackles with that second-round pick?
And he is there.
Okay.
He is definitely there. The guys we want, was it Hill from Texas Tech?
Yes.
Is not there. And that's a problem. Now, the Combine, the thing to watch for Georgia, for Falcon fans, watch how the interior linemen at the Combine pop, especially those Texas Tech guys. Because you and I, we talked so much after that Orange Bowl, we're like, are you watching these guys? That's exactly what we need. Just big body dudes that are just explosive, almost like a bigger version of what Grady is and be able to get around these guys. That's what I'd love to see on this team. No disrespect to Ruka Roro, I think that's a miss. He can get better. You draft a guy who's a 35th player in the league that you drafted, you got to play like a Pro Bowler by year 3. So for me, it's go time for Rook. Does Rook have that in his arsenal, by the way? You buy Rook? Elevating his game this year?
So, look, is Rook going to be a superstar or is he going to be a rotational player? That's the question.
But they moved up from the 3rd to the 2nd to Duke. Again, that's my beef.
Oh, no, I understand. Yeah. I just think, can he contribute and be a guy that is in the league for 10 years, Mike? That's not a bust. That's a guy who found his role and is succeeding. I don't know if he'll be a star. See,
Right.
In my eyes, when you say that, you want him to be Ndamukong Suh.
Well, I just think if you move up,
and I don't know if he's that.
If you're 3 picks from the first round, you're supposed to be more than a guy who's serviceable. I mean, look, a guy, for instance, over the years, Babineau was a great. If it could be Babineau, okay. Like Babineau had a great career,
But that's what I'm saying. Like if you're in,
but
the
he's
league,
not even that yet. He's not even close to that.
If you're in the league for 10 years and all of a sudden you look up and you're like, man, okay, second round pick, he's done his job, and I don't know if that's with the Falcons. I do think he can take another step, though. I agree with you there. We're going to see how they try to upgrade this defensive line.
Lee Hunter is a guy who sometimes on mock drafts, again, that's why you got to wait for the combine, because otherwise it's kind of a study of futility. But Christian Miller can be there, and he was there when Josh Kendall of The Athletic did his draft. And I think Georgia fans and Falcon fans will be happy with that.
All right, with the 79th pick, this is third round. He goes corner. By the way, notice D tackle, corner, and then he goes running back with the fourth round pick. I'm just saying positions because are these the positions that you are prioritizing when you're doing your
I get a younger corner opposite A.J. Terrell, defensive tackle, and again, what I think you and I agree, athletic, the best wide receiver available. Not a slot guy,
No.
a taller athlete complementing what we've got there, certainly with Drake London.
Yeah, I love his pick. I think I'd take him with the fourth round pick, but he takes him with the second, and that's Malachi Fields, Notre Dame's wide receiver. I would take him in that because that's technically your third pick, but it's a fourth round pick. I think the wide receiver class is deep. We'll hear more about it as we move along, but I don't think that's going to be a problem, Mike, finding that kind of wide receiver that you're looking for. I don't know if I'm taking a running back in the fourth round with that fourth round pick.
If you fall in love with the dude and you feel that, again.
And he loves Keelan, or I say this is a mock draft, but it's Keelan Black, the kid from Indiana.
Right. And that's kind of a nice compliment and would certainly be there. I'm looking right now. I'm an NFL draft buzz. So that's the thing. It's frustrating now, and this is when you make fun of me when I do these mock drafts. Everybody's valuations are kind of all over the place.
Because they're not set.
Because we haven't done but I like it. I dig it. You got to find the balance. And you also would love to find a clone of Tyler Algier because he's the perfect complement who can also do the short yardage and move the pile. So, I don't need another shifty running back. I would like a little more lead in the dumper if I'm honest, and I could probably find that in the later rounds.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do agree there. I'm not trying to mimic Bijan. You've got that already. Give me something that is complementary. And that's why they work together so well. So he goes D tackle, he goes corner, he goes running back again in the fourth round. Second fourth round pick is a wide receiver. Then we get to the 6th and 7th round.
And Malachi Fields would be a great pick.
Oh, I love it.
From Notre Dame. You know him, Day-Day. That'd be a good pick. I think we're cool with that.
And again, I'd take him before I took a running back. Then he gets to the 6th round pick, which is pick 195, and then 7th round pick, which is 231. You go edge, and he goes quarterback. Here's what's funny. Drew Aller from Penn State in the 7th round. You take a flyer on that?
Yeah, I got no problem with that. It's a 7th rounder, man. Look, everyone can say, Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. The thing with Aller, I think if he comes out after a year ago, it's better than this year. He's probably middle, second, third round. And then this year he got hurt and he wasn't very effective. And then Penn State's season ended. So there's not as much buzz around him. And it's, if you read all the reviews, I love the NFL draft reports. First 3 sentences, he can do all this great. And then they pull him apart. The second 3 sentences, can't do this, can't do that. So he's one of those guys, you like him and you feel take a flyer on him. And unless you know something about Michael Penix Jr. that we don't know, you're going to have to do a guy as a gap quarterback to start the season, but I got no problem with a 7th round pick on a QB.
No, and it's just interesting because you say, all right, do you do something like that? Or, guys, you're rolling a dice anyway. With the 7th rounder, you're flipping a coin and saying if he makes a team, then we found something. If he doesn't, it really wasn't expected, especially when you start getting into picks 230, 231.
Right. Crapshoot.
It is. Here's what's interesting, and we'll talk more about this as we move along, guys, because we are counting down to the Combine. We'll be talking plenty about it. We'll go to the Combine. We're going to have Falcon coaches on from the Combine as we get to the end of the month. Casey Concepcion from Texas A&M is projected to be a late first rounder.
I love that guy's game.
If you could move up into the early second from where we are, from pick 53, Mike, up, I would take Casey Concepcion tomorrow. That's what I totally believe in this kid.
The other thing is, the guys are asking on the text line,
wide receiver, by the way.
What do we do about edge, not knowing the future of James Pierce Jr.?
Yeah.
And how high do you commit resources to that?
Well, Josh picked an edge rusher in the 6th round.
All right. Look, if you knock it out of the park, Grady was a 5th rounder. And again, Pro Bowl caliber defensive tackle. And can you find that, that edge guy? We went D'Angelo Malone in the 5th round. He's been a nice piece, but nothing spectacular.
So let me ask you, as far as just going best, just pick the best athlete and then trust Jeff Ulbrich to turn him into something.
Well,
could you do that?
Our new GM says best athlete.
Okay.
He says if you're going for need, you're chasing your tail.
So go get me a beast, right? 6'5", 250, whatever. 4'4", and let's turn him into something, even if he doesn't have those pass rush skills that James Pierce Jr. came in with.
Right.
All right, we'll see.
Because Harrison, we got from Ohio State, should have been that guy at some point in his career, and he's a nice piece, but he's never the tantalizing physical stuff has just never been matched with the effort and the ability.
All right, man. More Falcons conversation coming up at 5 o'clock. What's on Day-Day's mind is coming up next.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. I know we've spent the past week plus thinking about a possible U.S.-Canada gold medal game in hockey, but look out. We've got an underdog racing toward a medal, as Slovakia's decisive win over Germany this morning means they'll play for some sort of medal. A young team led by Juraj Slafkovsky could be on tap for the Americans on Friday, and the Slovaks were plus 225 as of this morning to win bronze. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At Ingles, we are proud to introduce our all-new curbside service. Just visit shop.ingles-markets.com or download the app to order, and our friendly staff will bring your groceries right to your car and have you ready to go in no time. Ingles, low prices, love the savings.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You will still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price of gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed. Just $50 a month, plus get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.92 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. The proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Oh, I know that look. That's the look of a smiley who's been thinking something big. I knew it. Oh, a note. What to say? Oh, Smiley wants you to know that most companies would like to come in and have you replace your furnace. I agree, Smiley. Just because something has some years on it doesn't mean you go throwing it away. Yes, R.S. Andrews has a better idea. See, it's Smiley's policy that their technicians will always repair your furnace before they ever think about replacing it. Good point, Smiley. That only comes with years of furnacing know-how, going all the way back to 1968. Wow. Oh, you look great. Point is, you can likely get many more years out of your furnace when you have R.S. Andrews Fix-Her Up. Everybody's watching their pennies right now, so let's watch that furnace and AC system before an unexpected big expense shows up. You know it. R.S. Andrews can get more life out of your furnace than even the manufacturer expected. Good time to find out more at rsandrews.com.
We weren't planning on selling our home, but our family's needs changed. Hi, I'm Caitlin, and selling our home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate was the best decision we made for our family. Between taking care of the kids and working a full-time job, fixing up our house and keeping it clean for showings and open houses was overwhelming. I didn't know when I would find the time to do it all. Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer saved us time and gave us peace of mind. We went to their website, filled out a quick form, and received a call within seconds. The entire process was quick and easy. We sold our home for a lot more than we bought it for. With over 11,000 five-star reviews, I had peace of mind knowing I could trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell our home fast and for more than we were asking. Their guaranteed offer allowed us to focus on what mattered most, taking care of our family. I would 100% work with Mark Spain Real Estate again. If you're preparing to move, check out Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer. Go to markspain.com and see what their guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Get your weekend started this Friday with a special broadcast of Dukes and Bell. We are going to be at Publix on Piedmont Road in Buckhead. And there will be a pour bar area with $1 off beers. Thanks to our friends at Sweetwater. They're going to be raffling off tickets to an upcoming Atlanta United home match. That's Friday 2 to 6 at Publix on Piedmont Road, Mike, in Buckhead with Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
So that would be the Disco Publix. So, yeah, man, we'll be having a good time. And, again, right across from our buddies over there at Twin Peaks, join the party, pal, with our buddies from Sweetwater. And maybe we got to have one or two and say hi to the folks.
Yeah. Sounds like you had me at Pour Bar. So it's going to be a good time.
Now, would you be mad if I just got an 8-piece from the Publix deli and I'm just going to town?
Good chicken, man.
Yes, man. Had some last night and this morning.
They do a good job. Last night I got home, my wife had the jambalaya, man.
Ooh.
It was Fat Tuesday. And she had told me, and I was like, yeah. And then I got home, and she had prepared the jambalaya. I was like, oh, it was so good, too. By the way, man, you know what? We talk about Louisiana and New Orleans all the time. Food's the best thing. Well, it is the best thing.
Right. No, I mean, I love New Orleans if you just get past that musty smell. I love the food.
Yeah, it's the best thing. But yeah, had a great Fat Tuesday last night. Hurricanes were included with that, so
nice.
Try to do our best. Pat O'Brien's impression.
And by the way, I didn't even mention it was Fat Tuesday yesterday in Guy Talk because when I lived in Midtown, it would be something we do. In the city.
Yeah.
Out in the burbs. I'm sure there were some bars having some fun. We just didn't really think about getting out there last night.
Yeah, a lot of places, obviously Copeland's here in town. There's a lot of places, Louisiana-style food and whatnot, but it was good, man. Good job, babe. All right, with that, Day, what's going on, man? What's on your mind?
Hey, man, happy hump day. I want to give a quick shout-out to Thurl High School, the Thurl Panthers. Their basketball programs are hosting their region tournament, which is the 2A Region 5 tournament. So I got a chance to stop by yesterday, see a couple of games. I didn't watch any whole games, but just kind of popped my head in. But Thurl and that staff over there, Coach Sorrell, who's the boys' coach, always welcoming me with open arms. So it was en route on the way home. Got a chance to stop by. So I'll actually probably go by there tomorrow night because their region championship on the boys' side, I believe it's going to be Holy Innocents and Kip Academy, Kip Collegiate. So I may go check that out. Are you
going to make your rounds and go to Macon for the state tournament?
Yeah. So to your point, we were talking about that last week. Yeah. How it's because with us getting off at 6, I wouldn't make it during the week because they'll start Wednesday.
Right.
I wouldn't make it. I'd only make evening games during the week, whatever that last game is. So, but I'll probably do like one of the weekday games, and then maybe Saturday try to go down there early and catch a couple of the earlier games that Saturday.
Cool. Yeah. Look, it's a lot of fun, man. I just, again, I wish it was here to kind of take it in, because every year I'm like, I want to go to state tournament. I'm not going to make that drive.
Right. So. And honestly, though, Macon's not too bad of a drive, but it is a drive.
It's not.
Yeah. So, all right, guys, speaking of hoops, WNBA fans, Mike, you can go ahead and put your head down if you want to.
Okay, now I'm drinking some water.
But I hope you are preparing for the season's start to potentially be delayed. And, of course, here in Atlanta, we got the Dream.
Oh, God, no.
So, they've been having their CBA negotiations, right?
Yes. I see they want free housing.
Yes, and that's what I was going to bring up.
Good
the
luck
most
with
recent proposal from the WNBA PA, they're asking for team-provided housing for all players in the first several years, as well as 25% share of total league revenue, which would average close to 27% over the life of the deal. However, WNBA late last night responded saying the union's proposal could delay the start of the season. So just wanted to throw that out there, because I know we do have a good amount of WNBA fans here in this city, again, because we do have the Dream. And so just kind of pay attention to what's going on with these negotiations. Hopefully they can come to some kind of terms, but, it'd be very unfortunate. The league is building up so much momentum the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. It'd be really sad for them to kind of shoot themselves in the foot in regards to that momentum because of a delay in the start of the season because of negotiations.
And I'm curious, not that she is the voice, but what is Caitlin Clark saying about this? I'm curious. What is she saying about this? Is she everybody in lockstep with all the demands, or at least the requests? And let me say this too. I know that stuff sounds crazy and people are like, that's dumb. Ask.
Well, I mean, I think any negotiation, you go high, but then you don't overplay your hand, because to Day-Day's point, I mean, yes, for MLS for years didn't have charter flights. As the sport grows and more people get eyeballs on it, and look, that's what's so funny about the Caitlin Clark phenomenon. I mean, it was basically driven by two players,
right?
But when she goes down and isn't playing, the ratings go down. There is correlation there.
Yeah, and part of that, I think, and I'm not privy to all these negotiations, but Day-Day, I think that has to do with the amount of money that they have coming in when they start.
Yeah.
And they're trying to create some more options for these ladies to have, you're like housing.
Better right.
If you're not going to pay me $8 million, right? Which is, they're not. So anyways, it's interesting.
Yeah. And to the ladies' point, look, if you don't want us to have to keep going overseas or playing in other leagues,
take care of us in other ways.
Here. Right. All right. Moving on. So we all know we're kind of waiting to see what's going to happen in regards to the regular season with the Braves and TV. We know Main Street Sports, FanDuel, other franchises have already left and started partnerships with the MLB. And Braves did announce that at least 15 preseason games, spring training games rather, will be on Gray TV. So we're still waiting to see what the regular season will be. Well, Main Street Sports filed a warn notice in Minneapolis and St. Louis. So layoffs are expected to happen in those respective offices, roughly 20 employees. So basically, it's officially about to shut down FanDuel TV in those two markets.
So we heard that Carl, Gray TV, I mean, they're going to try to at least, the spring training games will be on Peachtree TV or on
Gray TV. Well, it's called Peach Sports Network now. Yeah. They kind of rebranded.
I mean, because the whole idea was there was going to be an over-air, I guess linear component, as they'd say, for fans. Because, the streaming thing, as much as now it's a part of most people listen to our show, there was still folks out there that have never had to stream the Braves. So we'll see.
Yeah. So just kind of keep your eye out on that as we kind of wait to see. Because, again, FanDuel here, if all of a sudden they do that, if Main Street does that warn here, currently right now just the Hawks, which I would imagine they try to hold off until at least the NBA season is starting to wind down.
Yeah.
All right, you mentioned earlier Kyrie Irving. He's going to miss the rest of the entirety of the season. He's not going to come back. No surprise to me, honestly. I kind of forgot about Kyrie.
Yeah. Because look, they traded, remember, they traded AD, and that was like, okay, and Kyrie hadn't played, and it's been about Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
Right? And even with that, the Mavs aren't going anywhere. So I'm not surprised from that standpoint either. I just, as I said to you guys on the pre-show, it's just funny. Is he available? Or is he just sitting because the Mavs want to get a better draft pick? Or, all these things are going through my head, and I'm sitting here thinking about our quarterback.
Yeah.
And the only reason is because I think many of us are kind of been brainwashed, Mike, to think the start of the season he's going to be 100%. He may be, but what if he's not?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's playing 18 games, NBA game. Again, nobody's playing 82 games, but there is obviously the pivot and things you got to do in the torque you put on your knee. But again, he's older. He's 10. He's 8 years older than our quarterback.
33, yeah.
But it's also the NBA. I'm sorry, the NBA is in such a strange spot. I'm not crapping because the All-Star game was great, but you just don't trust an NBA player to really come back
what you're gonna get
on schedule. You know what I mean? Because guys are like all over the league are sitting down. We talked about Anthony Davis is apparently going to shut it down. We never knew Trey's injury was that serious. Now he shut it down in DC.
Right.
We just thought Trey was flexing because he didn't want you to see what let them do better without him or whatever it was. But regardless, you just don't have a lot of benefit of the doubt with NBA players and playing through pain.
True. All right, let's move on to some college hoops talk. UCLA men's coach. Now, when I first was getting up this morning doing some prep, I'm like, I like that from Mike Cronin. That's what I'm talking about. Ejected his own player yesterday. So UCLA getting blown out by Michigan State. Steven Jamerson, who actually played for Michigan State prior to coming to UCLA, he caught a flagrant foul. Kind of hit a guy in the back, and Cronin throws him out. And here's what he has to say. True toughness is how you compete and how you go to work every day. Steve's a good kid. He made a bad decision, but if you want to be a tough guy, you need to do it during the game for a blockout, for a rebound. So I was thoroughly disappointed. The guy was defenseless in the air. I know Steve was trying to block the shot, but the game's a 25-point game. You don't do that. So I'm thinking, there you go, right? There you go. Well, then he goes into his presser, and after being asked a question by a reporter, he says, I'd like to give you kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked. Cronin told the reporter, are you raising your voice at me? Then he starts to go on. And so then I'm like, dude, you're crashing out. You just had a great, coaching, teachable moment. And then you go.
It wasn't. Cronin's considered one of the biggest jerks in all of college sports, not just men's basketball. And the LA paper basically said the irony of this is he was asking his team for more defensive intensity and effort. And then when a kid does, borderline dirty, nothing dirty 20 years ago, Carl. But now it's like, and then he's got the balls to basically embarrass his kid, pull him off the floor after asking for more effort from his team. The one kid they're getting smoked, by the way, in this game. Then he starts to get into it with the reporter and are you raising your voice at me? I mean, I think, Carl, it's a thing now. You got a couple of coaches because we already saw what happened with Kansas State, right? Where you got Jerome Tang basically losing it because he's been really good for a while. They bring in a bunch of these mercenaries and transfers, and then they don't listen to coach. He calls him out, and now they're trying to fire him with show cause. He's going to win that lawsuit, by the way.
And did you see Doug Gottlieb? He crashed out in his presser a couple of days ago, too.
Oh, I hate to see that.
He got a tech and wanted to know why.
Yeah. So I don't know, man.
Pressure.
Coaches, but you know what? It does bring up a valid conversation. The pressure to go and ask your boosters for all this money to get these recruits, and then these kids aren't performing, they're not listening, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
Like, that has to be a certain amount of pressure, to an extent, because, again, you're talking about millions of dollars these college kids are making now in comparison to,
But as Carl says, you don't get years to build a program. I mean, that's why we just talked about, we thought we had high hopes for Coach Stoudemire coming to Georgia Tech. Right, Carl? And it just hasn't worked out at all.
Tech's playing tonight, by the way. They got Virginia. They are a 13.5-point underdog. It's been a tough season.
What's your code?
It'd be nice. It'd be nice to get a win against the 14th ranked Virginia squad, right?
Yeah.
But UVA. But at the end, it's here at Tech. But at the end of the day, I don't see that happening. But yeah, man, look, the Mick Cronin thing is interesting. But you're right. I think that was it was a great example and then a bad example in within a 30-minute span.
Right. But again, everybody they're saying that they say his practices are just now. Again, this comes from Los Angeles, so obviously reporters have already decided that they're done with this guy.
No, it's true. Look, full disclosure. Mick Cronin was Huggy Bear's #1 assistant when he was at Cincinnati. Okay, so I dealt with him. I know him. I called their games. He ends up getting a job at UCLA. Is great. He's very much like Bob Huggins.
Right.
Can be a hard ass, very disrespectful, Mike, to the media, and that's been a turnoff out there in LA. So I think, and he's not winning. You're at UCLA. Right. You're not winning.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
and there's expectations, and again, I thought it was pretty interesting, compelling hire at the time. They've now created the same things that we complain about with men's, with football is now applied to men's basketball.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you never get anyone to stick around for more than a year anyway.
Right.
So now you've got already the mercenary mindset combined with the transfers who weren't listening to their previous coach. They're definitely not listening to you.
Right. All right. Last one. Speaking of millions, how about this, guys?
What's that?
You guys familiar with IMG Academy, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, reportedly,
by the way,
were
do they really teach anything at IMG Academy?
I don't know. Well, if they are.
I mean, what is the class structure? I've always wondered, like, at the professional sports high school.
Well, maybe this will give us an inkling. I don't know. They were apparently fined $1.7 million for accepting money from two individuals reportedly with Mexican drug cartel ties.
What? Yes, apparently El Chapo was trying to get his son on the football team.
Wait, what?
Yes.
And by the way, I mean, imagine you take money from a cartel. Yes, sir. Yes, wherever you want Luis to play. You want Luis to bat first? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sí, señor. Sí, señor.
I don't know what the structure is. My guess is practice is the structure. That's what they do. That's crazy.
Yeah, when I saw it, at first I thought it was one of those kind of like satire accounts.
Well,
but then I
like
Googled it, and it's like everywhere.
Like the second Sicario, right? It's some drug boss, and it's his daughter's a star tennis player. What do you mean Marissa is not starting for the tennis team?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm taking that check.
Yeah, no.
That money.
Yes.
All right, guys, that's what's on my mind.
Good stuff. That's crazy. Hey, man.
Should we really coach the cartel boss's son hard?
Here's the deal. I'm guessing they didn't know it was cartel money, right? That's what they're probably going to say.
How come Miguel never comes to practice, Coach?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not. He will play when it's time. Hey, man, coming up, we'll talk some college football. Braves have surgeries.
Hey, and you want me to do a Stephen A.
4 o'clock
rant. Because, Stephen A. has taken things to cartoonish proportion.
He's special, y'all.
I will take the Braves discussion to a cartoonish proportion
I cannot wait.
Hey, man, coming up on a Wednesday edition of Duke's.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees, and I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G, and no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
40,000 people, guys. Let that number sink in just for a second because it's not a crowd. It's a small city. And that's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery with QC Kinetics. 40,000 people who said, stop, before you replace my knee or my hip, before I put my life on hold for months. Let me think about this and let me get a second opinion from QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular level treatments to revitalize joint tissue. And they do it naturally, guys. Patients who thought they were out of options. I'm out of options. No, you're not. Surgery's my only option. No, it's not. Today, they're moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back from QC Kinetics. Listen, the truth is surgery isn't always the answer, and QC is right here in the ATL. They use safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power, guys. Safe, natural, non-surgical with zero downtime. Call them today at 770-285-8026. I've been to the clinics. I've talked to the patients. I know the doctors. And what I will tell you is you will be surprised. 770-285-8026. 40,000 people can't be wrong. Call QC Kinetics today.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5 the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Lease a new 2026 K4 LXS for $249 a month for 36 months with $34.99 due at signing for well-qualified lessees during the President's Day sales event.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. New 2026 K4 LXS 4D 2.0 liter MPI FWD IVT 24,635 MSRP. MSRP includes destination handling and excludes taxes, title, registration, license fees, options, and retailer charges. No security deposit required. Actual prices set by dealer and may vary. Purchase option at lease end is $15,766.40. Subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Lessee is responsible for insurance, maintenance, repairs, 20 cents per mile over 10,000 miles a year. Excess wear and a termination fee of up to $400. Subject to dealer participation. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Must take delivery by 3/2/26. Limited inventory available.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken? Flawless. Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp too. Both for $5.99. And we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeyes can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back. At participating restaurants, prices may vary.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The 3 o'clock hour has been brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Big enough to serve, small enough to care.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Come hang out with 92.9 The Game, Abe Gordon and Michelob Ultra for an Atlanta Hawks watch party as they take on the 76ers. Thursday, February 19th at 7 p.m. at McCrae's Tavern in Smyrna. Hang out with the Hawks dancers and Flight Crew. Win Hawks tickets or a gift card to the Hawks shop. Also get great specials on Michelob Ultra. It's all happening Thursday, February 19th at 7 p.m. at McCrae's Tavern in Smyrna. Must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly. Our Hawks play here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Come on here, dominate these boys. This is our house. We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
Get the latest from around the league here all year long.
WCGC Atlanta, WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station. It's 4 o'clock on the #1 sports talk show for your drive home.
I mean, you know how it is, rockin' and rollin' and whatnot.
This is Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Lots of stuff going on today. It's a Wednesday, and look, we're counting down to the weekend. Short week because of the President's Day holiday. But we started the show, it was really a carryover from our Behind the Curtain show, talking about the Braves today. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, and part of this discussion is because we found out today that Spencer Strellenbach underwent surgery to remove those bone spurs in his right elbow. the Braves are not saying when, the timetable for him to return is, but that happened in Texas. And then after he went and visited the specialist there, Mike mentioned this the other day, and then we find out that our other pitcher, Hurston Waldrop, is also going to undergo surgery, a similar procedure on Monday. So these are the two guys we said, hey, our rotation, and now you've got two guys, Mike, that you're unsure whether it's going to be 2 months, 3 months. We don't know. We'll speculate, but we have no idea. Now they're out of the rotation, which led us back to this conversation. And now, sir, it is 4 o'clock, which means it is time for you to step in.
Put it in the proper context. Let's hear the Stephen A. rant that was basically saying who the future of the NBA is. Just to give some context, Carl, before I go all hog on the Braves.
Yes.
Here's Stephen A.
The brother coming. He's special, ladies and gentlemen. Even if he don't want to admit it, I'm doing it for him. That man has every... Ant-Man is going to be the face of the NBA.
Okay, I've heard enough, please. You can stop it, Dede, please.
He's special.
I know. There was a time, ironically, when Stephen A. came up as a writer, where writers thought guys on radio were losers and guys on TV were even bigger idiots. Now they've become blowhards on radio, then they become blowhards on TV, and then they lose all sight of the facts and how they became writers and got in the sport in the first place. So based on that, I will now take it and apply that same logic, Carl, to the Braves.
Yes, please.
The Braves think you're suckers. Braves management thinks you're a bunch of suckers. They know you're going to show up no matter what they put out there. No matter who's out there, they know you're showing up. You're going to park in the red lot. You're going to park at the lot that they bought on the other side of 75 because they'd rather spend on that than on players that can help win a World Series. I don't care about debt reduction. I don't care about shareholders. I'm trying to win a World Series here. They don't care about that. All they care about is lot in their pockets. They think you're suckers. Thank you.
I love it. I love it. And you know what? That is the discussion when it comes to the front office. And why are we not acquiring additional help, knowing that we're shorthanded? Now, the Braves will make you believe, or at least Alex Anthopoulos is saying, look, internally we're fine.
Right.
We've got guys. But, Mike, what you just said makes total sense. I mean, because people look, either you feel like the Braves are a championship caliber team. We're not talking about a championship caliber organization. We know our organization has been one of the best. That's not what we're questioning. Every year is different, guys. And right now, based on what we know about the starting rotation, it just doesn't feel like this is a World Series team. Now, we got 162 to prove it. It's a long way to go. But this is part of the conversation we were having today. So I appreciate you going there.
Thank you. No, I mean, look, as we said, just because you spend the most money, there's no guarantee you're going to win the World Series. Then Cohen with the Mets would already have 2 or 3.
Yes.
Because he spends like a drunken sailor. The Dodgers now look like they're in a position to dominate. And we'll see, because as we know, Bobby Cox, with the greatest pitching staff and some of the greatest lineups, was only able to win 1 World Series. So the ball bounce is funny for everybody. Should have probably won 2 or 3. I think that's why Chipper is blocked me and called me an idiot, because I think somewhere deep inside, a lot of those guys from the 90s and 2000s don't want to admit it when they drag that Gillette across their face, that they were some of the best teams in baseball and they didn't bring it home. So sorry, Chipper. But don't corrupt Andrew Jones, because now he blocks me too on Twitter. So Chipper has now he's poisoned the world. Next thing you know, even Smoltz and Glavine won't talk to us. But anyway, and I love those guys. I know Steve Avery will still answer my phone calls. But anyway, I digress. But as far as where this team needs to go, yes, they can look the fans in the eye and they can say, hey, what are you talking about? Cheapskates, we're top 10 in payroll, top 8, top 6, depends on what metric you're looking at. But when you paid the money, now I get it. They said we got a great guy in Austin Riley. He's a star of the future. Boom, we'll lock him up. Last 2 years, he hasn't been healthy enough to do the job. Ozzy's had issues with health. Ronald Acuna's had issues. But the one area I still think, and you can take this back to 2020, when they had the Dodgers on the ropes and didn't have enough pitching to see it through and win the World Series. When you had the 23 team, Carl, that was amazing. Even the year we won the World Series, we didn't have enough starting pitching. Had the bullpen, which bailed you out. And newsflash, this bullpen is better than last year, but it ain't the night shift.
No.
So all I'm saying is just to get it down, distill it down to what am I saying? Why don't we commit to pitching when we feel we've got a window with this team, as opposed to last year where we had to scrap and skimp, and even then the guys all got hurt.
Yeah, and part of this is, as I discussed earlier in the show, for those who missed it, thanks for being here, starting at 2 o'clock. Braves don't want to pay the tax, guys. That is another conversation that's a sidebar. We can talk about acquiring players, who's available, how much money it might cost. I told you Giolito might cost you $12 to $16 million for the year. Is he going to give you 150 innings? Maybe he does. But it adds to the payroll, and we're already over the first threshold. So what I'm telling you is the Braves are already in a different tax bracket that they just to start the season. Right. Now, if you add additional pieces, and let's just say we went and added a couple of guys for $25, $30, $40 million, Mike, you're adding to that tax number that the Braves don't feel like they want to pay unless they know they're competing for a World Series. When do you know that? Usually you don't know that until about 3 or 4 months into the season. You don't know what you've got. I always talk about this. July. Let's talk about where our team is. And last year when I was telling you guys, we're not that good. We're not that good. Let's see where we're at in July. We got to July. We still weren't that good. Mike, that's when you start to really go, okay, you know what? We will go all in. But they're going to wait this out. And that is part of this strategy. Meanwhile, Mike's rant, even though we're making fun of Stephen A. and having fun.
It's tongue-in-cheek before you guys send some audio to the Braves.
Yeah, but the reality is what you're talking about is real. They do have parking lots that they paid for and that they're making money off. They are making money at the Battery. And I said this, whatever you catch, you eat. Whatever they make in excess of, as revenue is concerned, should be reinvested into this team. And is it? That is the question.
Right. And as I said, I just felt that, it's, and look, I feel, and this is where I get sideways with some Braves fans who say this is all Alex's fault.
It's not.
I don't think Alex is going to come in and badmouth his boss. I think the boss has, to Carl's point, there's your financial strategy. It's Braves Holdings. It's its own thing, but it's the primaries, the major shareholders are all the same dudes from Liberty Media. So it's just, to me, you can give the fans hey, the hope we're always going to be competitive. But as they said, and I think it was, who's a new writer for the AJC? Is it Gabe? What's his name, Day? Covers the Braves. I don't want to butcher his name.
Chad Bishop. Well, Gabe Burns does, right? Yeah, but Chad Bishop. Gabe is the one that did the article.
Well, Gabe's the one who's got some opinions. Gabe was bringing some edge, saying, look, you said that starting pitching was going to be a priority in this offseason, and you never addressed it. And you already brought up, Carl, and it's a great point. You've also got guys that you're going to have to kind of rely on. You can't keep bringing guys up and back and down because eventually you can't use them anymore. Then they become free agents, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because if you start them at the beginning of the season, it cuts the amount of opportunities that they can be, brought up and down. At the end of the day, it's a numbers game.
But again,
and when I say numbers, I'm talking about money. It's a money game.
But Bryce Elder, if you make Bryce Elder a starter for the season and he starts getting shellacked and the ERA goes up, look, it looked like when the rookie year that Bryce was going to be a guy that could kind of nibble, have good location, throw a lot of grounders, right, Carl? And then there's days where he's up in the zone or it's so hittable that he just gets shelled. So, I don't know if they got a new pitching coach. Maybe he can reinvent Bryce Elder. But again, now you're selling hope. What's Ronaldo Lopez going to be coming off the injury? Is Strider going to get back to 100%? Now we throw in Schwellenbach and now Hurston Waldrop, who was friggin' fantastic last year.
He was.
So, you should always have more pitch. And this team has never had enough pitching.
But you know what's ironic? And Turtle and I were talking about this as we left. We left and Turtle was coming in last night because he's a baseball fanatic. And when he was producing our show, we would have these conversations. And the irony about Waldrop is he was great, but that's the most he's ever pitched.
Right, and he was going to be asked to do more this year.
There was no buildup as he got into the season. It was, we need you to be great right now. And guess what happens in these situations? And Turtle and I were laughing. You overthrow. Then guess what happens? You have loose stuff in your arm come the offseason, and now you've got to get it taken care of because you've never thrown like that, Mike. There was no buildup. And that's what happened with Waldrop. He has the potential to be really good, but you asked him to do something last year where there should have been other guys, Mike, and all that shouldn't have been on him. And now you're like, okay, well, he's not going to be a part of this rotation when all offseason everybody thought he was going to be.
Well, I asked Alex about that when we had our conversation just a month ago, and he said, no, he's going to be fine. They had monitored the uptick in activity from as he made his progression through the minor leagues up to the show.
Not true. It's just not.
And the other thing is, and now I don't know if they're going to take like a Falcons like consulting firm to look at your minor league system, but how do your pitchers all come up and get screwed up? Every young arm, there seems to be some kind of addition. It's a problem with Major League Baseball because everybody's kid is trying to throw 95 in high school and in college, and their arms are already. You might already have like one Tommy John by the time you're 22. So I know it's a problem in baseball, but still, this team always has to do. Even the year they won the World Series, they really didn't have enough starting pitching.
Well, we had this conversation with Smoltz and even Maddox when we've had him on. All the greats talk about this. You got to learn how to pitch in the majors. I cover the minor leagues. It's a big difference. This is why everybody doesn't make it. It's a big difference between a guy who's dominant in the minors, Mike, and then he gets to the majors and you're like, he doesn't look like the same dude. You got to learn how to pitch. And if you just throw hard, trust me, John Smoltz, I know you're listening. If you just throw hard, that's not it. And guys that just throw hard, they won't last. So there's something to be said about that. And Schwelly, by the way, last year you go back, limited to 17 outings a year ago because of that fractured elbow, right? The year before, what was it, 38 career starts or 38 starts or whatever it was? Like, there seems to be this fall off once you hit that level because you're trying, Mike, to learn and pitch so hard. I know that might sound crazy to some people, but that's why you're having these arm issues, man. Why didn't Smoltz or Maddox or Glavine have these same kind of issues?
Everybody back then learned how to pitch. They learned how to get through adversity. And again, now the overcorrection started with guys like Strasburg. Remember with the Nationals when he got the big contract where they shut it down? Protecting him. And then, as we said, the other thing is also, and John Smoltz is one of his favorite arguments, and I agree 100%. Kids, let your son play basketball. Let your son, wrestle or do something else. The over-specialization. The travel teams stuff. It's all baseball 24/7. And look, some kids have got that opportunity. Some parents have that delusion that their kid's going to be the 0.1% that makes it to the show. It just, I don't get it. That's one of Smoltz's arguments. That you could be natural athletes where they can evolve, and as opposed to ruining their arms by the time they're at 19.
All right, when we come back, that's one conversation. We got another Braves conversation for you. And this one I think you'll have an opinion on. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
A crash and delays continue in Stockbridge. Highway 138 driving westbound near I-75. Looks like the right lane is still closed. And now we're seeing backups in Cobb County because of a stalled big rig. I-285 westbound outer loop at I-75. The center lane is blocked. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Mark Cuban said the NBA should embrace tanking instead of cracking down on it, a contrast to Commissioner Adam Silver's stance that tanking has gotten worse and is ruining the league. Cuban thinks Silver needs to focus on fan affordability and their experience, and he's not wrong. What's ruining the league is when a fan buys a ticket to a game and finds out their favorite player is out through load management. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
A three-pointer. Bang!
Our Hawks play here.
This is Steve Holman, voice of the Hawks. Join us tomorrow night as our Hawks take on the Philadelphia 76ers.
Tip off at 7. Catch every game all season long here.
Bang! And the Hawks take a 2-point lead.
Our Hawks play here.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Discover what happens when rugged capability meets true performance. It's the perfect balance of quality, dependability, power, and style. Learn more at kia.com. Kia, movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Over 1 million people travel for business every day. That's over 400 million trips a year.
and it seems like half of them come through the Atlanta airport. Imagine you're on a business trip and you spend all your time doing something else. That misses the purpose. That's exactly how many of us live. We chase experiences, comfort, and success, and yet forget the real reason why we're here. So why are we here? The Bible says we're alive for the praise of God's glory. Here's the truth. Life isn't about you. It's all about Jesus. Life is more than just existing or chasing after trivial things. It's about trusting the one who made us, who gave his life for us and rose victoriously from the grave. Your time on earth is a temporary trip. Before it ends, think about your purpose. Don't waste this journey. Live for what matters. Live for Jesus. This is Bryant Wright, speaking right from my heart.
When you've been denied workers' compensation, it can feel like your fight is over, that you'll never see the benefits and the money you deserve.
If that's happened to you, don't give up. Our experienced workers' compensation team knows what it takes to get you everything you're entitled to.
Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178. Or visit spectrum.com/freeforever to learn more.
Your kid goes to bed a size 8 and wakes up a size 10. That's not magic. That's expensive. Unless you shop at Academy Sports and Outdoors. They've got undefeatable prices on all the best brands in sports gear, like Nike, Easton, and Baseball Lifestyle 101. And on the off chance that you find a better price at a competitor, Academy will beat it by 5%. That's their best price guarantee, which kind of is magic. Academy. Fun can't lose.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Hello. It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. And we're talking about our Braves because we're getting ready for spring training games and the season's right around the corner. But one of the big conversations around MLB is the future of Ronald Acuna. His contract is not up, okay? He will play out this year, make his $17 million cheap, and then go into next year, which is the final year with the club option, I believe, where they could rip up the contract, Mike, if they wanted to, and then I think he has another club option in 28 if that was to be picked up. The conversation, though, has to do with, do you take care of Ronald Acuna after this year? Now, he's completely healthy, Mike, there's a chance he is in the MVP conversation again if he does Ronald Acuna things, Acuna for life. And if he does that, I just want you to hear what Jim Bowden had to say about this. He's a former general manager. He now works for MLB. He went on the Steakhouse, and he was asked the question about, hey, Acuna, and, paying him, and what happens if you wait to pay Ronald Acuna? Listen to this.
If he has an MVP season, enjoy the last 3 years of Acuna being a Brave. So that's all I got for you, because he'll be a Met or a Dodger if you don't take care of him now. I would put $500 million in front of him right now for 10 years and see if he takes it.
Would you? Okay.
Yeah, $500 million right now.
I mean,
$500 million. I give him Guerrero's contract right now.
Mike, 500?
They're not going to. We can't get the Braves to spend $20 million on a pitcher right now. You're going to drop $500 million on Ronald Acuna with a right and left ACL? No way.
500?
Well, then, Braves fans, enjoy him while we've got him. Because the only other thing you could do is with Ronald say, hey, Ron, how's about $150 million extension sounds right? And Ron will go, blank you. But I do think, now you and I, to be all serious about this, could you justify that knowing, and I don't mean to be callous comparing him to Mike Trout, but he has been trending the wrong way the last couple of years with injuries.
The injuries are a factor. There's no debating that. And I would tell you, without the injuries that have occurred with Ronald Acuna, he might have already gotten a new deal, potentially. But I got to tell you this. It's not how this organization works. When is the last time that you've seen them do this, where a guy is still under contract and you go, you know what, you're so great, we're going to just rip this up and give you the $350 million you deserve. It's rare and far few in between. As a matter of fact, Buster Olney was talking about this and whether or not he thinks the Braves should extend Ronald Acuna.
I think that, they still have years to go on that contract. He also has, he's been significantly affected by injury in a couple of seasons. So if you're the Braves, you're going to want more information. And here's the reality of how Alex has operated in the past. When players get to that point where they have that huge market value price tag of a Kyle Tucker, of an Ohtani, of a Juan Soto, Braves don't pay that. They don't pay those. They don't pay those numbers. I think the Braves feel like the best way to operate is to get the player at a potentially a team friendly contract, and if you don't, you move on to Plan B.
Really not telling us anything most Braves fans don't know, but there you go.
That's Buster
That's
only.
Buster giving you the lowdown on the Steakhouse.
Yeah, I tend to agree with him just from the history of things. You would like to believe that if Ronald Acuna, and guys, this really hinges on the kind of season he's going to have. He does have another year. Like this year, he's under contract. They don't have to do anything. But you're still talking about a 28-year-old player in his prime, and that's why Jim was talking about giving him a 10-year deal. There are a lot of people say and maybe it's not 10, maybe it's 8, but he is now in his prime. Like what we've seen before, the 23-year-old, 24-year-old Ronald Acuna, he was coming. Now, if he comes out this year and has that kind of season, I just think it puts a lot of pressure on the Braves to do something. And here's the crazy thing: I'm with you. I don't think they do that. I forget 500. Let's say 350. I don't think they do that.
Juan Soto and him, and there's always been some comparisons from baseball writers of, Juan Soto and Ronald. We've always felt we got the better guy in Ronald, and he's not a jerk like Soto. But anyway, it is going to be his at some point, his camp is going to want that money, that kind of contract extension.
Yep.
And I just think, and look, as much as I get on the Braves for not spending what I think they should spend, I just don't think you can rationalize that because of the knee situations. And, as you said, now if he goes back to being, if Walt Weiss lets him loose on the base paths and he's got another, as you said, MVP caliber season, then you're going to pay through the nose. Somebody will always pay.
They will.
But it will be one of the 3 or 4 teams who can afford it.
Yeah.
In baseball, not us.
Yeah, and look, when you say that, he's talking Dodgers, Mets, right, Yankees. Right. He's going to get that kind of money, especially coming off of a year like if he has, like he did when he was 40-70 and the MVP of the league. 404-726-0929. That's the number. Mike, you know what's funny? Years ago when we had these conversations and guys were getting, $50 million.
Right.
He's not worth $50 million. And now you go around MLB and you look at guys making what you just laid out, $450, $380. Like this is the going rate for these superstars, and you see it. Teams are paying it. And look, to say Ronald may or may not be worth it, we can all debate that. The fact is, Mike's right. He's going to get it somewhere. If he balls out, he's going to get it somewhere.
Right. Now, look, there'll be Braves fans that will, again, I always get a kick because there's a full range of Braves fans. There'll be fans that are outraged, and there's the fans who, apparently they have like this fantasy league for team owners and ownership. And that's a very sound financial decision. I respect the Braves not overpaying there. I don't believe this was a championship caliber squad anyway. But no, 154 games the last 2 seasons for Ronald.
Not enough. We know that.
That's the rub. And part of the reason why we're at, and we don't know how they think about it. They might be not bulls but bearish on this team because Austin Riley's only played like 100 and some odd games the last 2 seasons.
I think that might be it, Mike. Look, I don't want to admit that because I'm sitting here with you going, dude, let's get right. Let's spend some money. Let's do what we need to do. But they may be thinking exactly what you're saying. Riley hadn't been what he needs to be. Money hasn't been what he needs to be. Acuna, you need to show us. All of a sudden, Ozzie, yeah, we picked up your option, but you've got to show us as well. And you want me to go out and spend another $100 million on starting pitching? I'll wait.
Right. If I never see Sean Murphy hit again, I don't care. I'm a Drake Baldwin guy. But Sean Murphy will be here halfway through the season, maybe earlier. Kim, who you signed, won't be able to start the season at shortstop. So maybe they look at it and they're much more pragmatic. And that's why, even though they said starting pitching would be something they'd be looking at, they haven't. And they won't. And as fans, from the time you're a little kid, pitches and catches report, and this is our year, and you're all excited. I'm just dumb and naive enough to be 57 and still feel that way when I think the team's got a shot. But they may feel differently. We're going to find out.
That's special, y'all. 404-726-0929.
I just think when you've got the nucleus that we have, you augment that with the best starting pitching available. They've never felt that way. And they're still able to win a World Series.
And that's why. If you hadn't done that, I don't think that might not be the philosophy. Look, you can do that when you've won one. Right? Like you go, well, this kind of been the way we've gone about it. And it worked. Even you can talk about the luck and all the things that came together, the stars, the earth, the moon, the sun. It happened.
Right.
So I think you're right about this when you say, I think that is how they're thinking, specifically Alex. I think that's how he's thinking about it. And how do we move forward? Guys, I think it's going to be a few months for them to evaluate and go, we got a really good team. We got a mediocre team, or Mike, we're not that good.
Look, in 21, I said fire sale after Acuna got hurt, and they went and made some of the greatest trades that no one expected to pan out. We've talked about it. We are those blanks. You go get Jock Peterson that was like you brought some swag. Soler had one of the great half seasons of anybody's career. Rosario was hurt when they picked him up, and it all worked. Not to mention the pitching you augmented with. But I wonder. And again, not that they'd ever cop to it, but you're right. They're looking at this team and saying, I don't know if that squad's got everything you're looking for.
Yeah. What do you guys think, man? And the Cunha thing is interesting. I think, Mike, in our city, it's weird. I would hope that you are an Acuna fan and you appreciate what he is. He's the most talented Brave that we've seen. He's not the best. Again, that's Henry Aaron. But you're either an Acuna person or you're not. And I've run into this where, hey, it's great, but like a lot of guys are like, oh, no, I'm not paying him that. And you're like, okay, well, I'll tell you this. There's nobody more talented on this team than Ronald Acuna. When he's 100%, there's not anybody that can do all the things that he can do.
A couple of our guys hitting us up on the text line. We can't read all the text, but appreciate that. On Twitter, UGA Matt says as long as Acuna is under contract, they should be going all in. Because when his contract is up, he's gone.
He's gone. That's where I'm at. I'm with you. And that gets us back to the original conversation that we started the show with today. And if you missed that, it had a lot to do with our carryover from the pre-show where we were basically going at it because fans were saying, hey, here's our opinions, and why are you guys not on board with this, that, and the other? And Mike just laid it out for you. Like you can't be doing all these other things, parking lots and all this other stuff you're involved with. The perception is you guys are making money hand over foot.
Right. And fans don't want to hear about the things. And look, you laid it out. It's part of the business plan. Whatever you put that's in the green, or actually it's in the red.
The red.
No, the black. Black is good. See, you can tell. Guess who didn't take Econ 101?
Right.
This guy.
It's not in the red. They're not in the red.
But they got the profit is what goes towards back to the club. And again, last year the second half of the season attendance was down because they weren't very good.
That's right. All right, man. Plenty more to dive into. We wanted to have that conversation with you because it's funny. You've got baseball analysts and experts going, pay him!
By the way, did you ever take any business classes in college?
Had to. Yeah, unfortunately. I say that. I was not a business major, but yeah, I had to.
Econ 101 I had at, now that was in Florida. I slept through that class. I didn't go to that class. And then and West Durham always, when West comes out, always to make fun of like I flunked out of every ACC school. No, just Florida State and Virginia Tech. But again, NYU, I did learn a few things. Film school was fun. Introduction to film. We'll talk about a bunch of BS in that class, man. That was actually a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's funny now because
Nothing really practical you can do with it.
No, I was going to say.
Unless you become a radio host, you talk about movies.
Yeah, all the stuff is outdated now, Mike. All the things that were taught back then is because it's a digital world.
Day, did you take Econ 101 in college? What was your business? Yeah, no, none?
Statistics?
No, I was actually a computer engineer major.
All right, man.
You
That didn't last
did
long,
take
though.
statistics, didn't you?
Yeah, I went to Morris Brown and hung out on the wall. I don't know what classes I had.
You know what? Even though
You made it through.
All right, even though I didn't pay attention in the smallest segment of business class in economics I took, I think we know this as fans. You'd much rather have your team owned by a person as opposed to a nameless, faceless corporation.
All right.
Thank you.
Mike, what do we have coming up in Guy Talk?
Hey, man, if you don't want to know, I'll give you a warning before I tell you what's going on. But USA taking on Sweden in an elimination game, quarterfinals, and there's been some action, man. And a guy that could have been a thrasher if we still had the hockey team. We'll explain, doing some good things. Also coming up, guys, talked about the coaching situation. A lot of legal experts, I didn't get to this yesterday, about that Jerome Tang situation last week at Kansas State. They think he's going to clean up in a lawsuit, because a lot of coaches are losing their minds. If you missed it, the audio we played, we'll talk some more about what happened to UCLA's head coach having a meltdown in Guy Talk.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
In Midtown, big delays on the connector northbound at 17th. You have fire there on the scene, blocking 2 right lanes. You're backed up before I-20. You could use Northside Drive or Peachtree Street as an alternate. We are seeing delays still in Cobb County because of a stalled big rig, I-285 westbound outer loop at I-75, that big rig blocking the center lane. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Hi, I'm Caitlin, and selling our home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate was the best decision we made for our family. It was quick and simple. Go to markspain.com and see what their guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Get any size furnace for $59.99 a month and ask about clean air upgrades. It's Carl Dukes. Get your free consultation by visiting reliableair.com. Guys, we all need help, right? And Reliable wants to take care of you. 0 down, low monthly payments, and all future repairs, maintenance, and even filters, no additional charge. That's comfort as a service. Ask about it. It's an unbeatable lifetime warranty. Reliable heating and air with 24/7 service, next day installation guarantee. Call them today or simply go online at reliableair.com.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees, and I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And for free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G, and no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Here's why I trust Window Nation, and you should too. A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. 50-point inspection on every window before it leaves the factory. 20-point inspection on every window when it's installed. And your new windows can be installed in 1 day or less. Okay. And let me mention the 96% customer satisfaction rating. Guys, they got over 50,000 5-star reviews that you can go check out and see for yourself. Listen, Window Nation right now is taking care of you. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, 0 interest for 2 years. But you got to act right now. WindowNation.com. Here's the other thing. You know, they've installed over 3 million windows across the country. They know what they're doing, and their installers have over a decade of experience. So these are not fly-by-night kind of guys that show up and go, yeah, I think I know what I'm doing. Window Nation is different, and let them take care of your home and upgrade the look and feel of your home. And guys, you will pay lower energy bills because your windows right now, they're old, they're leaky, the seals are broke. They're not doing their job. Window Nation can hook you up. Again, buy 4 windows, get 4 free sale going on right now, and get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest at windownation.com.
Are you worried about high blood pressure? Have you tried to lower your numbers with little success? You may be eligible for a clinical research study evaluating the impact of an investigational blood pressure procedure. If you are an adult and have high blood pressure or are taking medications to manage high blood pressure, you may qualify for this study, which is expected to last at least 4 years. Call 404-605-3118. and ask whether you may be eligible for the Spiral Gemini Pilot Study, located at the Piedmont Research Institute in Atlanta at 95 Collier Road, Suite 3010. That's 404-605-3118. Caution: hepatic denervation is limited by law to clinical investigation in all geographies. The generator and catheter used in the Gemini study for hepatic denervation are not approved for sale or use in the U.S. or any other country.
Careful, one bite and you'll catch feelings. It's the Hot Honey Sauce Snack Wrap at McDonald's, and it's only $1.99 exclusively in the app. Crispy chicken with that hot honey sauce drizzle. You want to keep things casual, but the heat keeps you coming back for more. Love affairs that burn this bright never last long, so get it fast because the Hot Honey Sauce Snack Wrap is only here for a limited time. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Valid through 3/1/26 at participating McDonald's. Valid once a day. Must opt into rewards. Excludes tax. Delivery prices may be higher than at restaurants. Delivery other fees may apply.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Tonight, low clouds at a low of 58.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
It's Dukes and Bell.
Lord, have mercy.
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans.
Hey, man, I want to give a shout out to a guy listening to us online, Carl in Los Angeles, at an Odyssey.
Nice.
On the Odyssey app.
That's what's up.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Terry. Him and his sister. Sister had a really cool job. She works. We were out at Cabo for guys who missed the show yesterday. We took a long weekend for President's Day, and we were down at Nobu in Cabo, and met these folks at the pool. Brother and sister hanging out.
Okay.
The girl, the boyfriend broke up. Brother's like, well, shoot, I'll jump on this trip. Talk about the perfect. You would love this. She works for Giorgio Armani.
Oh, wow.
Basically, I was thought my job was cool. She basically, in addition to working in New York and L.A. and dealing with celebrities, she helps to run like the Venice Film Festival. I was like, hey, can I get the digits?
Yeah, that's nice.
I'll sleep on a gondola. Anyway. One thing I didn't tell you yesterday, we were talking about all the fun and shenanigans. Young guy, late 20s, works in real estate law in Los Angeles. And so we're hanging out, and we start drinking, at the pool like we often do. And Becky goes, don't do it. Because this guy's he's like 5% body fat.
Yeah.
It's like when Tom Brady got jammed up at the Super Bowl in Tampa. Tequila's not really part of his routine.
Yeah, he gets going.
And Day-Day, Becky did give fair warning she goes, by the way, tell your brother, don't try to go drink with Mike. We kill people doing this. And, well, you have one of those moments where you see the guy at the hotel bar.
Later.
Usually you see this at the old days of rehab at the Hard Rock or any of your favorite beach bars in Vegas, like the Encore Beach. Mm-hmm. I remember the one time, I shouldn't tell the story. Well, no, I won't. Becky will get mad at me. But anyway, when the Raider cheerleaders, remember I told you that they crashed our party and that didn't suck. Well, anyway, in the case, it's too much information and liability, and I'm going to shut up now because I'll get yelled at by my wife. But anyway, at this time, we're hanging out. And I think we're okay. And I'm talking to another group of people from L.A. And I look over, whoosh, face down in the pool.
Oh,
security's got to track.
He's done. He's done.
Down for the count. Well, anyway, he just hit me up on the text, and we exchanged phone number. He goes, well, just let you know that I'm alive.
Oh, that's good.
Because we never saw him again.
Well, yeah. Were you a little nervous?
Not my fault. It's a grown man. Cameras are everywhere. I was like, I was holding this guy down, feeding him tequila.
It was another shot. I know. But good. It's good to know that he's listening out there in L.A.
Yeah, and I can't post a photo, because that'd be rude. But man, that's the girl. That was the girl.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's very sexy.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's 2-piece. Anyway, so I just want to get that out of the way. Appreciate you listening, big man. All right. What's wrong? Did I not show you the pictures? I'll show it to you in a commercial break. All right. Hey, man, guess what? USA, if you don't want to know.
USA!
If you are recording this or you're going to wait to watch the re-air, I presume.
You're not going to tell the score?
I'm just telling you right now. For guys that are big USA hockey fans, it's my favorite sport. We are winning right now against Sweden. 1-0.
USA!
That's right, baby.
Our ladies got a chance too, man.
That's correct. Right now, guys, Connor Hellebuck, if we were still had the Thrashers and the same personnel moves were made, he'd be our goaltender. He's in Winnipeg because, of course, we lost the team up there to Winnipeg. But Hellebuck has been rock solid. It was a Dylan Larkin who plays for the Red Wings in the NHL. He gets basically it's a putback, point blank, boom, right in the crease. We got 30 shots on Sweden. They've been monkeying around with their goalkeepers. They've been struggling. Everybody, again, we're all hoping we get the rematch with Canada. All that juice, Carl, from last year with the Four Nations. And that's what the Olympics and what NBC is begging for. Let's hope we can see this through against Sweden. And we're wearing all the blue unis track. Aren't those cool?
Yeah, they are.
Those are really tight, man. Hey, Day-Day had this story for guys who missed it in Day-Day's Yeah Man, No Man segment. You guys, I don't know if you talked about this with Zeno when I was out, but the whole situation in Kansas State where Jerome Tang got basically fired because he called out his team. The Kansas State coach basically had tremendous success early on with the Wildcats, and then later basically a cobbled together with transfers and mercenaries. It seems like they've quit on this guy. They've tuned him out, and he basically called them all out. And then Kansas State turns around and fires him. And they say with cause, and a lot of legal experts that I saw the other day say, he's going to, though the Kansas State's grandstanding, they're going to have to settle, and they're going to have to pay this guy his contract.
No doubt, Mike. I think because they're saying he criticized the school in the comments in his post-game presser, and that's what they're using or attempting to use, it's a joke. This is, and I think they owe him like $18 million.
Correct.
So this is a joke. He's going to get his money, and it's a shame that it's come to this stuff where schools are trying to find outs in these contracts and he said something bad about us, and that's a clause in the contract. No, it's not. That's ridiculous.
Right. The other thing, and then we played some of this earlier, is that Nick Cronin, the coach for UCLA, was it Xavier, right? It was a Huggy Bear guy. You said he coached with Huggins.
He was at Cincinnati back then.
Yeah, but known as a real hard arse. And this guy, the LA Times, they're just killing him. He basically wants more energy from his players. He's basically instructed, I got to get more effort. They're getting blown out. And one of his guys basically submarines a guy under the basket. He basically takes his own player and throws him out. Mostly gives his own player a tee.
Yeah.
And some people are like, oh, look at that. Coach showing some responsibility. Well, not really. He asked his guys to give more effort. One guy brings some effort on the edge, and then he basically embarrasses him. Then he deals with the media where I thought he was going to swing on this reporter.
He's swinging on Cuz?
Day-Day, is it a student reporter? Because he's talking about the student section. Because the student section was getting after it. So anyway, take a listen.
What was your thoughts in the student section chanting Booker's name?
I could give a rat's about the other team's student section.
Overall, the way that you
I would like to give you a kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked. You really think I care about the other team's
I
student
don't think you care about the other
team. Are you raising your voice at me?
No, I'm just
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Come on, dude.
I'm not raising.
Come on. Yes, you are. Everybody's standing here listening to you. Everybody. This is on camera. They can hear you. I answered the question. I could give a rat's about the other team's student section.
Again, that's a guy right from Michigan State. Bruins get rocked by Michigan State. Cronin's been belly aching because they're terrible on the road, cross-country flights, everything when they cobble together the new Big Ten. And everyone said, well, that'll stink. Not so much for football, but for everybody else. It would be a hassle. The kid was kind of funny. It wasn't like he raised his voice. He had a squeaky voice because he was challenged by the coach. So his voice went up. But I don't think he was. Do you think he was challenging Cronin?
No, and I think Mick made a little bit too much of this whole situation, to be honest with you. And Mike, this is where the emotions they cross over from. He's PO'd at his team,
right?
And then now you want to take it out of, oh, this is a dumb question. It's the dumbest question I've ever had.
Raise your voice at me, young man.
Yeah,
oh, boy.
It was a little bit over the top. Look, you mentioned, who did we mention that was it Doug Gottlieb you said? He's been suspended for a game for his comments about the refs and why he got a technical.
Oh, I hate to see bad things happen to bad people.
But I don't think that's going to happen to Mick Cronin because, again, he's not taking a shot at the officials. He's just going back and forth with the media.
Long-term deal.
So,
yeah. So we'll see. It is interesting to see coaches around college basketball. If they had short fuses, they're even shorter now.
Yeah.
The level of pressure, the landscape changes. We said the same things that apply to football is applied to men's basketball and women's basketball for that matter too. I mean, every coach is just dealing with stuff they've never had to deal with before. Although this guy, they say he's been wrapped tight talking about Cronin. Hey man, I have not watched much of the Olympics, but hockey I'm in for. I'm also into dogs, Carl. Did you see what happened today at a very cool event? It is the, I guess, women's team sprint event. Sweden and USA, they're coming to the wire, and Sweden is leading. And all of a sudden, like this, it looks like, holy cow, Beowulf has just jumped on. This wolf has just jumped on the track. And it's actually a wolf dog, the breed wolf dog. So it's all the cool looks and just awesomeness and size of a wolf with the nice friendly nature of your local dog. And so it's a wolf dog. Anyway, his name is Nazgul, and he snuck into the cross-country skiing sprint, and he basically raced the home stretch with some competitors. And again, they're saying that he ran a pretty good time on that final stretch, that someone should give him a medal. So again, he didn't run the full course.
Right. But
it is kind of cool. Great-looking dog. The camera guys just went nuts. They got a million great angles. If you just Google, dog and Olympics, you'll see the pictures of it. Apparently, according to one of the local Italian papers, the dog actually belongs to a Czech tourist who was staying at an Airbnb nearby, because ski resorts got the houses nearby, and presumed that his dog was just chilling inside a closed room.
And he was out.
He want to get in the action. But apparently there's no problem. Nobody got jacked up. The Czech dog owner and his doggy were later reunited.
That's fair. Yeah, that's cool and awesome at the same time, right? Because nothing happened to the dog. People didn't freak out. He looks a little intimidating, though, right?
It's a good looking. I mean, it's a big dog. We're big dog people, but it's a big dog. I got to check it out there. All right, man. I don't know if Day-Day's familiar because he's younger. I don't know if you remember back in the day. There was an event, and they used to teach this in history, and it would be like referenced in westerns. Donner's Pass. You familiar with Donner's Pass?
Heard of it. Refresh my memory.
Donner's Pass. It's a pass in the Sierra Nevada mountains. It is, I presume, on the border, just inside the California border with Nevada.
Okay.
And back in the day, in 1844, they had folks that were not the Oregon Trail, but they're making it to California, and they kind of got stuck in the Donner Pass because the snowstorm blew in, and they realized they're stuck there, and they ran out of food.
And then?
People started dying. And then they started eating the people.
Oh,
it's a true Story. Daddy's looking at me like, what? Yeah, the Donner Party. It's the Stevens Townsend Murphy Party. Later thought of as the Donner Party. Early in 1846, they found the route blocked by snow, forced to spend the winter on the east side of the mountains. Of the 81 settlers, only 45 survived, with some resorting to cannibalism
because they had no other options.
Correct. And the reason I bring this up is,
would you do that?
Well, I mean.
Because look,
you got barbecue sauce?
We've seen all these movies and people get stranded and everybody always goes, I can do it.
I bet you'd be some good eating with like a spare rib or two.
Hey, man, look, there's some fat that's going to be hearty for you, all right? I'm just telling you. But I will say this, for all the things like I could never do that.
Right.
Survival mode, you'd be surprised.
Right. Years ago when I was working with Pollock, we had this conversation. It was about the rugby team that got stuck in the Andes.
Of course.
And those kids had to resort to cannibalism. They're stuck. And that was like, and Pollock was like, well, you'd be awesome. You got so much fat. It was fatter back then. But you're right. Fat equals flavor.
I just feel like everybody always goes, how could you do that? I hope nobody ever has to endure that. But I'm telling you, like survival mode, there's 6 of us. There's 8 dead. There are only survival.
No, but I mean,
like I know.
But I want to. First, I got to have flame. I got to have some barbecue sauce, maybe some wasabi, some soy sauce.
You know what? You ain't gonna make it.
Who would be the best eating if we had a 92.9 trip and we get stuck and somebody don't make it and we're out of food? I think turtle.
Okay.
I think we could feast on turtle.
Okay.
Day, your thoughts?
That's a good call.
Big Mike too.
Yeah, he's an ex-athlete though, probably sinewy.
Yeah.
So, Mike, is the rugby one? That's not the one because Netflix put out a movie about 2 years ago about a plane crash. This is from like like happened in the 70s.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the same one.
Same one.
Okay.
Yeah, there's been different versions.
It was a Uruguayan rugby club. Now, what kept these guys alive is some of these guys were in amazing shape. The other guys died in the plane crash.
Okay, I didn't know if that was the same one or not. Okay, yeah. Okay.
It was a Uruguayan Air Force Flight 571, but that's the whole story behind that. The reason I bring it up. So Turtle, if you're listening, yeah, man. The key is if you're going to go on a flight that goes over the Andes, make sure you have condiments and a Bic lighter.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, you don't want to eat it raw.
Mike, you don't have a choice.
I know, but you know.
I know what you're saying. You are acting as if we're going into a restaurant and you're ordering all this stuff.
Right.
This is our only choice.
Yeah, I mean, plus,
cut the meat. Let's eat.
I mean, but you do woodworking, right? You're good with a knife and a saw. I mean,
I'm just saying.
I mean, I'm good under the hood. I don't know if I could take apart turtle to eat him if we were stuck in a mountain.
You think turtle's tender? You think he'd be
totally.
tender?
Yeah, it's good and good, like a ribeye. Fat content, good fat and flavor. Fat equals flavor.
Yeah, but the cutting up part. That's the
turtle.
part.
Turtle.
That's the part that would be.
Well, in the movie, that was the part. Like they're cutting their thighs, and I'm like,
yeah.
Anyways,
no, but of all the air staff, I think turtle has the best flavor and the marbling.
Okay. If it came to that,
this is a conversation that's going to get back to him. All right, so why the hell did we go down this road?
Yes.
So you would think if there's too much snow and you're driving on the highway in California and the sign says Donner Pass, maybe don't stop, maybe turn around. You're not going to make it through. Well, that's not the case. Tons of motorists stuck at the Donner Pass. Literally dozens and dozens of cars stuck. No one had to eat anybody. I think one guy had a Snickers in his glove box. They were quickly retrieved by four-wheel drive vehicles and the highway patrol, and they had the big cranes and stuff to get them out of there. But there's a video of this, and it's just carnage because people come flying up, and there's a blizzard and a snowstorm. And I follow this guy from he writes for the San Francisco paper, and he goes, "Lots of motorists stuck at Donner Pass during snowstorm. If only there was some way they could have known." So anyway, there's your guy talk today with a little history thrown in on cannibalism, everybody, on Dukes and Bell.
Yeah. Look, sorry we had to go there. I'm just saying. You know you have those weird conversations
I'm
with your
saying,
friends.
If I'm going up a mountain, I see Donner Pass, and the snow isn't stopping, I'm going back, either to Tahoe or wherever I'm coming from.
Yeah, and everybody right now is like, I just wouldn't eat until you would eat. Everybody's like, I couldn't do it. Okay. Hey, man, want to remind you, Thursday, March 5th, join us, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, for a full day of fun at Bobby Jones Golf Course in Buckhead, guys. We'll be broadcasting live all day long from 9 a.m. through 6, and you can join the fun with buckets of range balls on sale at $9.29. Get it? And after you're done at the range, join us inside at Boone's for a beer flight at $9.29. That's a full day at Bobby Jones Golf Course, guys, in Buckhead, Thursday, March 5th on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. All right, we're coming back. He is still in play. Trust me when I tell you this. Falcon Report's on the way.
Hey, Andy Bunker here from the Midday Show with Andy and Randy, coming up at 11 a.m. on Thursday. The Hawks begin their post-All-Star break portion of the season. We'll talk about what we want to see from them in the home stretch of the season. And Smokin' Joe Patrick stops by in the 1 o'clock hour to talk Falcons with us. It all starts at 11 on the Midday Show with Andy and Randy on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Update time in Midtown. We had a crash on the northbound side of the connector at 17th. All lanes back open again now. Still heavy through the area. Also an update for you in Cobb County. A stalled big rig now out of the way on the westbound side of I-285 outer loop at I-75. New delays with a crash in Clayton County. I-285 eastbound outer loop, the ramp to I-75. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by the Georgia Lottery.
Tonight's Powerball jackpot is $169 million. Powerball players can win millions playing in-store or online at GALottery.com. So you can finally vacation to that luxurious island. Or you could just buy it. Only from the Georgia Lottery.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
The Echo Park Automotive Green Flag Sales Event is here, and it only happens during the Echo Park Speedway Race Weekend. From February 20th through the 22nd, get 2.99% APR for qualified buyers, plus exclusive race tickets and trackside experiences when you buy during the event. See nearly new vehicles, get an instant trade-in offer, and take advantage of these deals that end when the race ends. Join us at Echo Park Speedway or Echo Park Atlanta. Visit echopark.com/sales event for details.
Georgia homeowners, quick question. When was the last time you paid full retail for anything? Not your TV, not your phone, not your car. So why are people still paying full retail for windows? Hey, it's Ray, founder of Window Comfort, and most homeowners don't realize this. Big window brands mark their prices up 30 to 50% just for the name. You're not buying better windows, you're buying their advertising budget. Here at Window Comfort, we cut out the brand tax and we go factory direct. That's how we deliver premium windows for thousands less. And to kick off 2026, we're making it stupid not to check. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, free installation, and no payments until 2028. Don't be the homeowner who paid full price. You have nothing to lose and everything to save. Go to windowcomfort.com and get your free, no-pressure estimate today.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
I'm John Morgan at Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, Atlanta, 191 Peach Street, Atlanta, Georgia. Thou pound law. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it, with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Chick-fil-A's new Frosted Sodas and Floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new Frosted Sodas and Floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new Frosted Soda or Float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new Frosted Soda and Float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
If it matters to an Atlanta sports fan.
Get the latest here first.
It's about us! It's about our strength!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station. It's time for the Falcons Report on Dukes and Bell.
Looking, shoots it for the end zone. Intercepted A.J. Terrell.
All the highlights and interviews you need from the Dirty Birds.
Did he hit the pylon? He did. Touchdown Atlanta.
The best the Falcons have to offer right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
You shall not perish.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Glad to have you with us. More info on the Braves and surgeries that have taken place, surgeries to come for our starting pitchers. and where the Braves currently are when it comes to the matters at hand, and that is expanding this roster, maybe going after a pitcher or two. Walt Weiss had comments talking about this pitching staff and the rotation. We'll get to all of that coming up in about 15 minutes. And the Ronald Acuna conversation, Mike, we had was interesting. A lot of guys agreeing with the assessment that, hey, Ronald's probably going to play his contract out, and he's going to be somewhere else. He'll be 29, I believe, once his contract is done. That's if the Braves pick up that additional, they have a club option.
Right.
But we got into that conversation because a lot of people around baseball are saying, look, Braves need to be looking at paying this guy and go ahead and take care of it before he comes back this season and has an MVP kind of year.
But, as you said, everybody out there, looks at like guys like the Juan Sotos of the world and all the money the Dodgers are throwing at guys. And you're like, well, I mean, Ronald got to feel cheated a little bit, and I don't mean that like he's going to go bellyache to the team. He's been a great player and a great, again, he's been fabulous, nothing to complain about. But, yeah, I mean, if you're the Braves, you said to Carl, coming off, 2 ACLs, missing as many games as he has the last 2 seasons, it's hard to, even cut a check for $250 million. But especially with this Braves team, they won't even cough up $20 million to find somebody to eat some innings and starting pitching.
Look, as much as it pains me, and it will, I don't think Freddie Freeman is regretting anything at this point. He's gone on, guys, and won a couple of World Series, has increased his resume for the Hall of Fame, has had big moments, not only in the World Series, but in the playoffs. And for all the things that he said when he came back, and we made fun because he cried for 3 days. But I don't think Freddie's regretting now how this has played out. And unfortunately, Mike, I think that is what we'll be talking about when it comes time. We're not there yet, but it's getting to that point, Mike, where everybody's talking about it. And it's something that we were discussing earlier today.
Right.
Dukes and Bell, 404-726-0929. Let's talk about somebody that is in play. I'm talking about Kirk Cousins. I know that many of you just believe that this is a situation where the Falcons are going to move on. And I want to tell you what Mike Garofalo said about this because I thought it was interesting. Again, Mike and I have been saying this makes sense. Many of you have been telling us, guys, they're moving on. This is about cutting the money. He's not going to be here. And maybe he's not. But for the Falcons, who can't afford to pay Kirk Cousins to basically assume the same role he has right now, I've said, Mike, I think he's our best option. He's familiar with Kevin Stefanski's offense. And let me ask you this, because this is the part where you think it went wrong. With Matt Ryan now being in charge and Terry Fontenot no longer being here, and whether he thought he got betrayed by Fontenot saying, hey, we're not going to draft a quarterback when they signed him, and then they did, can he put those feelings aside?
Yeah, I mean, where's he going to get his best chance to play and start? See, the problem in it, where I think I would love to see what you're talking about, where I think where the problem starts is they say, well, yeah, we want you to be the starting quarterback until Michael Penix Jr. comes back. And I don't think Kirk's going to play with that. I think he'll say, no, forget it. I think that if you feel that you got to evaluate Penix Jr. and you got to get him time with all the offensive coordinators and everybody we've talked about assembling under Stefanski. But I just think if you're Kirk Cousins, you're not going to be a placeholder. If you're coming to be the quarterback, then he's got to compete with me. You can't compete once the season starts. You don't have time to do the practice element for that.
No.
So I just don't think Kirk Cousins would abide that.
Okay, so here are the options as we see them. Falcons, Dolphins, who are going to move on from Tua. Dolphins are a crap team right now. New head coach, rookie head coach, never has coached in the NFL. You're going to go down to Miami, Mike, just so you can play to lose? The Dolphins, you guys see it. They're dismantling right now, right? The Tyreek Hill thing was a no-brainer coming off the injury. But the Tua situation, they're about to take a huge cap hit to move on from Tua, and you're just going to go down there. That's an option. Or, Mike, you could go to the Vikings, and guess what? You're in the same position you're in here, waiting for a young quarterback to take over at some point.
And the reason you left Minnesota is you didn't want somebody breathing over your shoulder, which is why you got blindsided when we drafted Michael Penix Jr. talking about J.J. McCarthy. So, I mean, look, unless we're completely off on Penix Jr.'s timetable, we're under the impression he's going to play quarterback. Again, we got all excited when Zach Klein did that conversation a few weeks ago where he made it sound like he was ahead of schedule, and now he's apparently just on schedule, but that doesn't necessarily mean he'll be ready to go week one. I don't know. Unless Kirk is, to your point, unless there's other options that aren't yet available to us because somebody's going to be cut, released. I've seen Kyler Murray linked to the Jets. I've seen Malik Willis linked to the Dolphins, but who knows?
Yeah, and that's why I say it's not as if he won't have options, but are those options better than potentially being somewhere that you know the coach and you know the system, and these guys will potentially have your back just more?
Well, okay, so I'll take the bait. What if this team, Matt Ryan, like they don't make it 9 years without the playoffs?
And by the way, let me. The caveat here is for all of you who are concerned about this quarterback thing.
All right,
here's your answer.
All right, so if Matt Ryan comes in his first year as team president, Ian Cunningham is GM, first year Stefanski, you don't want to be 9 years of not making the playoffs. Is there a mindset in Flowery Branch that as Michael Penix Jr. continues to evolve and do all the film study and work and do everything he can do other than throw a football because of his knee, that Kirk Cousins would play the whole season and is your guy? Because you did win. He had a 4-game win streak to end the season. Mm-hmm. There were elements that were working. He can do all the things that Penix Jr. has struggled with. As yet, we don't know he can do. In other words, being under center.
I
don't know. I don't know. We think they'd roll with that?
Well,
because you're wasting all that. It's not your mistake, but you're wasting Penix Jr. in the prime of that first 5-year deal.
Well, yes, the rookie deal, but you are not paying him also $45 or $50 million.
Right.
You can live, if you wanted to, Mike, with not playing him and it not costing you in financially in a way that it might cost you down the road. 404-726-0929. And let me say this, too, about the Cousins thing. As far as, Cousins lost his job because of the lack of performance. But now we saw at the end of the season, and this was not a great offense, by the way, that he was still able to perform at a level that helps you win games. I think Matt Ryan, I think Ian Cunningham, and everybody in that organization right now has to look at themselves and say, who gives us the best chance to win? And if it is for whatever reason not Michael Penix in the first 4 weeks, Mike, and it is Kirk Cousins, and let me ask you this. What if this scenario plays out and Cousins does come back and we are winning and we're 5-1, Mike, to start the season?
You're not going to bench him for a guy coming off a knee surgery.
That's my point.
Look, I've always thought that they're going to, King Solomon going to split the baby. That they'll just go with a guy like Flacco. Flacco would start the first month of the season, and Penix Jr. would take over. And you hope that you're going to address those things that we need to address. As far as another corner, a defensive tackle, another wide receiver. Now, are they going to hold on to Mooney? You going to cut Mooney? I don't know. I mean, we'll talk more about that as we get closer to the cut dates. I know we've talked about tagging. The other side of that is who are we going to drop off the roster?
I really want to know for the Mooney situation, right? Everybody's situation is different. Why was there such a fall off? Was it just the shoulder? Well, if it was just the shoulder, Mike, and you're telling me he's going to come back and be 100%, that's great. But I got to tell you, I was 5 yards away when he dove for that ball the first day of practice. And there's no reason not to think that potentially couldn't happen again. Now, it wasn't an effort thing. He was going for the ball, trying to make a play. But that freak way that he landed on his shoulder cost him this season.
Right.
Was it just the shoulder injury or was it the makeup of the offense? And there were times last year, we go to these games, guys. We know you guys watch. Balls were thrown and it was like, he didn't make plays.
Yeah, it was a broken collarbone. They slow rolled it. They said it was an upper body issue. Then we found out from Coach, it was a broken collarbone. Yeah. Then he had the hamstring. Then he had a rib injury. So all of that, is all, and it just he didn't pass the eye test. He wasn't coming back crisply. His routes, he wasn't doing all. Every once in a while, he'd have a catch, but he was like the impact was negligible. I just looked it up. The dead money hit, the cap hit. If you cut him, it's $18.4 million. So I mean that's now again.
What do you save though?
Yeah, the savings. His base is 10. So is that net 8?
Okay.
We looked that up today because, again, we already discussed Uncle Mike did not take Econ 101
because that's the real question. Is the savings worth making the move to go ahead and cut him?
Right.
And these are the decisions that they're going to have to make before free agency starts. But, yeah, Mike, that's my question about Mooney. When you ask me, do I want him back, I want to know what was the cause of him not being the performer we saw the season before when Kirk Cousins was quarterbacking and we felt like, you know my phrase, what's up, Darnell? Because he was showing up game after game.
I found it on Spotrac. Cutting Mooney in the offseason pre-June 1, we saved 7.4 to 7.5 in cap savings.
So 8. Okay. All right. I'm curious to see where they go with that.
11. So 11 million. Basically, you're splitting the difference. 11 million in dead money for a guy that for guys who are new to the show, when we picked him up, it was Kirk Cousins, a suggestion because he's familiar with him in the NFC North. And I go to Carl, I go, who the is Darnell Mooney? And then like last year, nearly had 2 years ago, nearly had 1,000 yards.
Right.
And unfortunately, last year he went back to what he was in Chicago, which is a guy that was inconsistent and couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah. And it hurt us because we didn't have other options at that wide receiver. No one, especially after they cut, what was the guy? Who am I thinking of? That Rock cut and they let go and it became an issue. Who am I thinking of, Day-Day?
Ray.
Thank you, Ray McLeod.
Yeah, Ray
Once Ray was gone, then we didn't have
Right.
another option out there.
Good pull.
404-726-0929. You guys can let us know what you think. I'm not telling you it's going to happen. All I'm telling you is still a possibility.
I got to be honest with you. Coming off, I am glad. I am definitely trying to be as positive as possible because we all know what Michael's been going through. Hearing all these people saying he can't do the job,
for sure.
You know, and it's a shame because the timing is as the worst as possible, and it does give some Falcon fans pause, knowing he won't be ready potentially for Week 1 unless things.
But Mike,
I would wait. But I would rather have. I mean, personally, I'd rather have Cousins for the whole season than Flacco for a month, and then Penix Jr. to see what he can do.
Yeah, I just feel like, guys, we can't wait till Week 1 to make a decision.
If that's an option, there's still a chance. I know you guys have said they've moved the money, and most capologists say Cousins is gone, and there is a tiny opportunity for them to restructure and bring him back.
They could. I'm just telling you, like, is he still in play? Ruben in Douglasville wants to talk about this here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It's Dukes and Bell. Ruben, man, what do you think?
Hey, man, how you guys doing, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey. So my thing is, I think that you got to get rid of Cousins, honestly, because him and Penix are two different types of quarterbacks. Like you just noted, too, Penix is good throwing outside the numbers. Cousins is better at throwing inside the numbers. One has a stronger arm. I don't think it's any any accident that the play call was different when you had Cousins in there as opposed to Penix, just because they're two different types of quarterbacks. I wouldn't mind seeing a guy like Aiden O'Connell maybe get picked up for us, like a cheap, viable option, not a threat to Penix and a starting job in the future. But he's good for 4 games. If you check his stats, man, he was pretty decent as a starter. You know what I mean? But you got to get Cousins out of there because he's just the polar opposite quarterback than the one you got for the franchise.
Ruben, you make a great point. Let me ask you this, though. Are we confident that Michael Penix is going to be able to do the things they want him to do in this offense? Because Kirk Cousins has already ran this. He's already done this. Stefanski, Kevin O'Connell, he's already done those things. They know he can do it. Do you think that Michael Penix is going to be able to? Because that's the question that people are asking.
I honestly do think he's going to be able to do it. I think he was getting more and more comfortable with a play caller like Zach Robinson. The footwork from under center, I think that's just elementary to be a pro football quarterback. You have to learn under center first.
Yeah, but nobody. Sorry to cut you off. Nobody really does that from college. And Penix Jr., for whatever reason, they didn't trust him to do it. We asked Coach, and he said he's just not comfortable with it. Said some guys are comfortable, and that's why. Even though they're both pocket passers, one guy's got to operate primarily out of the shotgun, which was going to have to change in the Stefanski offense.
But Ruben, I do like the O'Connell reference. That is an interesting name. Appreciate you, man, listening in Douglasville, dude, and thank you for listening and certainly calling in.
Well, what do you think of Easton Stick? Is he just? He started games for the Chargers.
He did. I said I don't know if that.
He's
does
here.
that make you feel comfortable if Easton Stick's got to start the first 4 or 5 games? That's what I'm asking.
Well, and some guys will say, well, what the heck's Flacco? Flacco's the same age as Matt Ryan.
He is. But he can still deliver the rock.
And he did last year. Technically, he's a Pro Bowler, Carl.
Nice pull. Hey, man, coming up, we will talk about our Braves and get you caught up on the latest. A couple of surgeries happening. We'll tell you about it on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
It's a busy afternoon for sure. We're going to start with a crash here on the eastbound side of I-20 at Riverside Parkway, blocking your left lane. A crash getting cleaned up downtown on the connector northbound at 17th off on the right shoulder. And we have a stalled vehicle in Columbus on J.R. Allen Parkway eastbound at Bradley Park Drive. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
What do you need? Reliable has you covered. All right, so you're like, you know what? I just need a repair, Dukes. I don't need a new system. I hear you talking about that all the time. Fine. Go to the website, reliableair.com, click repair. Oh, you need a maintenance? Okay, guess what? Go to the website, reliableair.com, and click schedule maintenance. Oh, you need a new system? Okay. You go to the website at reliableair.com and click need new estimate, system estimate. Guys, they've got you covered at 770-594-9969. The reason is pretty simple. They've been in business since 1978. Reliable offers all the plans, guys, heating, cooling services, plumbing, electrical, with exceptional reliability and customer service. I'm speaking firsthand because I know. They've been to my home, and they've taken care of my family. And the cool thing is, ask about Comfort as a Service, the hassle-free way to get energy-efficient heating and cooling systems, water heaters, and those big-ticket items. And, guys, it's an unbeatable lifetime warranty. Trust me when I tell you they've got you covered. 770-594-9969. It's reliableair.com.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Presented by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. Don't be fooled by the NFL salary cap. Yes, teams are, quote, up against it. But then you see moves like the Chiefs today that restructure quarterback Patrick Mahomes' contract and create about $44 million in space out of thin air. Good teams know how to do this year in and year out. The only exception is when you give a bad quarterback a ridiculous contract. I'm Adam Abdallah.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match, Saturday. Atlanta United opens the season at Cincinnati.
Game time 4:45.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Discover what happens when rugged capability meets true performance. It's the perfect balance of quality, dependability, power, and style. Learn more at kia.com. Kia, movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 300 megabit internet plus Security Edge for $74 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. For a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
The Hawks bring the action, and the kids bring the hype.
Jalen. Down the plate. Tomahawk that baby.
For the kids' game on February 22nd, Dyson Daniels and the Hawks host Michael Porter Jr. and the Nets at State Farm Arena.
Johnson to a Conklin with the throwdown. And the Keel pokes it away. He comes up with the basket.
This is Atlanta basketball. All energy, no let-up. Hawks versus Nets, kids game, presented by Georgia Aquarium. Lock in your seats now at hawks.com/tickets.
Make a hearty Korean-style beef bowl with ingredients from Whole Foods Market. Get 15% off bone-in beef short ribs with Prime through February 24th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all
my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
We're gonna get going. Let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
By the way, Kirk told us he listens to sports radio.
I'm, you know me, I'd prefer, my first option would have Kirk back for the whole season. That's just where I'm at.
I only bring that up, Mike, to just say, and he owned it because he was like, in the offseason I listened, and then I couldn't listen because we were getting after him.
We always had fun with Kirk, and, he's a good dude, and you've heard I thought we had a great interview later in the season in December. That was great.
He's listening.
Hey, man. I bet he's kicking back on his big screen watching USA and Sweden right now.
I bet you he is. He's a big hockey dude, man.
Yeah.
He's a big
one of the first
fan.
Conversations we have with Kirk is, when are we going to get hockey in this town? And there was an article, I don't know if that was AJC or Atlanta Business Chronicle, but somebody sent it to me on Twitter or X, basically saying just, the $1 billion plus expansion fee, and the idea that, the two competing interests up the 400 corridor, is the NHL going to give us a shot at this? Or, look, we all love hockey. Carl's laughing because I'm like a little kid watching this USA-Sweden game taken down with less than 4 minutes to go.
USA!
But, and again, you know how it is. It's like every possession, every second, is like, ah. But anyway, I don't want to jinx, I'm not going to say anything, I want to jinx it. But, I love hockey. I miss it so much. I told you, I'm going out to St. Pete for the Grand Prix at the end of the month. We got tickets for the Lightning, me and the dude. You're going to see the Lightning play the Sabres.
Look, I've said this for many years, for those who didn't grow up around it, and I certainly didn't. I didn't love it until I was in Dallas and watching the Stars, and being there live. There's nothing like it. And you have a new appreciation for it when you watch this sport live, and you realize how big and strong and fast and quick, Mike, these guys are on skates, and certainly how skilled they are. But look, we want to rule the Olympics. Mike and I said this, or at least, look, I haven't watched every single thing of the Winter Olympics, but this I'm watching. I'm going to watch our ladies try to capture gold, right? There are certain things that I've tried to pay attention to because the history involved with this, Mike, and Team USA and hockey, man. So, no, I'm all about it. But I'll say this real quick about us getting hockey. The NBA guys, within 3 years, is going to expand. They're going to be in Las Vegas, which is insane to me, because 20 years ago, nobody wanted to be in Las Vegas, and they're about to have all the major sports.
Right.
They've got the NHL. They're about to have the A's, which is MLB. They're going to get an NBA team, and they already have the Raiders. Mike, they're also probably going to give Seattle a team back. My point is, the NHL is going to do the same thing, and I think we are going to have a chance. I'm not telling you we're going to get it, but all this smoke, it's real. I do think we're going to have a chance to get it back.
I mean, Houston has been mentioned. They've talked about, again, it's a major city. It's a large city. It's just like us. It's a little bit. It's like us on steroids. You live there, but yeah, Houston keeps getting mentioned. I just love that opportunity. I know there's so many folks up in that neck of the woods that would love it. Again, if you live on the south side, it's a schlep. I don't know if you can afford and manage season tickets making that kind of hike, but I know that I would be into it. I would. One of those things I hope we get on this station, because I would just be bananas over it.
It would be great. Hey, man, let's talk about our Braves. Couple of things, surgeries we need to tell you about, because this went down today, and it's kind of where we started the show and talking about what's going on with the Braves and this pitching staff. Schwelly had surgery today, and Waldrop is also going to have surgery on Monday. The Braves have not said whether or not, what the situation as far as their return dates are going to be. But the bottom line is, Mike, these are injuries to your starting rotation with Spencer Schwellenbach and Hurston Waldrop. They require procedures that are going to keep them out of this rotation probably at the minimum, let's just say 2 months. Let's just say everything is fine and they heal perfectly and everything is great. Then they got to work their arms back up, get the strength they need. Let's just say 2 months, but it could be longer than that. Here's Walt Weiss talking about the injuries and his perspective on the other pitchers.
These guys are good at reading the writing on the wall. I mean, we're going to help them prepare every day and get the best version of all these guys, and they'll go out and perform, and they'll let us know who's ready to jump into the rotation. But yeah, that stuff. I mean, there may be a conversation here and there, but these guys know what the deal is, and again, we don't know, the nature of Waldrop's situation, right now, as far as the extent of it. So we'll have more answers in a few days, I think.
All right, man. Mark Bowman from MLB reporting that Schwellenbach's procedure was for bone spurs, and Waldrop's is for loose bodies. Okay. Gabe Burns has it too from the AJC. Okay. Well, I mean, with the loose bodies, as we said, it's not like it's kidney stones. It's bone chips in your elbow or somewhere. But yeah, both guys. It looks like Hurston Waldrop undergoes procedure on Monday. Schwellenbach did it, and I guess they'll both be on 60-day IL, TFN.
They will be. And, again, they could come off earlier, but that's the designation has been set. And that's the longer IL, by the way. Let's hear Walt Weiss, the manager of the Braves, talk about how these injuries are just part of it, and he has to accept it.
Yeah, look, I don't get too crazy about this stuff. I've been around long enough to know that every team deals with this. And there's going to be teams, talking about this same thing around the league that I'm talking about as it relates to pitchers. So, I mean, there's nothing you can do. I mean, these guys get hurt doing what they do. I mean, you go out there and pitch enough, at some point, something's liable to happen. So, yeah, I don't beat my head against the wall with stuff like this. I just know it's part of the deal. I wish it hadn't happened, but. We gotta, put our head down and keep going.
Now we don't have the, but you do have the pauses like Snit. Because they sat next to each other for nearly a decade.
It did sound a little bit there like him, a little bit. Look, it's not the same voice, but the way that he comes off at the end there, where nothing I can do about it. Right. I mean, like that's total Snit.
Hope it works out. But no, the thing is, that you need more pitching, because as Carl pointed this out, I mean, when you have the younger guys, there's only so many times they can go down before eventually you lose them. There's only times they can go back and forth between the majors and the minors. And, we've gone through, a lot of pitchers that have had opportunities. And let's be honest. I mean, for instance, do you trust Elder? Do you trust Bryce Elder? I mean, we know he's been there, but it's just, it seems like just when you think he's getting it dialed in, it becomes home run derby. And you got Joey Wentz as a younger guy. He'll get his opportunity. We were just saying earlier in the show, do you think that part of the reason that Alex is saying he was going to address starting pitching but hasn't is knowing this was coming or not? I don't know. That might be part of it. Or bigger picture, just maybe not feeling this is a team that's worth investing that kind of money in, knowing maybe we're not a team that can get to the championship.
Yeah, look, I think, and this is not my philosophy, because I'm a kind of guy that I want to win at all costs, and I'll go in, and even if it costs me later, I'm willing to take the chance early. They're not willing to take the chance right now because they don't know what kind of team they got. And I'm not saying that Austin Riley's not good or Money Harris is not good. I do think we have a really good everyday lineup, but they got to show up. And half this lineup's got to stay healthy. And I'm talking about the everyday players. Forget about the pitching. Can we score runs? What we struggled with last year? Scoring runs.
Well, you said it. I mean, look, the Braves, they can always turn to the fans and say, look, we have these guys we invested in. Austin Riley needs a monster year. He's got to give us 150 plus, 145, whatever your number is, plus games, and get back to being the slugging machine he was. You need Money Harris, and I apologize for repeating myself, but Money Harris can't just be 2 months out of the season that he's raking. He's got to come out of the gate. I know you said you don't want to read too much into it, but be curious to see how Money Harris hits down in spring training, so he's ready to rock. And
Look,
when I'm watching him play the Royals,
having a rhythm versus not. The worst thing I used to hear from guys is like, "Yeah, how you feel?" And guys would be like, "I'm not there yet." And what they were telling you is, it's going to take a month for me during the regular season to kind of get my swing to where I want it to be. It's not an announcement. It's just, okay, I'm not quite yet leaving spring training. Other guys be like, man, I feel great. My rhythm's there. And they come out, Mike, and all of a sudden, they're going 3 for 4 in the first game. And you're like, man, you got it. You don't know. But, yeah, that's what we're hoping is that Money is going to be hot. One other thing from Walt Weiss, the manager of the Braves, as we talk about our Braves guys, talking about the opportunity in the rotation. And this gets back to you asking me about Elder and some of the other names, right? Wentz. Well, this is how the manager sees it.
Well, yeah, I've talked about it the last few days here about pitching depth and how it always gets tested, and it's it's full steam ahead. It's you hug on these guys that get hurt, and you get alongside of them. But again, there's opportunity in camp. There always is every year.
Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. Look, the best case scenario is Schwelly and Waldrip recover. The Braves are above 500 while these guys are out, and the remaining starters outside of Strider and Sale perform really well. And guess what? And then you get reinforcements when these guys come back, and it works itself out. Worst case scenario is you have more additional injuries, Mike, and now you go, okay, we have no choice but to go try to address another starter or two. That's the worst, because all these starters guys were hurt for at least a month last year.
Right. Everybody who was a starting pitcher last year got hurt. Ronaldo Lopez, you're banking on him coming back. You're relying on Spencer Strider to be consistent for an entire season. And I'm not saying he's ever going to get back to being 99, 100, but a lot of ifs there. Hey, man, I started talking so positively about Team USA, and I should have shut up.
Why?
Oh, man. My guy from the Rangers, Mika Zibanejad. Not many Iranian, Swedish guys in the world, Carl. But, he scored the goal to tie it. And they do this crazy 3-on-3 overtime in the Olympics.
Yeah, I see it.
So it's wide open. Canada beat the Czech Republic in the same situation. So now we're 3-on-3 and the first goal wins. So USA hanging on. It's going to be rough now. This ain't our... They're speedy on Sweden. So now I'm
you
nervous.
should have never brought this
up. I should have just shut up. I was feeling good. I told Dady, we look good. We should have poise. It's me. Blame me.
All right, man. We're coming back. It's Dukes and Bell.
Mush.
Now, your game traffic. Powered by Ken Nugent, George's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
A lot of traffic today and a couple of updates. One in Cobb County, a crash on the eastbound side of I-20 right next to Six Flags, blocking the left lane, has cleared. That left lane back open again. In Clayton County, a crash on the I-285 eastbound outer loop ramp to I-75 has cleared from the right lane. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Hey, man, Mike Bailey for D. Geller and Son, guys. Spring will be here before you know it. Look how nice the weather is already. Spring and love is in the air. And D. Geller's got you covered with no interest financing available if you're looking to get that rock and put a ring on your girl's finger. Guys, D. Geller and Son with 0 APR for 12 months. Affordable luxury. You can pre-apply online at dgeller.com. Or better yet, go see the super friendly folks at their 2 locations, Barrett Parkway and Kennesaw Roswell Road in Sandy Springs. Reason why I buy all this stuff for my wife at D. Geller and Son, I just like the way they do their business. I like the value, I like the selection, I like the price, and I really like the sales staff because, when I went to get engaged, I didn't know much about like the size of the ring and everything else and the cut. We know who the designers were, and they've got all the designers. They can even design the ring to your specs. They can basically do something that only is unique to you and your wife. So how about that? Get the details at D. Geller and Son for engagement. It's a reason since 1939. So many folks in Metro Atlanta go to D. Geller and Son. Also, guys, tennis bracelets, diamond stud earrings, even watches for the dudes. DGeller.com. Since 1939, where Atlanta goes to get engaged.
This report brought to you by the Auto Trader 400, February 22nd at Echo Park Speedway.
This is Echo Park Speedway, the hottest track in NASCAR. And this February 22nd, the Auto Trader 400 takes over Atlanta. 3 days of tailgates, camping, and full throttle fun. Get tickets at EchoParkSpeedway.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits. Enjoy 24-hour access at most clubs when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends February 27th.
Planet Fitness is the official fitness center of the Atlanta Hawks.
See Club for details.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees. And I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G. And no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Oh, I know that look. That's the look of a smiley who's been thinking something big. I knew it. Oh, a note. What's it say? Oh. Smiley wants you to know that most companies would like to come in and have you replace your furnace. I agree, Smiley. Just because something has some years on it doesn't mean you go throwing it away. Yes, R.S. Andrews has a better idea. See, it's Smiley's policy that their technicians will always repair your furnace before they ever think about replacing it. Good point, Smiley. That only comes with years of furnacing know-how, going all the way back to 1968. Wow. Oh, you look great. Point is, you can likely get many more years out of your furnace when you have R.S. Andrews Fix Her Up. Everybody's watching their pennies right now, so let's watch that furnace and AC system before an unexpected big expense shows up. You know it. R.S. Andrews can get more life out of your furnace than even the manufacturer expected. Good time to find out more at rsandrews.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important. That your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You will still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price of gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed. Just $50 a month, plus get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.92 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. The proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Dukes and Bell. Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foy & Associates Personal Injury Law.
It's great moments that literally just happened. Hey, the biggest year ever in soccer in Atlanta, it is going to happen this year. So be sure to join Jason Longshore every Tuesday night for Atlanta Soccer Tonight. Jason has you covered all season long on the latest with Atlanta United news, plus he's keeping tabs on the international soccer scene. Guys, it's Tuesday nights on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, available the next day at the Off the Woodwork podcast on Odyssey. Mike, give the disclaimer because we got to talk about it.
Yeah, if you're going to just wait for the, re-air on one of the NBC Peacock platforms, or you just you want to not know just yet on hockey. Hold it. Okay. USA won. In overtime, 3-on-3. I was nervous. I'm sure. I'm like a little kid watching hockey. But Quinn Hughes plays defense for the, I guess it's the Minnesota Wild now, uncorks one. And I was nervous because they go to this format. Canada had a really high-pressure situation against the Czech Republic, but we advance now in the next round. This was single elimination. So if you lost this, you're out. So, yeah, man, just big win for Team USA. And now it's us versus Slovenia. Canada takes on Finland. And that's the semis. And, man, what a match. Unbelievable matchup. And just gets us more juice, as we said, for, the buzz, which continues, certainly for folks up the 400 quarter, for North Atlanta, all of Atlanta, if we could ever get hockey back in this town.
No doubt. Very exciting. The good news is we advance, we move on, and, Mike, trying to get to that gold medal match,
right?
Man.
So we're in the semis, and again, one more win, and it's a rematch of that amazing NHL Four Nations last year that had everybody talking about the fisticuffs and the drama with us in Canada.
All right, we'll see. This is something we're certainly paying attention to. The ladies play tomorrow, by the way, and we'll keep you updated. But that literally just went down, and Mike and I are in here just, it's – and the fans that have made their way there, it's cool, man. Flags, USA, we always say this. It's one of those things like this brings us together because we always want to dominate in all these sports, and certainly – and this was a physical match, by the way.
Right.
This was a physical game.
They were getting after it. There was a few moments there. Again, it's they try to keep the guys from dropping the gloves, obviously in international, but there was some chippiness in this matchup. But yeah, it's just as a guy that loves hockey, it's just, man, if we could ever get back the Thrashers, as you know, Carl, it was star-crossed. The ownership group, that Atlanta Spirit LLC. You just wonder if the NHL will ever give us another shot at it because how many cities get three strikes, right? Or three chances to make a hockey team work.
Very, very rare. And look, I think anybody and everybody knows, just like with any professional sports, there are bad ownership groups. But when your team leaves, it's so devastating, Mike. And that's the part where you go, all right, you don't think you're ever going to get it back. But very interesting stuff there that happened at the Olympics. It's Dukes and Bell, guys, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. As we wrap things up here today, and there's just a lot going on. And tomorrow, another big show for you starting at 2 o'clock. But I did want to mention this because as the Hawks get back to it tomorrow, and they're in Philly, Mike, currently we have the best odds to land the number 1 overall pick. So right now, it's that Pelicans, right? That Pelicans deal that everybody's been talking about. We have an 18.5% chance over the Kings, who have a 14% chance, and the Wizards, who have a 14% chance, the Pacers and the Nets. Those are the teams that we're competing with. And by the way, we're not tanking. We're trying to make the playoffs. It's just the deal has allowed the Pelicans, who were supposed to, it was depending on how many games they were going to win and whether they were going to be a playoff team or not. Bottom line is, right now, heading into the second half of the season, we've got the best odds. And the only reason I bring that up is, if in fact that happens, it could be a game changer for this franchise. Even with what we've seen with Ricochet, and I know you're not completely sold on Ricochet because with the way he's played as of late.
Well, it's just, as we know, it's just some Hawks fans would say, look, tough luck. We have, not the first pick when Wemby, a generational talent, goes, and then Cooper Flagg, another generational talent, goes, and then we had the choice of Alexander Sarr or Ricochet. And it just seems, for whatever reason, Quinn Snyder doesn't really like his game, and he was a fill-in for the Future Stars game, and Ricochet was like, nothing. It's over 5.
Right.
So, eventually he's going to grow into it, we think. Look, if that draft might just be a bad draft. If you look at it.
I know.
And I know it takes 4 years for some guys to develop. You usually figure the Europeans develop a little bit quicker. But, yeah, if Ricochet can turn into what we thought he might be, then you add, Kuminga. By the way, when is Kuminga going to play for this team?
Good call. They just put out a statement saying that he is going to be reevaluated in a week. So don't expect to see him tomorrow. The Hawks just put this out earlier today. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you brought that up, Mike, saying that Kuminga is going to be reevaluated, and I think it'll be probably another week before we get a chance to see him. But I thought coming out of the All-Star break that he would be ready. It doesn't feel that way. As a matter of fact, here's the update from the Atlanta Hawks forward, Jonathan Kuminga, who sustained a left knee bone bruise while playing for Golden State, is progressing in his rehabilitation, but he'll be reevaluated approximately in 1 week, and updated will be provided.
Okay.
So,
I mean, we just talked about it. A lot of guys are on other teams now, and they're still not playing yet. So they're kind of pacing themselves after Mark Cuban said tanking is what you need to do anyway. Now, but we're a team which I think we thought we could sort of add some pieces, and we did, and maybe we could still get out of this play-in rut. But, the big picture is to get to you. If we have the odds of that number one pick, man, it's that as good as you say it is, and it stays that way, and the Pelicans continue to flounder, man. Then you get the transformative piece. You want the big man first and then the point guard?
No, I think you got to go. Look, that's the piece that just stirs the drink, right? I think we need. I know Jalen's been handling the ball, and he's shown that if you feel like, Mike, okay, Jalen is going to be the point forward, right?
Right.
That Scottie Pippen role where he's just going to run the offense whenever you need him to, and you feel comfortable with that, great. Then you go get the best player, whoever it is. The best player at one, I don't care if it's the Kansas kid, whoever you think of, the BYU, doesn't matter. But if you're trying to fit a specific need and you say, hey, this is what our team is missing, and we're about to draft this point guard, let's just say, and he's going to be our guy for the next decade,
right.
That is the guy that can control all of this and set everybody up. And look, we always want shooting, but this draft is good, man. If we get the number one pick just a few years after we had it, that's going to be really insane for the Hawks.
Yeah, but again, you would think that, it just, our dumb luck that Reece Shea has been, a bit of a mystery. The one thing I look for is, do you want to see him get more minutes and just figure it out? Or that's my beef sometimes with Snyder is we've got to get this guy on track, or at least know one way or the other, or blank or get off the pot, with him. And some would say, no, the ceiling for him is what? To be a solid, athletic, inconsistent perimeter shooter that plays good defense?
Yeah, but with his size, you would think that he could be a lot more than that. Like, yeah, I don't know. When you say like average or decent, I suspect, look, Reece Shea, we've seen it. He can put it on the floor. He can score at the basket.
Special, ladies and gentlemen.
I want him to be special, but he's not.
Remember what was it's been so long now.
What's that?
What was the comp? Was it Harrison Barnes? I think we talked about
for
Reece Shea. If he was great, if he really turned out pretty well.
Harrison Barnes is a really good shooter, man. He's a really good shooter. I just,
you know what? I'll Google it. AI will tell me.
Yeah, I don't know if you put limitations on what he could be.
The comps were, I looked it up, Cam Johnson, Harrison Barnes, Michael Porter Jr.
Michael Porter Jr., okay. And that's a guy you wanted to trade for earlier this year, right? Wasn't that when we talked about him? Yeah, Darren Peterson is the kid at Kansas that everybody's talking about. And he is, my only concern is, bro, he's not locked into college. And I know you're going to say, well, why would he be? He's going to be a first-round pick. You can't play 30 games, right? You can't show up for 34 games. I don't need you coming here, and there's already questions about whether or not you have a commitment to show up night in and night out, regardless of your ability, regardless of how talented you are. That's all.
Right. But no, Kuminga, when we get him, you want to see Kuminga on the floor. I want as large a sample size as possible because there's always a chance he splits. Because as you said, he was not exactly his team, his camp, whatever his reps weren't really stoked when they found out he was coming to Atlanta, despite his familiarity with Ansi Saleh, the GM. But it's okay. The All-Star break is coming on. Now is when everybody steps it up, finds that other gear, and everybody seems to play a little more, and the games seem to matter more, right?
A little bit more. Hey, I want to mention this because we're dealing with our own James Pierce Jr. situation. Did you see this about the Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice?
What happened?
An ex-girlfriend has filed a civil lawsuit. Now it's civil. Alleging that he repeatedly, Mike, assaulted her during an 18-month span between 2023 and 2025. Now, remember, Rashee Rice is also the guy that was racing, wrecked a car, and almost killed people on the freeway and then left the scene and got suspended. She is seeking more than $1 million.
Right.
The attorney for Rashee Rice has put out a statement and said, look, under oath, she said he didn't do the things that even she's claiming he did. And the statement reads, on October 9th, 2025, well after the party's relationship had ended, Miss Jones stated under penalty of perjury in a sworn affidavit that Mr. Rice,
which is more than just threatening somebody. If it's just a money grab, you're going for it, and you say it's happened.
Yes, she says, Mr. Rice and I had a verbal argument, but he did not punch me. We will allow the legal process to run its course and have no further comment at this time. So they're already disputing like this is just a money grab. But nevertheless, I say all this to say, man, look, we're dealing with James Pierce Jr. They're dealing with Rashee Rice. The Chiefs could easily go, Mike, we stood by you the first time. I know it's a civil suit, but it's a different burden of proof. We understand that. But this is just bringing unwanted attention and more to the Chiefs organization from a guy that's really talented. And look, they did. The offense changed when he got back. There's no difference. He's a difference maker. But it's just another thing that you add on with the Rashee Rice thing. I say that to say I'm curious as we get back to the Falcons and James Pierce Jr., they've really had no comment or stance on where this is.
Right. I mean, now the NFL will look into this. They'll have their people look into Rashee Rice, and he's already now he's a one-time offender, different set of circumstances. If you could looked it up, and I looked up everywhere, there is no court date. Nothing is set for when James Pierce Jr. goes to court in Miami-Dade County. So, and that's the thing. When would it be in the middle of the season? Is the NFL going to step up when their investigation is done, which again moves very slowly, and they're going to say he's suspended? Now the NFL knows more than we do, obviously, and everything that happened down there. As much probably the Falcons know more, obviously, than we do. But the question you raised the other day is, if he hasn't been charged, he's been charged, but he hasn't had his day in court, do you allow him to dress, play, practice the whole shebang? Because it's as bad as it looks right now. It's still America. You're still innocent until proven guilty. But there's some folks who would say, look, the nature of it and the fact that it was your ex-girlfriend and you were stalking her, some people out there will say they don't want him out there.
And I get it. I do. We all have our varying opinions about where this should go, but I totally get it.
Look, I just want to see the guy get right, But again, there may be the penalty that's unavoidable in this. And as we talked with our legal experts, they don't feel that he has a way to maybe plea bargain out of this.
All right, man. We got a big show tomorrow starting at 2. Turtles coming up tonight. He's got a full 4. All right, stay tuned for that. We got to get out of the way and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat
on Sports Radio 92.9. The Game.
Hey, man, appreciate you guys being here. It was funny because today Mike was literally going from station to station to station. Kind of started off, we were in like a prickly mood. Well, would you agree with that?
Well, my computer station was malfunctioning. Then I sat in a chair and Knox, our video director, goes, now they can't see you on TV. So then... But we figured it out.
We did.
So, Carl, we're literally we are Dukes and Bell. We are left to right on your radio dial right now, as Wes would say.
Yeah, man. So, look, thank you guys for being here. Day doing all the things. O is back tomorrow. So, full team will be here, but great job behind the glass. Stay tuned. Turtles got you covered, man. Congratulations again to Team USA. Hockey squad advancing. Can we get to the gold medal?
Yes.
That's the question. All right, Mike, let's get out of here, man, and clear your throat.
Hey, man, I was telling Carl I meant to mention it in Guy Talk because it's sad, but it's a tremendous milestone for the sport. 25 years ago today, Dale Earnhardt on the last lap hits turn 4 and passes away. I was on the radio. I was working with John Kincaid on a Sunday, the old station back in the day, and like so many folks, you're just like, well, that ambulance is kind of moving slow. And then once the news came out, it was just so shocking. But the sport's never been the same. The bigger, larger-than-life personality, the intimidator, my favorite, so many guys that are listening, favorite driver. But rest in peace, Dale Earnhardt. Obviously, Dale Jr. had an amazing career. Couldn't get to the championship. Dale had 7. But the man that was, again, for many, the definitive force in NASCAR, Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah, good point. Hey, look, I love Ronald Acuna. I have. Way before many of you knew how great he was. There was something special about his ability, his talent, and he's shown that. But this idea that the Braves are going to pay him before it's time, don't fool yourself. They don't do that. They haven't done it. And the guy that we all wanted and thought would be back here didn't come back because they weren't willing to give him an extra year. I'm talking about Freddie Freeman. Regardless of what you think of Ronald Acuna, history has shown us how the Braves operate. And unless things change, Mike, in the front office, and I don't see that happening anytime soon, enjoy Ronald Acuna this year and next. And after that, I can't promise you anything. Hey, if you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
if you were on a desert island, you might find turtle delicious as well.
Hey, Andy Bunker here from the Midday Show with Andy and Randy coming up at 11 a.m. on Thursday. The Hawks begin their post-All-Star break portion of the season. We'll talk about what we want to see from them in the home stretch of the season. And Smokin' Joe Patrick stops by in the 1 o'clock hour to talk Falcons with us. It all starts at 11 on the Midday Show with Andy and Randy on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now, Your game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's callken.com.
New delays are piling up in DeKalb with a crash on the westbound side of I-20 at I-285. The right lane is closed. Update for you in Clayton County. The crash we've been talking about on I-285 eastbound. Outer loop at the ramp to I-75 is cleared. In Cobb County, crash cleared from the eastbound side of I-20 right next to Six Flags. Your left lane back open there. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and choose when you want to move. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Right now, 16-ounce packages of 80% lean Kroger brand ground beef are only $4.99 a pound with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Insurance companies say they'll help. But after a car wreck, their story changes fast, without warning, without reason, and without accountability.
That's a game you can't afford to lose. We've studied their every move so you have every advantage. Our clients sometimes get up to 100 times the insurance company's first offer.
Get rid of the games. Get the strong arm. Call attorney John Foy and Associates today.
The Echo Park Automotive Green Flag Sales Event is here, and it only happens during the Echo Park Speedway Race Weekend. From February 20th through the 22nd, get 2.99% APR for qualified buyers, plus exclusive race tickets and trackside experiences when you buy during the event. See nearly new vehicles, get an instant trade-in offer, and take advantage of these deals that end when the race ends. Join us at Echo Park Speedway or Echo Park Atlanta. Visit echopark.com/sales event for details.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we are conquering the unconquerable. Our experts are leading the way with innovative regenerative medicines and biotherapeutics that can repair diseased, injured, or defective tissues and organs to help treat people with chronic medical conditions. We're making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the installation in your windows has failed. When that happens, the heat leaks out. The cold gets in. Talk to the pros in Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait. Put it into your window problems. Schedule a quote right now at windownation.com.
Westwood One Sports presents this special update of the 2026 Winter Games. Has there ever been a day of Olympic hockey like today? 4 quarterfinal games and 3 went overtime, including the United States with a thrilling 2-1 victory over Sweden. The Swedes had tied the game with only 90 seconds left in regulation, but in the 3-on-3 overtime, Quinn Hughes with a shot that caromed off the post and in. U.S. advances. Earlier, Czechia had leads of 2-1 and 3-2 on Canada. The heavily favored Canadians got a tying goal tip-in from Nick Suzuki with 3.5 minutes remaining, and in the 3-on-3 overtime, Mitch Marner split the defense, scored on a backhand. Canada advances, winning 4-3. Finland trailed Switzerland 2-0 with 6 minutes to go, trailed 2-1 with 2 minutes left. Finland won 3-2 in overtime. Slovakia beat Germany 6-2. The U.S. will play Slovakia in the semifinals on Friday. Finland plays Canada. With this Winter Games update, John Stashower, Westwood One Sports.
Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so.
Fidelity Advisor. It's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9. Restrictions apply.
Your life.
Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178. Or visit spectrum.com/free forever to learn more.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You could do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan. 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service port in 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The home for our Falcons.
10-5, touchdown Atlanta!
WZGC Atlanta and WZGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Caught it off his hip and he scores! Standing! Chips it into the net! He scored! Bang! And the Hawks have tied the game!
As the sun goes down,
The sports talk heats up. Atlanta is a sports town.
and we're here tonight to talk Atlanta sports. But not just talk at you, but talk with you.
This is our town, and this is your show.
This is Chris Thomas Tonight.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Now, here's Chris Thomas.
What's up, Atlanta? Happy Hump Day, the Turtle. Got you for the full 4 tonight, taking you all the way up until 10 o'clock. Got a jam-packed evening ahead for you. We're going to talk Hawks. We're going to talk Falcons. We're going to talk Braves. We're going to talk United. We got you covered pillar to post. Hawks get back in action tomorrow. Pregame is at 6:30. Tip is at 7 right here on 92.9 The Game. It is the quote-unquote second half of the season for the Hawks, but they've played by far more than half their games already. They got about 25 left. We'll see if they can get out of this win-loss, win-win, loss-loss, win-loss-loss thing that they've been doing for the entire season. And, probably the last 4 or 5 seasons as well. So we'll cover that tonight. Our buddy Caleb Johnson, Hawks reporter right here on 92.9 The Game, is going to stop by for a chat about our Hawks. I'm excited to see Jonathan Kuminga get his time in the sun, so to speak, here, because I think he has a lot of potential. And if Quinn Snyder can get him to lock in, I think there's a lot of potential there for not just the rest of this season, but if he does well, who knows what the future would be for Kuminga here in Atlanta. So excited about the Hawks, excited about the Falcons. The tag window is officially underway. Kyle Pitts has not been tagged yet. I actually don't think anybody's been tagged yet in the NFL up until now. So we'll see what happens with Mr. Pitts. I still think he is the first, main, and only option to be tagged here in Atlanta. It just doesn't make sense with any of the other guys. Caden Ellis, Tyler Algier, David Onyemata, D. Alford, all those guys. I don't think Algier will be back. I think Caden Ellis will get a long-term deal. I think there's a chance Onyemata comes back on a 1-year deal if he doesn't get a ton of interest somewhere else. But again, it remains the Kyle Pitts show here in Atlanta when it comes to determining if, when, and how they'll use that franchise tag. Atlanta United. I don't know how many of y'all caught that special programming last night. That was awesome. Every major Atlanta United insider and soccer insider in basically the state of Georgia was in this very studio last night doing their thing. Jason Longshore, Abe Gordon, Madison Cruz, Jared Smith, they were all, and many, many others from parts unknown here last night breaking down the World Cup in Atlanta United. We'll talk to Jason tonight as well. The first match, it's crazy to think, first match is here on Saturday for the Five Stripes. They got a tough road ahead. First couple of games are going to be really, really tough for them. So we'll pick Jason's brain, get a full preview, talk a little World Cup as well. So we got you covered on all of that. Yeah. The last team that I didn't mention, the Atlanta Braves. I'm starting to think we got ourselves a major problem here. If you didn't see it or hear it by now, it was announced today that both Spencer Schwellenbach and Hurston Waldrop are having surgery. Schwellenbach had his today. Waldrop will have his on Monday. And we'll see just how long they're going to be out for. For the first time ever, we're going to have the new Braves reporter on, Chad Bishop from the AJC. My first time to chat Braves with him. So we'll see if he has any inside skinny on a potential timeline for how long these guys could miss. But it's not good. So here's what we're going to talk about tonight. And get ready to call in 404-726-0929. Put up a post on Twitter at C Thomas Radio. It's getting a decent amount of traction here. Here's the thing. With the announced surgeries today for Spencer Schwellenbach and Hurston Waldrop, in my opinion, the Braves' reluctance to not bring in a starting pitcher right now is kind of crazy at this point. And I don't use that word lightly. And here's why. You are in a championship window here in Atlanta with Olsen, Riley, with Acuna, Ozzie, Spencer Schwellenbach, Chris Sale, Spencer Strider, Iglesias, Suarez, all these guys on the team right now. And if you're not willing to spend at least competitively, and let me use that word carefully, if you're not willing to spend at least competitively with the big dogs, you got no shot. And we were on this. If you are a Chris Thomas Tonight listener, what I'm about to say to you is not a secret nor a surprise. I heard them talking about it today on Dukes and Bell. Everybody's starting to catch on to what the problem is. Here are the facts. The Braves currently sit 8th in payroll at $246 million. The Blue Jays are 5th at $300 million. That $54 million difference represents a couple of things. That is the salary needed to go out there and get a big-time starting pitcher, at least a portion of that. But what it also represents is a jump in not one, but two luxury tax thresholds. What does that mean for the Braves? It means that they would go from paying just a couple of $100,000 in tax to almost $20 million in tax money if they were to make that kind of jump into being even tied for 5th in the MLB payroll. I'm not asking them to do that because we just know that that's flatly just not going to happen. But what I am saying is I think you're wasting your window at this point. If you don't go out and address this starting rotation, at least get one arm. I think you could make the argument that you need two. But if you don't at least go out and get a arm for this starting rotation right now, I think you are making a public declaration that the World Series is not the number one priority. Because this team is not good enough. The starting rotation is not good enough right now with these injuries. You need a proven starter that can come in here every 5th day and at least do what Charlie Morton did for you for the last couple of years. You don't have that right now. You calling up another batch of young guys? I'm not doing that again. Sorry. Is this team a World Series contender or not? Is this team potentially a World Series champion or not? The expression you have to put your money where your mouth is an expression for a reason. I get it. They're top 10 in payroll. That's awesome. Better than it used to be for sure. But it's not good enough. When you are in a crisis mode, you can slough it off and call it whatever it is. You have not thrown a pitch yet in spring training, and you've lost 2/5 of your rotation for an indefinite period of time. I don't know what you want to call that. I call that a crisis. Sorry, anyone, this station, other stations, media can yell at me. To me, that is a crisis. Because that means you're relying on unproven arms that haven't thrown a ton of major league innings right off the jump if you don't replace these guys. If that's not crisis mode, what is? What is? If you were the Pirates right now, whatever. You're not winning anything anyway. If you're the Reds right now, you're a borderline playoff team. You know? Okay, whatever. But you're the Braves. You're the Braves. Come on, man. You are the Atlanta Braves. 246. In 2026, with the state of the rotation, it's not good enough. And the only reason you're not doing this is because you don't want to go over the tax. Sorry, what am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to think as someone who watches and covers this team every single day? Are the Braves doing enough? 404-726-0929. Do you feel like, Braves country, that the Braves are letting you down right now because of their unwillingness to spend more on starting pitching? Or do you agree with AA and you think what we have is enough here? I do not. Because I'm not willing to do this dance all over again. Reynaldo Lopez stretched him out as a starter, had a great year, arm broke down. Grant Holmes stretched him out as a starter, had a great year, arm broke down. A.J. Smith-Shawver stretched him out as a starter, arm broke down. How many times do we need to see this same song and dance of bringing up young pitchers? Hurston Waldrop. Guys, I think one thing that we don't give enough credence to. Again, 404-726-0929. Do you feel like the Braves and their brass are doing enough right now? Or are you feeling let down as a fan, as a team that's supposed to have World Series expectations? 404-726-0929. When you bring up Hurston Waldrop last year, a major league inning and a minor league inning are by far not the same thing. Each pitch that you throw as a major league pitcher requires physical and mental energy that it does not at the minor league level. Hitters are smarter at the major league level. Hitters have better timing at the major league level. Hitters are conditioned at the major league level. Waldrop's got great stuff, but you know what? Major league hitters have seen that song and dance before. Strider's a one-of-a-kind guy, and we don't know what he's going to have back. You see that thing today? They shut off the scoreboard when he was pitching to Acuna. Apparently it was some wires got crossed. It's awfully convenient. We saw everybody else's miles per hour. Why didn't we see Strider's? Huh. Okay. But according to everybody there, Mark Bowman and company, that was a technical issue, not something trying to mask Strider potentially not throwing his usual 99, 100 miles an hour. All right, your calls when we get back. Again, are the Atlanta Braves letting you down as a fan right now because they are not willing to go deeper into that luxury tax? Or do you think this rotation will ultimately be fine with the guys that we have? 404-726-0929. Your calls are next.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
A three-pointer. Bang!
Our Hawks play here.
This is Steve Holman, voice of the Hawks. Join us tomorrow night as our Hawks take on the Philadelphia 76ers.
Tip off at 7. Catch every game all season long here.
Bang! And the Hawks take a 2-point lead.
Our Hawks play here.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Presented by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. Don't be fooled by the NFL salary cap. Yes, teams are, quote, up against it. But then you see moves like the Chiefs today that restructure quarterback Patrick Mahomes' contract and create about $44 million in space out of thin air. Good teams know how to do this year in and year out. The only exception is when you give a bad quarterback a ridiculous contract. I'm Adam Abdallah.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Discover what happens when rugged capability meets true performance. It's the perfect balance of quality, dependability, power, and style. Learn more at kia.com. Kia, movement that inspires. Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Did you know that Ingles sells more organics than any other grocery store? Or that they run their own dairy? Or that they only serve USDA Choice and Prime meat? Or that they donate 3,956 meals a day to local food banks? Well, now you do. It's all in the bag.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Careful, one bite and you'll catch feelings. It's the Hot Honey Sauce Snack Wrap at McDonald's, and it's only $1.99 exclusively in the app. Crispy chicken with that hot honey sauce drizzle. You want to keep things casual, but the heat keeps you coming back for more. Love affairs that burn this bright never last long, so get it fast because the Hot Honey Sauce Snack Wrap is only here for a limited time. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Valid through 3/1/26 at participating McDonald's. Valid once a day. Must opt into rewards. Excludes tax. Delivery prices may be higher than at restaurants. Delivery other fees may apply.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. It's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people who said, stop, before you replace my knee or my hip, before I put my life on hold for months. There has to be another way. And they found it. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Guys, it's Carl Dukes. Patients who've been thinking about this, it's time to do it. You know, you thought you were out of options, and then you were like, I don't know where else I can go. The truth is, surgery isn't always the answer, and QC Kinetics is right here in Atlanta using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Call them today and get your free consultation. 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. So it's important you get started now. 40,000 people can't be wrong. Before you say yes to surgery, do the research and call QC Kinetics today. 770-285-8026.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Flowers and chocolates, well, they're okay. But an insanely clean home from Zero Res Carpet Cleaning is sure to impress your loved one. Only Zero Res uses that ZR water to clean your carpets and other surfaces without using harsh chemicals. To make things even sweeter, it leaves zero residue. Your carpets are going to stay cleaner longer. Mention Sandra from the game. You're going to get 20% off standard cleaning services. Isn't that great? Book online, ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, all they leave is clean.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
So let's go! Check it out!
Now more of Chris Thomas Tonight
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Are you feeling let down by the Braves right now? I kind of am. I'm not going to lie. I feel like the lack of spending on starting pitching is going to be a really big issue this season. If they don't get something done with somebody to bring in an extra arm around here to help bolster this rotation that is already down 2 of their 5 guys. I don't even know if they had 5 guys to begin with, to be honest. But now they're down 2. And 2 guys having surgery. Schwellenbach had it today. Hurston Waldrip having it next Monday. And here we are. You are looking now at a situation where the Braves are being stubborn, I think is a nice way to put it. And I think a harsh way to put it would be lack of ultimate die-hard level effort of doing everything in their power to make sure that this team is as ready to combat the likes of the Dodgers and the Cubs and the Padres and the Phillies and the Mets and some of the other teams that they're going to be competing with this season. And right now, with the rotation the way that it is, here's the other thing. I put out another tweet today. Give me a follow at C Thomas Radio. Lopez hasn't pitched in a year plus. Holmes has underlying UCL damage. Which Spencer Strider do we get? And finally, as I just mentioned, there isn't even really a number 5 starter on this roster to begin with. So what do we get? Or do you feel like, nah, Turtle, chill, slow down. Let's see how these guys do. Especially with I wouldn't be as concerned if the last 3 times the Braves were in the playoffs, the exact same thing happened. Pitching. Didn't have enough pitching. Twice against Philly and then against San Diego. That just makes it worse to me. Like, are you not learning from your mistakes? I don't quite understand what the deal is. Joey leads us off. Joey, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, Turtle?
Yo.
Yeah, man, definitely agree with you. It's always pitching. It's kind of, I think we've talked about it before, but it's, different season, same kind of issue. You got to have pitching. And I get injuries happen. Walt Weiss kind of talked on it today. He kind of sounded like Brian, Sitniker talking about it. But, at this point, trying to add depth, where do you really go? That's what free agency's for, right? Even before these injuries, they should have added someone before. And unfortunately, with Liberty Media, whether it's AA or both of them or whatever, reason it actually is that we'll probably never know, we're not going to be in that situation to where we get the guys that we need, especially on the pitching side. It's, I like where the bullpen is at, but when it comes to starting pitching, we are in trouble.
Yeah, Joey, appreciate it as always. 404-726-0929. These are the types of names that are out there, y'all. It's not pretty. Zach Littell, Nestor Cortez, Lucas Giolito, who they're apparently not even in on, Tyler Anderson, Frankie Montas, a 41-year-old Max Scherzer, Alex Cobb, Tony Gonsolin, Wade Miley. These are the names that are left. I'm looking at the free agent list. MLB.com has a list of all the free agents and the ones where they signed. all the big guys are off the board, man. Every single one of them. Cease, Valdez, Suarez, Martinez, Bassett, King, Imanaga, Gallen, Kelly. Now, some of those teams, to be fair, went back to the same place that they were from, but Verlander, Zach Eflin, Miles Michaelis, like all the names that you and I know as pretty decent pitchers are now gone. Again, these are the guys that are available. Zach Littell, Patrick Corbin, Nestor Cortez, Lucas Giolito, Tyler Anderson, Frankie Montas, Max Scherzer's 41, Alex Cobb, Tony Gonsolin, Wade Miley, 39 years old. I mean, this is what we're looking at. It's not good right now. 404-726-0929. Swede is up next. What's up, Swede?
Hey, Chris. I don't know if it was intentional, but somehow I felt that I got cut short last night. I was about to finish a thought regarding this very question. And what I was really trying to say, the money that they've talked about allotting toward Acuna, I'm not a Acuna for life fan. Pitching is so important. I grew up in the Los Angeles area at times when they had wonderful pitching. They had very good fielding, outfield, infield, and so forth. At one time, an all switch hitting infield. And I just don't see allotting $500 million for a guy that's 28, that'll be 38 when it's over, above good starting pitching. And I think that the pitching is where they really, really need to focus. Now, I heard the names that you just read off. I don't know the names. I know some of them, Scherzer, et cetera. But my point was just in the position. I think they need to go for good starting pitching, and they're at a lack of that right now. Anyway, thank you for letting me finish. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Sweet. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, I mean, the Acuna thing's interesting. It's going to be a topic all season long, especially if he has the type of season we all think he's going to have. But at the end of the day, for this year, Sweet, you're 100% right. They need to do something. Again, some of these names we know, some of them we don't. Again, Zach Littell, not a household name. Patrick Corbin, we only know him because he was with Washington for forever. Nestor Cortez, we only know him because he famously gave up the grand slam to Freddie Freeman in the World Series. Giolito. Yeah, these are just guys, man. These are just, but at the end of the day, do something, right? You got to do something. And that's what's most important. It is the lack of doing anything because you don't want to go over a luxury tax. And I get that somebody hit me up in the break on Twitter at C Thomas Radio. I get it. There are other implications. It's not just money that come with going over some of these salary thresholds. It's draft picks. It's international bonus pool money. I get it. There's other things that come along with going over the tax, but are any of those things more important than winning another World Series or at least being competitive for one? I don't think so. Do you? 404-726-0929. Oscar is in Atlanta. Oscar, go ahead.
Hey, Turtle. I like this question because it's kind of related to the one from last night where we're talking about, okay, should they re-sign Acuna? And I think the honest answer to this one comes down to, like, it seems like they don't want to commit the money to it. Like, in both cases, I think the whole Acuna move looks good on paper in a vacuum, but, like, this is something we need more. Realistically, I think they should if they, like, really want to tell us, yeah, we want to win another another championship, but I don't think it's going to happen. Like, we need it. We definitely need it.
Well, Oscar, appreciate the call. That's the whole point. Are you starting to be at your wit's end with this hard line budget that the Braves are setting up and they simply won't pass, right? That's the entire basis of the question. So it's a good point. Like, what as a Braves fan are you willing to accept in terms of the state of the roster and the additions or lack thereof that they're willing and not willing to make? Are you okay with this team as is? I'm not. This is not, and I agree with Carl Dukes, this is not a World Series contending team right now. It's just not. 404-726-0929. Let's finish up this segment with Jay. Jay, you're up.
Hey, Turtle, what's going on tonight?
What's up, Jay?
Oh, not much. I thought the Braves were in decent shape pitching-wise until this week happened. They had 5 Plus, they have A.J. Smith-Salver in the coming back from injury. I thought that they were okay until they had the injuries.
Well, right, but the whole point is, Jay, what are they going to do now? Like, you have to do something about the injuries, don't you? Or do you feel like the team
now, they definitely have to make a move. But, leading up to it, people were talking they should be making a move, and I thought that they were in a decent spot. But, the injuries are going to change everything.
Yeah, Jay, thanks for checking in at 404-726-0929. I honestly was still on the bandwagon of you got to sign a pitcher anyway. But now, it is, again, crisis, I know, is a tough word. But, again, you have a 162-game schedule ahead of you. And you are already way behind the 8 ball in terms of starting pitching. You can't do bullpen games, y'all. Like, it doesn't work. You can't just call up J.R. Ritchie. It doesn't work. These guys break down, especially if they're not ready, because they overthrow every pitch. We're seeing it happen. Holmes, Waldrop, Schwellenbach. These guys are very good, but they're also very young, and you're asking a lot of them, and they're overcompensating. And then these things happen. Not good. 404-726-0929. All right, great job on the phones. We'll take more of your calls a little bit later in the show. Coming up next, our buddy Tori McElhaney, senior writer and reporter for AtlantaFalcons.com. She's going to jump in the fray. Are the Falcons going to use the tag on Kyle Pitts? And some more important hires for the team and a couple of key departures as well. We'll get you caught up on everything from Flowery Branch with our good friend Tori McElhaney. Coming up next is Chris Thomas Turtle, live in the Kia Studios, taking you up until 10 o'clock tonight, right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And take us live anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey app.
Your game traffic, powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
Update time in DeKalb. A crash we were dealing with on I-20 westbound near I-285 has cleared from the 2 right lanes, so hopefully those delays starting to ease here shortly. Expect some big backups in Fulton County. Crews are setting up some road work in the right lane on I-285 southbound outer loop approaching MLK Jr. Drive. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
Brought to you by the Georgia Lottery.
Hey Georgia, Mega Millions just got an upgrade. Now with bigger jackpots, better odds to win, and a built-in multiplier on every ticket. Because any jackpot is a good jackpot. Drawings every Tuesday and Friday, only from the Georgia Lottery.
Hey, it's Andy Bunker here. February is a great time to warm up to better banking with Delta Community Credit Union. With great rates, free checking, and built-in convenience, they make managing your money simple. Delta Community has branches throughout Metro Atlanta, an easy-to-use mobile app, and contactless payment options so you can bank from anywhere, quickly and securely. For more than 85 years, Delta Community has been putting Atlanta first. Because real relationships take time, and they've invested plenty of it. Visit DeltaCommunityCU.com and make the switch today. Delta Community, everything your bank should be.
DQ presents the Swisey Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Swisey Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the kind of racing you can feel in your chest. Door to door, inches apart, every lap, all on the line. This is Echo Park Speedway, the hottest track in NASCAR.
3 days of tailgates, camping, and full throttle fun. But Sunday is chaos, speed, and glory. This February 22nd, the Auto Trader 400 takes over Atlanta. Get tickets at EchoParkSpeedway.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life. Call now. 404-885-8887.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Lease a new 2026 K4 LXS for $249 a month for 36 months with $34.99 due at signing for well-qualified lessees during the President's Day sales event.
Call 800-334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. New 2026 K4 LXS 4D 2.0 liter MPI FWD IVT 24,635 MSRP. MSRP includes destination handling and excludes taxes, title, registration, license fees, options, and retailer charges. No security deposit required. Actual prices set by dealer and may vary. Purchase option at lease end is $15,766.40. Subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Lessee is responsible for insurance, maintenance, repairs, 20 cents per mile over 10,000 miles a year. Excess wear and a termination fee of up to $400. Subject to dealer participation. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Must take delivery by 3/2/26. Limited inventory available.
Make Whole Foods Market your Lunar New Year headquarters, full of Asian-inspired ingredients to celebrate deliciously. You'll find it all, from centerpiece mains to plants that make for excellent gifts. Find sales on whole fish and shrimp and enjoy savings on du breton ground pork, perfect for making dumplings. Bring the joy and beauty of the new year into your home with orchids, jade plants, money trees, and more. Or help spread it by giving them as gifts. Celebrate Lunar New Year with Whole Foods Market.
On the basketball court, the soccer pitch, or even the golf course, your crew brings their best not just for the win, but for that post-game celebration. When victory tastes like Michelob Ultra, it's worth every drop of sweat. And if you don't win, you'll still get the beer. It's just on you. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, 2.6 carbs, 95 calories. Superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Oh, wow. I'm listening to the sports announcers.
All right.
Back to Chris Thomas.
On Chris Thomas Tonight, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Back with you here on 92.9 The Game. It's Chris Thomas Turtle hanging out live in the Kia Studios with you until 10 o'clock this evening. We're going to be chatting with Tori McElhaney, Atlanta Falcons senior reporter. and writer, and there's a lot going on, obviously, with the Dirty Birds. Kyle Pitts, there's the decision that needs to be made. Obviously, the latest on James Pierce Jr., a bunch of changes to the coaching staff. So even though it is the offseason, there's definitely a ton going on with the Dirty Birds. You can also go online, hit me up on Twitter at CThomasRadio, and I got a couple of different posts up about the Braves that you can interact with. I'm not happy, man. Listen, if the only thing that's going to stop you from getting to where you need to be is money, and you are just completely unwilling to go past a certain tax, okay? I mean, okay, then what do you expect me to say? You have a flawed starting pitching staff, and you haven't thrown a pitch yet in spring training. You got to fix it. All right, we'll get back into that conversation. Right now, let's head out to the WadeFord.com hotline. Welcome in Tori McElhaney, senior writer and reporter for AtlantaFalcons.com. Tori, we have entered the first major milestone of the offseason as the franchise tag window is now officially open. Do you foresee this team, if they choose to use it, going in any other direction than Kyle Pitts?
I mean, that's the one that would make the most sense, right? Like that's the one that, and I'll say this too, because I've been saying this a little bit when it comes to franchise tags. The franchise tag, in essence, is not really something that the organization, regardless of what leadership has been in place, has really enacted all too often. I think it's only been 3 different times that this organization has extended a franchise tag to an individual. I believe the last time was Grady Jarrett. So this isn't a normal move, I think, for the organization, regardless of who's in leadership. So it's really something interesting where I kind of don't know where this thing goes with Kyle Pitts and how much the Falcons would want to do this, how much they wouldn't, and especially knowing that there's all new leadership in place. I think it's a big question mark, and the good news is that you don't really have to come up with a decision right away. You have some time, and I'm just genuinely curious, like everybody else, what's going to happen with that.
Yeah, I think the counter argument too, because I know there is a faction of the fans, at least the ones that I talk to, Tori, that are saying, you know what, with the type of offense Stefanski runs and the other available options in free agency in the draft, you might as well just sign him to a long-term deal and forego the tag. But, Tori, I think seeing another year of him doing what he was able to do last year would be wholly beneficial before inking him to a multi-year contract.
Right, yeah. And I think, too, you also have to think about it as well as, like I said, there are new leaders in place. And you don't know no one knows how they feel about Kyle Pitts and what he does in offense and what he could potentially provide this offense led by Kevin Stefanski and Tommy Rees. Now, both individuals have kind of said where they stand on tight ends. They both have coached the position before. It's a position that they have talked about seeing a lot of value in. So we know obviously that they care about the position, but at the end of the day, it's like when you're thinking about roster construction in totality, the franchise tag is $16 million for a tight end. So when you're thinking holistically, what more could you use that money for? And having to weigh, is Kyle Pitts the best option for that money? And if so, can you get that done, or would you want something else? So that's the part where I go back and forth on.
A lot of coaching moves over the last couple of days, highlighted, I think, by the unfortunate loss of Mike Rutenberg on the defense. He goes to Cleveland to be their DC. Tori, he's an under-the-radar name, but he was an integral one for this franchise the last couple of years.
Yeah, no, I had nothing but respect for Mike Rutenberg, and I enjoyed talking to him. I enjoyed hearing kind of his thought process, and I think he actually was really great at bridging kind of 2 different worlds together of, Raheem Morris, Jerry Gray, Jeff Ulbrich, Mike Rutenberg. Like, there are a lot of key defensive minds that were a part of this staff last season and really put something that even Jeff Ulbrich has talked about, like, really special together. And Mike Rutenberg is somebody who I think was very much a part of this. I think he had a lot of respect for the players in the building, as well as a lot of the players had a lot of respect for him. And so I think it's a no-brainer that he was eventually going to end up as a defensive coordinator someday. I think even Jeff Ulbrich talked about that when he was talking in his press conference not too long ago about how it was only a matter of time. Well, now that time has come probably sooner than what Jeff Ulbrich hoped, because I know he really was hoping that Mike Greenberg would come back and they could continue building on what they had last year. But at the end of the day, like, this was a good opportunity for Mike Greenberg to move up, and I think that even Brick would say, like, that's all he's ever wanted for him.
I don't think either of these things will happen, Tori, but I think I have to ask. Mike Evans, Tyreek Hill, both technically available right now. We know Tyreek is recovering from an injury, but you think those are waters for either of those players that the Falcons would tread in?
Maybe. I'm never going to completely outrule or overrule anything. Like, this is, the NFL is its own beast, and I think a lot of avenues are on the table. But then there's also a part of me that, I like the idea of bringing in a receiver that really complements and adds to the room around Drake London. I think Drake London is your centerpiece, and not saying that you can't bring somebody of that caliber in and feel like you can't, like, that he can't be the centerpiece. But I do think that Drake London has earned the right to be the guy in the room, and I would love to see kind of the room be filled out around him. But again, crazier things happen.
So obviously, as we get closer and closer to the combine and the draft, Ian Cunningham made it clear that he is a guy that likes to stack draft picks. The Falcons have a lot of needs, but I'm just not entirely sure, Tori, and I'm very curious to hear your take. How much flexibility is on the roster with the cap and with the picks that they do have in order for Ian to really try to start to wheel and deal over the next couple of weeks and months?
Yeah, I think that's the big question, right? Is like, when you look at cap, when you look at the needs, and when you look at how many draft picks there are in terms of just capital, you have to kind of lose somewhere. It can't just be a win-win-win all across the board. That's not realistic. So what are the places in which you feel like you can, that this year, not next year, not looking down the road, but this year specifically, you can take a back seat in order to put a product on the field that's going to win you games? Because something that Ian Cunningham said in his introductory press conference that I really have kind of clung to when talking about his philosophy in terms of roster building is this idea of not mortgaging the future for the now. And I think that he will be very understanding of that as he's going into this offseason in particular. Again, he's a first-time GM. He said he loves draft picks. He wants all the draft capital he can get, but there also has to be a lane of realism in that. And I think he was very understanding in saying, like, you can't mortgage the future for the now. That, I think, lends itself to this idea of you can't win them all. So what is your top priority going into this off season? And I think a lot of it's going to depend on what happens and what those first dominoes to fall in free agency are to help you figure out, okay, where can you go? Where can you pivot to? And maybe what can you add as we're looking ahead into not just 2026, but 27, 28.
All right, so Jeff Ulbrich, when last we heard from him, Tori, effusive praise, I don't even think covers it for what he had to say about Caden Ellis, and rightfully so. He and Jesse Bates have been the unquestioned leaders of the defense the last couple of years, but Caden Ellis needs a new contract. Do you think that is a priority for the Falcons?
I think so, just based off of what Jeff Ulbrich said alone. The fact that Jeff Ulbrich spoke so highly of him and said, he would love to have him back for everything he is in the locker room, but also everything he's been in this defense. Brick talked a lot about, like, the multiplicity that Caden Ellis specifically adds, and that I think the quote that I even pulled from when I was writing about it this week was, hey, this is a guy that if he were not to be on this roster in 2026, it would take more than one individual person to replace him. And that's asking a lot, especially when you're thinking about roster construction and where needs are and what assets can go where. Like, you have to kind of take into consideration that, okay, you would realistically maybe need 3 other individuals to account for some of the things that Caden Ellis provides you. that to me shows me that the value and the upside of Caden Ellis is huge in the scope of this defensive scheme. And I think Jeff Ulbrich articulated it very well. It's why I think if there's a priority number one for off-season free agency, like for the Falcons to bring back, it has to be Caden Ellis.
There is a probable need based on everything that we think is going to happen, Tori, as we're wrapping up with Tori McElhaney, AtlantaFalcons.com senior writer and reporter. Make sure you check out all of her good work there. That Tyler Algier will not be a part of this team next year, barring something unforeseen, because the contract he'd be able to get somewhere else will be most likely greater than what the Falcons can offer. But that brings up a whole separate can of worms, Tori, because backup running back, I think you can make an argument, is as important, if not more important, to this team than any other team. So the question then becomes, how do you balance all of the needs on the team as it stands right now with what would normally not be a priority position in backup running back?
Yeah, it's a great question about just how you value the running back position in totality, because you think back to even when Tyler Algier was drafted 4 years ago, and kind of even before that, 5-6 years ago, there was that conversation about the devaluation of the running back position just as a whole. And how could you, and then when Bijan was drafted, how could you spend a number 8 overall pick on a running back? Well, I think that because of Bijan, the Saquon Barkleys, Tyler Algier to a certain extent, the Christian McCaffreys of the world, like they've inserted running backs back into the conversation of high levels of importance in terms of roster building. And so when it comes to Tyler Algier, though, it's one of those things where it's like he was a day 3 pick for you. He was a guy that you got for depth, and he turned into this really, really great piece for your offense. Had 1,000 yards his rookie year, played a really important role alongside Bijan Robinson. And even though Bijan Robinson's the focal point of this offense, and he should be, Tyler Algier's role in it can't and shouldn't be forgotten. So there's this thought process with me that if you're going through like the draft, I think that there are some draftable options. I think that there are some options on the open market that can come in and provide you with a backup role, not maybe, one for one what Tyler Algier brought for you, because I do think that Tyler Algier deserves the chance and the opportunity to be a running back number 1 somewhere. If they can't get a deal done with him to bring him back to Atlanta, I think Tyler Algier has proved he can be that. So there are a lot of different factors at play here, but I do think that when you're thinking about like how you want to use Bijan Robinson as a running back, as a receiver, as just this total offensive weapon, I think like the conversation shifts a little bit to like, okay, what do you have to have in that running back number 2 spot? And can you not get away, but can you find someone else to, in the sense of Tyler Algier walking, can you find someone else who can provide that same longevity as what Tyler Algier did? That's the question.
Before I let you go, do you think that what Michael Penix had to say over the last couple of weeks in terms of where he's at with his rehab and, trying to be ready for week 1, do you think that changes how the Falcons approach their backup quarterback quest for this offseason, or you think it's sticking to the plan that they originally had from the jump?
Yeah, no, I don't think what Michael Penix has said publicly has changed anything. I don't think it should. I think kind of just, if you're just simply going off of like what Emory Healthcare is the normal slate and timeline for ACL reconstructive surgeries, like kind of what the timeline could and should be. So if you have to work under, if you're the Falcons, you have to work under the worst case scenario, because you need to plan and prep for the possibility of not having Michael Penix for a period of time to start the season. So if you do not have Michael Penix to start the season, then who do you have as your starter come week 1 if it's not Michael Penix, if he is not ready to go, if he is not 100% physically, mentally, all those things. So to me, that always had to be your baseline. That always had to be the point that you were working off of. It couldn't be this kind of like arbitrary, like, oh, maybe he'll be ahead of schedule and all this. No, like you had to think you had to think worst case scenario. You had to plan for worst case scenario. So I don't think that what Michael Penix says or doesn't say, like, I don't think that changes what you have to plan for.
Tori, great stuff. Appreciate you as always. We'll be checking you out at AtlantaFalcons.com. We'll chat soon.
Appreciate y'all. Have a good one.
All right, that is Tori McElhaney there. Always appreciate her great insight on the Dirty Birds. Coming up next, Braves. True and false questions. Oof, this is going to be I think from producer E, maybe a little bit of a sobering conversation based on what's going on in Braves country. And also, I was disrespected on this radio station today, and I will respond. You don't want to miss that. All coming up in a busy 7 o'clock hour. Chris Thomas tonight on 92.9 The Game.
Thursday morning on the Steakhouse, Steak and Sandra ask an important question. You got $500. You got to bet on who will win the first championship, Atlanta Hawks or Atlanta Falcons. What direction are you going? Also, does anybody make a good lasagna? Don't miss it, 9 to 11 on the Steakhouse on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Game traffic powered by Ken Nugent, Georgia's law firm.
One call, that's all.
Go to callken.com.
That's allken.com.
East Freeway, a crash getting cleaned up on I-20 eastbound at Panola Road from the left lane. We see delays in Stockbridge. You have some debris to watch for if you're traveling on I-75 southbound at Lake Spivey Parkway. And we're also looking at a crash in Norcross, Jimmy Carter Boulevard westbound at Buford Highway. I'm Neil Fiorito with Odyssey Atlanta Traffic.
This report is brought to you by Window Nation. Visit us at windownation.com.
Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Don't miss out on this offer. It ends soon, so schedule your quote right now at windownation.com.
Atlanta. Come out to the Showcase Atlanta Workforce Expo, March 5th and 6th from 10 till 2 at the Georgia World Congress Center. Come meet employers preparing and hiring now. Businesses and residents register for free at showcaseatlanta.com. Click the Workforce Expo link at the top of the page.
Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and choose when you want to move. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum value. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
If pills like Viagra haven't worked for you, you are not alone. Millions of men struggle with erectile dysfunction, and for many, the brand name pills aren't enough. At Choice Men's Health, we offer advanced, non-surgical treatment options designed to help eliminate erectile dysfunction and create a personalized plan tailored specifically to you. No awkward waiting rooms, no judgment. Just confidential professional care that helps you regain confidence and intimacy. Don't let frustration define your relationship or your self-esteem. Call Choice Men's Health today for a private consultation and take the first step towards real results. Call Choice Men's Health now at 404-724-8305. That's 404-724-8305. Once again, that's 404-724-8305. Choice Men's Health. Confidence restored.
The Echo Park Automotive Green Flag Sales Event is here, and it only happens during the Echo Park Speedway Race Weekend. From February 20th through the 22nd, get 2.99% APR for qualified buyers, plus exclusive race tickets and trackside experiences when you buy during the event. See nearly new vehicles, get an instant trade-in offer, and take advantage of these deals that end when the race ends. Join us at Echo Park Speedway or Echo Park Atlanta. Visit echopark.com/sales event for details.
And we're back to Carpool Talk. Today we're riding with attorney Ken Nugent, man of action.
You know it, Kate.
What do you say to people with bad wreck injuries?
Yeah, I say you'd be loony to take a tiny check from the insurance company. But seriously, our primary goal is to get you the maximum settlement possible. Faster. How fast do you ask? One call, that's all.
Watch Ken go!
Call Ken.com.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we are conquering the unconquerable. Our experts are leading the way with innovative regenerative medicines and biotherapeutics that can repair diseased, injured, or defective tissues and organs to help treat people with chronic medical conditions. We're making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
This is Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. WCGC Atlanta. WCGC HD1 Atlanta. WAOK AM Atlanta. WVEE HD3 Atlanta. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It's Chris Thomas.
And this is Chris Thomas Tonight.
They said he could have gone pro.
I'm talking local.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hour number 2 of the program here. Chris Thomas Turtle hanging out live in the Kia studios until 10 o'clock this evening. Got a busy hour coming up. We're going to chat with Chad Bishop for the first time, the new Braves reporter for the AJC. You'll also hear from Buster Olney. He was on the Steakhouse today. So a baseball-filled hour coming up that's going to start here in just a second with some true and false questions. Before we get to that, I got to address something. Today on Dukes and Bell, in Guy Talk, Mike Bell and Carl Dukes, I don't know why, but they got into a conversation about the Donner Party. Now, if you don't know about the Donner Party, it is a famous story from many moons ago where a group of, I don't remember what they were, I think they were hikers, got trapped and it got ugly. It got ugly to the point where some of them died because of the harsh winter conditions, and they resorted to cannibalism. Not great. So Mike Bell then proceeds to ask the question, who at the radio station would make for the best meal? And without any hesitation, and without any regard for how this may come across, he mentions me as being the best meal at the radio station.
You and only you? You weren't part of like a...
No. Nope. Nope. Sure wasn't. It was me. That I was the snack of choice. If we all at 92.9 The Game went to do a remote somewhere and we got tragically stranded and it came down to man versus food here. Who would be the person that should be sacrificed? And that person was me.
Okay, so I have one piece of advice for you. If we all go skiing or hunting or pick a outdoor activity, make sure you bring your knife and make sure you always keep Mike Bell in front of you. Never let him behind you. Always in front of you.
Well, you know what I can say about Mike Bell? He is one person at this radio station that actually has shorter legs than I do. So
he's not the most vertically.
I may actually be able to outrun him, even though he is much smaller than I am.
I mean, that's a senseless question. But even if I had to really think about it right now, I mean, the guy that I'm replacing today, happy birthday to him, he's about 5 inches taller than all of us. And even for us non-little guys here at the station, he still kind of mammoths us a pretty, they call him Big O for a reason.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, and
a lot of meat in those bones.
The only other person that got mentioned was Mike Johnson, which is a good answer, too.
6'7", yeah.
6'7",
yeah.
A
lot of meat in those bones.
Yeah, man. He's not.
What's 6'4"? 6'3", 6'4"?
He's 6'4", yeah.
So
6'4", and he has the same build I do, but I'm 8 inches shorter than him. That's the thing. We're both built like squares. That's the thing.
Shame on you, Mike Bell.
Yeah. So Mike Bell says that I, Turtle, would make the best meal at the radio station if we all got stranded on an island somewhere and one of us had to be sacrificed. Mike, you know what I have to say to that, E? Don't ever change. Don't ever change, Mike Bell. You stay the guy that you've always been and the guy that you always will be. You never change, Mike Bell. All right, so that happened today. So, Turtle is in his half shell right now.
I just knew you were going to say they said something about you going off about them going into your time. I just knew that they was going to.
Oh, no. You know what the problem is?
What?
They didn't hear that. Neither one of them.
They wasn't running to their car to tune in.
Neither one of them heard that. I guarantee it. The only way that was getting back to them is if Day Day said something, and I don't think Day Day was going to say something.
They got each one of them have a nice commute. They go in the opposite directions, and they're listening to you.
No, Carl's listening to sophisticated either political radio or some enrichment type show that teaches teach me about stuff, and Mike Bell's listening to AC/DC. I mean that's how that. I've been in the car with. I've been in the car with both of them, by the way. So I'm actually speaking from experience. I know this. I'm not just talking out of turn here. All right. With that said, let's get some true and false questions in here.
Which teams in the ATL will make you cheer?
Which ones will make you cheer?
It's time for 5 true or false questions on Chris Thomas Tonight.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Oh, yeah. What direction to go into with these Braves, true and false?
Right now it's down.
So I came up with a theme, and I tried to predict what I thought your answers would be.
Okay.
And if I get them right, this is going to go in a really good order.
All right.
All right. So we're going to start with this, and you're going to pick up the theme really quickly. True or false? In 2026, Spencer Strider is the most important player on the Braves roster.
False. Michael Harris is the most important player on the Braves roster. If he can finally live up to his potential, he's a player that could help mask some of these pitching issues. If he goes on a tear offensively, and he can play the type of defense that we know he can, he's going to save a lot of runs. He might win a Gold Glove, and he could steal 30 bases and hit 25 home runs.
Interesting.
If he can be the guy, finally, if he can put it all together this year, because he's kind of been like the Braves the last couple of years. 2 steps forward, step back. 2 steps forward, step back. So if Michael Harris can finally put it together this year, he could be a star in the making.
Well, if he can play the last 60 games of 2025, all of 2026, what you're asking for.
We're on to something.
Yeah. Okay. Now, so I'm 0 for 1 already. Not by what you said about Strider. I picked that by what you didn't say, because my next one I now know the answer to. In 2026, Ronald Acuna Jr. is the most important player, true or false, on the Braves roster. And unfortunately, you were a little too quick on the draw.
Well, yeah. No, because I think as long as he's healthy, I'm not worried about Acuna.
Okay.
As long as he's healthy.
But he's not the most important guy.
I'm not.
A healthy Acuna leading off, doing all those spectacular things, that's not the most important guy on the roster.
It's Michael Harris.
Okay. I didn't expect you to say that.
Because he could be the linchpin that puts it all together. He could be the linchpin if you have him at 9, Acuna at 1, Ozzie 2, Olsen 3, Riley 4. See, my hand's starting to go like a clock here.
Yep.
Circular lineup.
Okay.
And Harris at the bottom, if he's a consistent threat, if he could hit 265, 270, you could have one of the deeper lineups in baseball.
Okay. You know the one issue I have with that potential lineup you just gave me? I'm just so tired of seeing of Albies at 2. I'm so not on Ozzie Albies. I saw him out and about in Atlanta. I wasn't bold enough to walk up to him and say that to him, but I'm shocked he's back.
Who do you want it to? Baldwin?
Whenever he's in the lineup, that would be fine. Or I would even go with Profar, somebody like that. Yeah, to me, Ozzie is now 7 or 8. It's the way he's played. All right, keep this thing going. Braves, true or false? This is a little change up, but it's along the same lines. In 2026, true or false, Walt Weiss is the most important person in the Braves organization in 2026.
Also false. It's Jeremy Hefner, the new pitching coach. This guy had a revelation of a year a couple of years ago with the Mets pitching staff. He was viewed as being the next up-and-coming best pitching coordinator out there. And it all fell apart for the Mets the next year. They cleaned house, they cleaned staff, and now he's here in Atlanta. If he can recreate, they called it the pitching lab in New York that got guys like Sean Manaea to have career years, Luis Severino, all these guys that were off the scrap heap from other teams. If he can recreate that here in Atlanta, maybe there's a chance that AA doesn't look as bad as it's potentially looking right now with the state of the starting staff. And also making sure that Suarez and Iglesias get the back-end pop that we need. So I'm actually going to say it's pitching coach Jeremy Hefner.
All right. Well, you know what? Leo Mazzoni had a pitching lab or something like that back in the day, and he made wonders with it. Well, of course, he had 3 Cy Young Hall of Famers to work with.
I always loved him.
Rocking Leo Mazzoni.
Yeah, rocking with
Leo.
the
That's him, baby. That was him. All right. Okay. 2 more to go, brother. 2 more to go on Braves, true or false. Okay. True or false? Currently, the Braves are still a legitimate World Series contender.
No. False. Until they address this pitching staff, sorry. I mean, I heard Carl Duke say it earlier. I am not willing to make this team a World Series contender until the starting staff is representative of one. And right now, I know we got to break here in a second, so I'll make this one simple. They are not.
All right, so I actually predicted that one, so this is real easy on the last one. True or false? The Braves are on their way to a repeat of 2025.
False. I'm going to say it might not be right now when we like it. They're going to be forced to make a move. Even if they don't want to make it right now, I don't think this Braves leadership group could stomach another season like last year. And unless something jarring happens with the injuries again, they're going to have to stay the course, and they're going to have to try to bolster this rotation. They're going to have to. It's just not going to be good enough or deep enough to get them through 162 games, or at least until Waldrop and Schwellenbach come back. All right, E, great job on the 5 true and false. When we get back, our first interview with Chad Bishop, the new Braves reporter for the AJC. You don't want to miss that. Next.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match, Saturday. Atlanta United opens the season at Cincinnati.
Game time 4:45.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
The Hawks are home and ready to show out for the city in Peachtree style.
It's Alexander Walker, nothing but net from the corner.
February 26th, the Hawks host the Wizards at State Farm Arena for the Black History Month game.
Jalen Johnson's going to cruise home and windmills it.
This is Hawks basketball. All energy, all grit, no let up. February 26th, Black History Month game. Hawks versus Wizards, fueled by Georgia Natural Gas. Lock in your seats now at hawks.com/ticket.
Flowers and chocolates, well, they're okay. But an insanely clean home from Zero Res Carpet Cleaning is sure to impress your loved one. Only Zero Res uses that ZR water to clean your carpets and other surfaces without using harsh chemicals. To make things even sweeter, it leaves zero residue. Your carpets are going to stay cleaner longer. Mention Sandra from the game. You're going to get 20% off standard cleaning services. Isn't that great? Book online, ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, all they leave is clean.
Oh, I know that look. That's the look of a smiley who's been thinking something big. I knew it. Oh, a note. What to say? Oh, Smiley wants you to know that most companies would like to come in and have you replace your furnace. I agree, Smiley. Just because something has some years on it doesn't mean you go throwing it away. Yes, R.S. Andrews has a better idea. See, it's Smiley's policy that their technicians will always repair your furnace before they ever think about replacing it. Good point, Smiley. That only comes with years of furnacing know-how, going all the way back to 1968. Wow. Oh, you look great. Point is, you can likely get many more years out of your furnace when you have R.S. Andrews Fix Her Up. Everybody's watching their pennies right now, so let's watch that furnace and AC system before an unexpected big expense shows up. You know it. R.S. Andrews can get more life out of your furnace than even the manufacturer expected. Good time to find out more at rsandrews.com.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
You can save big on 12-pack cans of Coca-Cola or 6-pack bottles of Pepsi or Canada Dry. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
If pills like Viagra haven't worked for you, you are not alone. Millions of men struggle with erectile dysfunction, and for many, the brand name pills aren't enough. At Choice Men's Health, we offer advanced, non-surgical treatment options designed to help eliminate erectile dysfunction and create a personalized plan tailored specifically to you. No awkward waiting rooms, no judgment. Just confidential professional care that helps you regain confidence and intimacy. Don't let frustration define your relationship or your self-esteem. Call Choice Men's Health today for a private consultation and take the first step towards real results. Call Choice Men's Health now at 404-724-8305. That's 404-724-8305. Once again, that's 404-724-8305. Choice Men's Health. Confidence restored.
Hi, I'm Caitlin, and selling our home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate was the best decision we made for our family. It was quick and simple. Go to markspain.com and see what their guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Presenting Again Fling's Love Story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like an estate planner.
Per the contents of the will, all assets go to, what does that say? Ragutataya Yaminayat. Oh, I don't know. I was in a weird place when I wrote this.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Sports! Yes!
Talking Atlanta sports at night.
It's Chris Thomas Tonight. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
with you here on 92.9 The Game. It's Chris Thomas Turtle taking you up until 10 o'clock. Excited to continue our Braves conversation this evening and welcome in for the first time of many times Chad Bishop of the AJC, the new Braves beat reporter. Chad, appreciate you hopping on tonight. Excited to chat with you. Unfortunately, I wish it was under some better circumstances, as the Braves did announce that Spencer Schwellenbach underwent surgery. Hurston Waldrop is undergoing surgery next week. So my first question to you is, what do we know, if anything, about the timeline for both of those players?
Yeah, well, like you said, very, very disappointing, very disheartening, somber news to start spring training. And as for someone like me who just jumped on the beat, it's like, here you go, kids, start dealing with this stuff. I don't know if we know the timeline. To me, it's one of these prepare for the worst, hope for the best scenarios. I was listening to Steve Phillips on Sirius XM radio speaking about pitching elbow injuries, and we have to remember, this is a surgery, right? Doctors are going in and surgically, whether it's a UCL tear, whether it's a scope or a cleanup or whatever the terms are. I mean, the human elbow is being operated on there. So I think you err on the side of, 3 months, right? I mean, that's the 60-day window. And then maybe hope it's not as bad and the rehab is not. I mean, look at a guy like Grant Holmes. He missed a lot of the end of last season, opted not to have surgery. It's apples to oranges, but he recovered and he looks great this spring. I'm not saying Hurston Waldrop or Spencer Schwellenbach will have that sort of luck, but it's one of those things that every elbow is different, every injury is different. But, man, I wouldn't be surprised if those guys miss a real large chunk of the season. And to be quite honest, I mean, there's a possibility that neither of them come back at all.
So then the 800-pound gorilla in the room, Chad, is why have they not added anybody? And I know Alex Anthopoulos is sticking to his mantra of we like what we have, but when 2/5 of your rotation is down before a single pitch is thrown in spring training, I think the problem here is you hope the answer isn't just to avoid the next level of the luxury tax.
Yeah, and that certainly is the frustration, especially from a fan standpoint. And then even when we talked to him, recently last week, his line of we were only going to add a starter if it was a playoff caliber starter, but the chicken and egg question is, well, that won't matter if you can't even reach the playoffs, right? So I know they're confident in the 4 out of 5 guys they have: Spencer Strider, Chris Sale, Grant Holmes, and Reynaldo Lopez. And then the 5th guy, let's say it's Bryce Elder. Let's pencil him into that position right now, and maybe Joey Wentz gets a few starts. But just adding the guy would have just elevated things so much, and maybe it still will. We got a month left until the season starts, and then maybe this team gets off to a really good start and can get themselves into position at the trade deadline to go get another person. The problem is, as you know, and as you alluded to, injury luck has been terrible with this team the last 1, 2, 3 seasons, so you really can't count on that being the case. So it is a curious strategy, but maybe in August, September, the front office, those folks sort of puff their chest out and say, I told you so. It's just hard to believe that's what's going to happen.
Here's my main issue, is something you just alluded to. They just tried this strategy, and look where you ended up. Reynaldo Lopez, you stretched him out. He got injured. Grant Holmes, you stretched him out. He got injured. Waldrop, Smith-Shawver, you stretched them out. They got injured. So you're telling me if you bring up J.R. Ritchie or Cam Caminiti that the same thing isn't going to happen?
No doubt. And that's the name of the game. Even Alex Anthopoulos said, we know we're going to have injuries. Injuries are a part of the game. Well, if that's the case, where is the free agent signing to sort of maybe cover up some of those injuries? You have to err on the side of injuries. You can't just roll the dice and assume everyone is going to be healthy. It's not a Braves issue. It's a Major League Baseball. It's a baseball issue. Pitchers get hurt left and right. So I don't, the farm system is healthy from a pitching perspective, but it's not super healthy where you're going to have, Glavine and Smoltz walk in the door the next day. So yeah, it's a curious move. If A, you expect injuries, and B, you have a history of injuries, C, why not go get one more guy to bolster this thing? again, it's just a strategy they're going with, and we just have to wait and see if it works out. Past history says we wouldn't expect it to.
Yeah, and I know there's other ramifications. It's not just money with the tax threshold. It's international bonus pool money. It's free agent money. There's a whole draft picks. There's a whole set of worms that comes if you start going 3-4 aprons over. But we just got to hope that that's not the reason. Talking with our new friend Chad Bishop of the AJC, Braves reporter here on Chris Thomas Tonight, 92.9 The Game. I listened and watched 5 times over to what Jurickson Profar had to say about potentially playing a lot more DH this season. I didn't make a big deal out of it. I know some people did, but Chad, I just thought, especially with, I think he's a dual language speaker in English and Spanish. It was just something that was tongue in cheek. I don't think he's barging into Walt Weiss's office and demanding to play left field every day. I don't see that.
Yeah. There was some loss in translation there. I mean, on the one hand, you would like your Major League Baseball player to stand there and give the company line and the cliche answer, I'll do whatever I can do to help the team win, whether that's play D8, blah, 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 all those things. And to your point, I don't think it's going to create fractures or fissions inside the clubhouse. I mean, Jurickson Profar is a well-liked guy in that clubhouse. I just think he's a competitor like all those guys, and you're telling a competitor, hey, man, you're just going to get 4 at-bats a night, and that's it, instead of being out there in the outfield like you usually do, running around, being a baseball player. I'm sure in the moment, again, it wasn't handled the greatest way from a media standpoint, but like Walt Weiss said, they've talked to him about it. They talked to him in the offseason about it. It wasn't an ambush on him that, oh, by the way, you might be a DH. And again, he's not going to be the full-time DH. I mean, starting out the season, he'll probably be slotted in there a lot, but Mike Yastrzemski can step in there. Drake Baldwin can step in there when Sean Murphy gets back. They've mentioned giving Ronald Acuna a day or two or a night off and maybe put him in the DH spot. It's not going to be the situation where it's Marcell Ozuna as your DH every single night. They have some flexibility. They have some versatility to switch that around depending on the starting pitcher, depending on, the relief pitcher they're facing, that whatever the case may be. So it's very flexible. It's very fluid. Would expect Jurickson Profar to be that guy starting out, but I don't think he's going to be a full-time DH and nothing else.
I was asked a couple of minutes ago by my producer, who do I think is the most important Brave for this upcoming season? And I'm curious to get your answer. My answer was Michael Harris. If Michael Harris can put together a full 162-game season at the potential that he knows and we know that he has, that would solve so many problems for the Braves. It would make it essentially a circular lineup if you're going to bat him ninth. We know he plays a Gold Glove caliber center field, and if he could hit consistently and hit with the power and then get the speed on the base paths, I think it could even help quell some of the issues in the starting rotation if he can add to the offense. What do you think?
I like that answer too. I think there's a handful of guys you could throw in that mix, whether it's Michael Harris, Ozzie Albies. I'll give you Austin Riley. We talked a lot to Austin Riley, how his numbers have dipped the past couple of years. Can he get back to that, slugging, heavy-hitting third baseman and stay healthy the entire year? It put him in the middle of that lineup, that sort of traditional three-hole cleanup type guy who can hit for power and can drive in a lot of runs. He looks really healthy. Everybody's jokingly making a big deal about his facial hair and his shaggy hair now, but he even said he needed a reset, kind of with a grin on his face. I'm curious to see how he does and how he sort of picks up this lineup. He talked about working with Tim Hires in the offseason, going back and look at what made him successful in 21, 22, 23. How can he return to that level? And he's a solid third baseman over there as well, right? So, I love the Harris answer. I think you can throw Ozzie Albies in that mix. I'm looking to see what Austin Riley can do in 2026 if he can get back to the levels that we saw him perform the early part of this decade.
Are you surprised the team named Iglesias the closer when they brought in Suarez?
No, not necessarily, because that was Reisel's job last year, and he did a stand-up job doing that. To me, that's kind of, I guess, his incumbent role, so to speak. And then if you bring in a guy like Suarez, who also is an immaculate closer as well, and make him now you got two closers back there, and if one falters, maybe the other one takes the job from the other one, right? So I think it's a good situation. We talked to Robert Suarez this spring, sort of the anti-Jurickson Profar answers of happy to do whatever, happy to help the team win, here to pitch when I'm asked to pitch and try to help this ball club win ball games. It's a really good problem for the Braves we've had. We talked about some of the negative news and some of the injuries and struggles. You look at that back of that bullpen and you're bringing in 2 all-star closers, whether it's Iglesias in the 9th and Suarez in the 8th or vice versa. That's going to be tough. The question is, can the Braves get to that point? But if they can, that's going to be a real tough matchup for a lot of teams, whether it's Suarez in the 8th and Iglesias in the 9th, or again, they switch off or one struggles and one needs a day off. That's going to give them tremendous options that a lot of teams do not have.
All right, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire here a little bit. This answer may not be popular, but we're going to ask it anyway. Please rank the following 3 teams: Phillies, Mets, Braves.
I'll go Phillies, Braves, Mets. I'm not completely sold on the Mets. Maybe that's a cliched answer because that club, for whatever reason, seems to kind of be all over the map, right? Like you just never quite know what you're going to get out of them. I think the Phillies are pretty much built to be the top team in the NL East. And then that leaves us with the Braves, and to me, they're kind of a wild card. Does that lineup perform to the levels we saw in 2023? Does the starting pitching stay healthy? All these major ifs that if they swing one way on the pendulum, I saw Fangraphs today had the Braves the second highest playoff percentage total behind the Dodgers coming into this year. Baseball Perspective has the Braves winning 90 games. I mean, there's a real possibility on paper for this to be a very, very good team. Now, the Orioles were that team last year, and we saw what happened to them. So you just never know. That's why they play the games. But I think there's some hope and there's some optimism for this team. Again, a ton of huge ifs with this ball club. But if things go their way, they stay healthy, they get some bounces, I think they have a chance to be a playoff team, if nothing else.
All right, before I let you go, really weird situation going on here in Atlanta and a lot of other markets with the state of the broadcast. Have you been able to discern at all? Is there any update on where we're going to be watching the Braves this season? I know they signed a deal with Gray Media for some spring training games, but I haven't been able to find anything about where we're going to be watching the games this year, Chad.
No, I'll fail you there. I'm just as up the creek as everyone else. The organization, the TV folks have been very mum about it. I think it's sort of a telltale sign that there's 15 spring training games with the Gray family. I think they're in a good spot. I don't know if good's the right word, but they got about a month to figure this all out. But I have not heard anything being down there at spring training last week, and no one was really saying anything. Ken Segura, a colleague, wrote a really good column about sort of where things stand. Definitely a fluid situation. I know we say that with a lot of things, but they'll get it figured out. I mean, they can't keep the Braves off TV. What a mortal sin that would be, right? So they're going to have to figure something out, whether it's MLB.com or Gray TV. They got to get those guys on television screens. I trust they will. I mean, you can't leave all that money on the table, right?
Chad, great stuff. Appreciate the time. Congrats on the new gig, and we'll be chatting throughout the season.
All right, my friends. Thanks so much.
All right, that is Chad Bishop, the new Braves reporter for the AJC. Let's keep the baseball conversation rolling. One of the best in the biz joined the radio station today. Buster Olney joined the steakhouse, and he had some interesting comments about this Ronald Acuna Jr. conversation that we've been having about, do you pay him now or do you wait? You don't want to miss that. Coming your way next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
A three-pointer. Bang!
Our Hawks play here.
This is Steve Holman, voice of the Hawks. Join us tomorrow night as our Hawks take on the Philadelphia 76ers.
Tip off at 7. Catch every game all season long here.
Bang! And the Hawks take a 2-point lead.
Our Hawks play here.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is attorney John Foy. In Atlanta, all we do is win.
The biggest, boldest, brashest, fastest, and most intimidating track in all of NASCAR.
Hell yeah, boys!
NASCAR Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, April 24th through the 26th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates.
When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the installation in your windows has failed. When that happens, the heat leaks out, the cold gets in. Talk to the pros in Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait. Put it into your window problems. Schedule a quote right now at windownation.com.
Your kid goes to bed a size 8 and wakes up a size 10. That's not magic. That's expensive. Unless you shop at Academy Sports and Outdoors. They've got undefeatable prices on all the best brands in sports gear, like Nike, Easton, and Baseball Lifestyle 101. And on the off chance that you find a better price at a competitor, Academy will beat it by 5%. That's their best price guarantee, which kind of is magic. Academy. Fun can't lose.
LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business. We cannot stop your new clients from emailing you at 3 a.m. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place. We cannot help you be in 3 places at once. And while we can't help you organize your calendar, LinkedIn can help you land more clients so you have a calendar to organize. Grow your small business on LinkedIn. Learn more at linkedin.com/smallbusiness.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports! Yes!
Talking Atlanta sports at night.
It's Chris Thomas Tonight. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Debut here on Chris Thomas Tonight. Great chat with him. If you missed it, just search Chris Thomas Tonight wherever you get your podcast. Coming up at the top of the hour, we will switch gears and talk a little bit of Hawks basketball. That gets back underway tomorrow right here on 92.9 The Game. Early pregame, 6:30, and tip is at 7. And then here's a little tease, 8:20. E and I are going to have a little fun. And this includes the Hawks because right now they're technically in the play-in. We are going to go a little contender or pretender in the Eastern and the Western Conference. We're going to go backwards. We're going to go 10-1, and we'll tell you who is legit and who is not in the NBA. So excited to do that coming up next hour. But right now, let's continue the baseball conversation. One of the best in the biz, Buster Olney, stopped by the steakhouse today, and the first thing the guys and gals asked him was about this time of year and how much fun it is to get to do his job reporting on the MLB.
Typically, I love the first days of spring training because everyone's got a perfect batting average. Everybody's got a perfect ERA. The players are very open. They're very excited to just chat. They're fired up for the season ahead. I will say this year it feels a little reversed because we're coming off that amazing postseason. Greatest World Series that I've ever seen. Greatest Game 7, and that was fantastic. And now we go into the spring training where it's labor issues, CBA, collective bargaining agreement, sort of hovering over it. But typically for me at spring training, I love it.
If you were this and had to do one of those prop bets, $1,000, is there going to be a work stoppage, yay or nay?
I don't think so. And I know I'm not as pessimistic as a lot of people in my industry. There is going to be a lockout. That's going to happen on December 1st, we're going to have a period of time where players are not going to be signed. There might be a delay to the start of spring training. But here's what I remember from the last labor negotiation, a few years ago, that the executive committee of the players voted unanimously to reject an owner's offer. And their recommendation was bulldozed by the rank and file among the players. Just crushed 26-4 in the team vote. And so I have perceived, and I've covered this, Major League Baseball since 1992, it's a fragmented union. And in the end, I don't think that the players are necessarily going to stick together. And, what happened with Tony Clark this week, having to leave his job as head of the Players Association, I think only reinforces the perception that the union is weaker than they've been in the past. So I think in the end, they'll make a deal.
Gosh, I hope you're right.
Should the average fan pay much attention? Now, it's a little scandalous what's being reported with Tony Clark, head of the MLBPA. So there's that element of the affair alleged, and then with a sister-in-law or whatever around baseball. And then there is the actual, what kind of job was he doing? So comment on that for the guy that doesn't know much about it driving around Atlanta.
Yeah, and look, a story came out last year that he was under investigation. The PA was under investigation by the feds for possible financial improprieties, alleged. In the end, according to what was written yesterday, the tipping point for players was the fact that he had, allegedly an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law, who he had been hired by the union. She's an employee. Tony Clark's tenure at the head of the union has been an absolute disaster for the players. They have been giving up ground constantly. They have built nothing during his tenure. I remember writing 10 years ago, Tony Clark was an excellent Major League first baseman. He was trained to hit home runs. He was trained to be a first baseman. He was a great clubhouse leader. That was his reputation. He had no training to run a union. So the players went from having the legacy of Marvin Miller, success of Marvin Miller and Don Fehr and Gene Orza, and Tony's time was a disaster. And you think about how he conducted himself over the last 6 months, it was clear coming to this pivotal negotiation next December, like the union needs to project strength. So even after there was a coup attempt in 2024 within the union, even after news came out that he was being investigated, even when he apparently got word that he was being investigated for this thing with the sister-in-law, he had to be forced out. At what point was he going to do what's best for the players and put them in a position for the upcoming negotiation? It's a disaster for the players.
Buster Olney with us on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Buster, I know you know Walt Weiss very well. Tells Braves fans what kind of manager he's going to be.
He is a terrific choice. He is a baseball guy. It was really interesting because, as you know, Alex Anthopoulos came in the generation of Moneyball among general managers, and so people thought that when he hired a manager, it would probably be for someone, one of these young managers who's steeped in analytics or has come up in that world. And Alex goes old school, which has been a successful formula for the Braves for like a million years. Walt, with his relationships with the players, highly respected, incredibly smart guy, known as a tough manager.
I'm going to be fascinated this year. I mean, Brian Snitker had his beliefs about players and how much they should play, and he believed in keeping players on the field. From what I understand, Walt Weiss is going to rest players more. It's going to be different. Not that Snit was wrong, not that Walt is necessarily right, but it's going to be different, I think, with Walt as the manager.
Buster Olney with us on Sports Radio 929 The Game. How big a blow do you think early spring training has been for the Braves with Waldrop and Schwellenbach right out of the gate?
2 body blows, right? I mean, I think going into the year, anybody who's trying to come up with who picks a World Series winner other than the Dodgers is just making it up. The question is going to be, which team is going to be good enough to challenge the Dodgers? And I think going into spring training, we're thinking it was going to be the Braves. Las Vegas installs them as this team with the second best odds to win, and right out of the gate, Schwellenbach goes down, Waldrop goes down. In an area in which it felt like it was a potential problem for the Braves. And I am going to be curious to see if Alex, to this point, we have no indication that they were going to, that they might spend money on Lucas Giolito. We wondered if they would go after Chris Bassett. They didn't do that. I think their situation is a lot like the Seattle Mariners last spring, who had all kinds of injuries to their rotation in spring training. And they had to kind of wait for the cavalry to arrive as some of these guys recover from injuries during the year. That's the Braves. They're going to have to, the position players, an improved bullpen with Suarez. They're going to have to overcome the fact that their rotation is not going to be as strong. They have to hope that Spencer Strider bounces back and that Schwellenbach and Waldrop come back at some point and are factors in the second half.
Buster Olney with us on Sports Radio 92.9. We always are, creatures of the moment. It feels like the Dodger advantages are unprecedented maybe in the history of sports in terms of what they can spend and everybody else. But then, I've been doing this a long time. We've always heard about the absolute dynasty that nobody can touch, and it's unfair. Do you think this truly is a different level, though, now with the Dodger team?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they could become the first National League team in history to win back-to-back-to-back World Series tells you everything. And they've embraced that challenge, by the way. I had Dave Roberts, the Dodger manager, on my podcast, and he talked about the message to his team and wanting the players to be uncomfortable. But here's the bottom line. They just have so much talent, and they added to it. Last year, because of injuries and performance, they have 12 different relievers register saves for their team. And so what do? They go out and spend $70 million on the best closer in baseball in Edwin Diaz. Kyle Tucker was the best position player available in the free agent market, and the Dodgers make him the highest paid player in his salary per year of any player ever. And now, the idea that guy, the highest paid player ever for an average annual salary, could potentially be batting fifth for the Dodgers after Ohtani, after Betts, after Freddie, after Will Smith. It's crazy how much depth they have. And they have a huge advantage. The one thing I would say, we're going to hear a lot from the owners this year. It's unfair, competitive advantage for the Dodgers. I think that's a total misdirection. What the owners are going for is cost certainty. I think there are a lot of owners who understand there's always going to be disadvantages in the sport. And they're going to hide behind the Dodgers' financial advantages in trying to push a salary cap on the players.
Do you think Ronald Acuna, as Jim Bowden yesterday on the MLB Network said, they got to move on Acuna right now because as it gets closer to the end of his deal, the most team-friendly deal maybe in baseball history, the Dodgers' numbers will be lurking. They'll never compete with that. Do you believe they need to make a move on Acuna sooner?
No. I don't. I think that, they still have years to go on that contract. He also has, he's been significantly affected by injury in a couple of seasons. So if you're the Braves, you're going to want more information. And here's the reality of how Alex has operated in the past. When players get to that point where they have that huge market value price tag of a Kyle Tucker, of an Ohtani, of a Juan Soto, Braves don't pay that, right?
Max Fried,
Dansby Swanson hit the free agent market. He left. Freddie Freeman,
Max
exactly.
Fried. Yeah, Max Fried last year.
They don't pay those. They don't pay those numbers. I think the Braves feel like the best way to operate is to get the player at a potentially a team-friendly contract. And if you don't, you move on to plan B.
Finish it with Buster Olney. Guys listening in their car, maybe planning a baseball trip. Give me 2 or 3 baseball trips that are underrated. Just think about a summertime trip. We all know you got to go see, Camden and Fenway and Wrigley and whatever it is. Give me some underrated great baseball trips for somebody thinking about it this summer.
Yeah, people will ask me all the time, what's the best baseball park? And I will say I'm biased because I covered the Orioles for the Baltimore Sun for a couple of years. I love Camden Yards. But objectively, the best baseball park is in San Francisco. I would encourage anybody to go see a game there. It's an amazing venue to go see a game. I think Seattle, T-Mobile Park, is underrated in how much fun it is. And the best baseball atmosphere, I think, is in San Diego. Like the Petco Park, being down by the water, that's really cool. But that all said, I'm sure that when Nashville gets an expansion team or Salt Lake City gets an expansion team, they're going to look at the Battery as the example now that all teams go for, because other clubs are jealous of what the Braves have built.
Yeah, hard not to be when you see what the energy is around that. Hey, always a pleasure. Oh, before you go, real quick, I know you started your career or early in your career at the New York Times sports department. You were super loyal to Peter Gammons and the Boston Globe. What did you think of the Washington Post dismantling of their sports department?
Just devastated. And the idea that, that Jeff Bezos would let that institution and its importance be depreciated in the way that he has for the amount of money relative to what he's worth. Good Lord, it makes no sense. And to see the sports section go away, and great friends like Georgia native Dave Sheinin, lose his job. It's terrible, and I super sad seeing how that played out.
Thanks.
Great stuff there from the great Buster Olney. Yeah, it's interesting, this Ronald Acuna Jr. thing, man. Everybody has their opinion. Jim Bowden says pay him now. I say wait one more year. Buster has his opinion. Steak had his. Carl and Mike, I mean, this is a hot button issue right now with him being the most underpaid player in baseball. All right, when we get back, going to talk some Hawks for a second. Second half, quote unquote, as you see me put up in the Kia Studios, the air quotes, so to speak. What can the Hawks do? Can they get Jonathan Kuminga rocking and rolling? Can they figure it out with Risa Shea? Is the top 6 seed on the table? We'll talk about all that and more with Caleb Johnson next to kick off the 8 o'clock hour on Chris Thomas Tonight.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match, Saturday. Atlanta United opens the season at Cincinnati.
Game time 4:45.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. The team at the Vincent Financial Group focus on 3 key retirement pillars: income, risk, and taxes. Join us for Retire ATL Saturdays at 5 a.m. and Sundays at 11 p.m. and get more at retireatlradio.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
On the basketball court, the soccer pitch, or even the golf course, your crew brings their best not just for the win, but for that post-game celebration. When victory tastes like Michelob Ultra, it's worth every drop of sweat. And if you don't win, you'll still get the beer. It's just on you. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, 2.6 carbs, 95 calories. Superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Right now, 16-ounce packages of 80% lean Kroger brand ground beef are only $4.99 a pound with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, Atlanta, 191 Peach Street, Atlanta, Georgia. Pound law. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Ugh. Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
You can save big on 12-pack cans of Coca-Cola or 6-pack bottles of Pepsi or Canada Dry. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
If pills like Viagra haven't worked for you, you are not alone. Millions of men struggle with erectile dysfunction. And for many, the brand name pills aren't enough. At Choice Men's Health, we offer advanced, non-surgical treatment options designed to help eliminate erectile dysfunction and create a personalized plan tailored specifically to you. No awkward waiting rooms, no judgment. Just confidential professional care that helps you regain confidence and intimacy. Don't let frustration define your relationship or your self-esteem. Call Choice Men's Health today for a private consultation and take the first step towards real results. Call Choice Men's Health now at 404-724-8305. That's 404-724-8305. Once again, that's 404-724-8305. Choice Men's Health. Confidence restored.
Hey, it's Andy Bunker here. February is a great time to warm up to better banking with Delta Community Credit Union. With great rates, free checking, and built-in convenience, they make managing your money simple. Delta Community has branches throughout Metro Atlanta, an easy-to-use mobile app, and contactless payment options so you can bank from anywhere, quickly and securely. For more than 85 years, Delta Community has been putting Atlanta first. Because real relationships take time, and they've invested plenty of it. Visit deltacommunitycu.com and make the switch today. Delta Community, everything your bank should be.
This is the kind of racing you can feel in your chest. Door to door, inches apart, every lap, all on the line. This is Echo Park Speedway, the hottest track in NASCAR. 3 days of tailgates, camping, and full throttle fun. But Sunday is chaos, speed, and glory. This February 22nd, the Auto Trader 400 takes over Atlanta. Get tickets at EchoParkSpeedway.com.
The Hawks are home and ready to show out for the city in Peachtree style.
Alexander Walker, nothing but net from the corner.
February 26th, the Hawks host the Wizards at State Farm Arena for the Black History Month game.
Jalen Johnson's going to cruise home and windmills it.
This is Hawks basketball. All energy, all grit, no let up. February 26th, Black History Month game. Hawks versus Wizards, fueled by Georgia Natural Gas. Lock in your seats now at hawks.com/ticket.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are your home for the NFL in Atlanta.
And the home for our Falcons, Hawks, and Atlanta United.
Knockdown and score! WCGC Atlanta, the WCGC HD1.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. WCGC Atlanta. WCGC HD1 Atlanta. WAOK AM Atlanta. WVEE HD3 Atlanta. An Odyssey Sports Station. Sports! Yes!
Talking Atlanta sports at night.
It's Chris Thomas tonight. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Welcome on into the 8 o'clock hour. It's Chris Thomas tonight. Turtle with you until 10 o'clock. We'll get back into our Braves conversation with our Odyssey MLB insider Rob Bradford in just a couple of minutes here. But right now, let's talk some Hawks. The air quotes second half of the season gets underway tomorrow. To discuss that and all things NBA, our good buddy Caleb Johnson, our Hawks reporter here on 92.9 The Game. Caleb, let's start with what I just said. The second half kicks off tomorrow. I think the biggest storyline you can argue is, when does Jonathan Kuminga get into this rotation and how much run is he going to get?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to kind of see how long this whole rehabilitation process is going to take, because as we learned today, Kuminga, we were told before the All-Star break, hey, we're going to wait until after the All-Star break to reevaluate him. Well, they reevaluated him, and now they will reevaluate Kuminga once again in a week from now, as he's, kind of dealing with this whole injury that I think it was against the Mavericks that he suffered this injury. So, kind of delaying this a little bit more with the knee that Jonathan Kuminga is dealing with. But it seems like there was some quotes back last week that Kevin Chouinard of Hawks.com spoke with Quinn Snyder about what he expects with Kuminga joining the lineup, and maybe there'll be, Kuminga running at the 3. I would kind of expect at some point to see alongside Jalen Johnson, alongside Nikhil, alongside Dyson, and see how this team looks in that aspect, is they're only going to have a short amount of time the rest of this season to make a decision on what they want to do with Kuminga moving forward.
And I'm going to use this word here very specifically, Caleb. How much pressure do you think is on Zachary Reese-Shea?
I don't know that. I would say like little to none, quite honestly, just because we're talking about second year in the NBA. I think whatever thoughts the Hawks have on him aren't going to necessarily change anything. Like, if there was a deal to be made that he was going to be included in at the trade deadline or in the off season, what he does the rest of this season, I don't think is going to really necessarily change all of those things. It is going to be just interesting to see how he's used, because I've been someone who says, okay, if you have decided that the future is your priority, then guess what you need to do? You need to play the young guys. You need to be seeing more run from the guys that you're having to make decisions about long term, rather than, we don't necessarily need to see a ton of C.J. McCollum. We don't necessarily need to see a ton of Gabe Vincent, of Buddy Hield. Now, yes, are they talented players? Absolutely. Do you still want to be competitive? Absolutely. But this is going to be an interesting time where you can get more run out of Zachary Reese-Shea if you want to. You can get run out of Jonathan Kuminga once he's healthy. Obviously, you want to see what you can get from Mo Gay, Ace, and Newell. This team also, Chris, had to make a decision today on another piece of their future. Kind of surprised a lot of people, as the Hawks waived their former second-round pick, Nikola Jurisic, and have elevated Caleb Houston up to the roster from his 2A spot. So, some decisions already being made. It'll be interesting to see how they use Caleb Houston in the lineup, as he spent a lot of time with, the G League Skyhawks. But this has got to, if you're going to be future-facing, you've got to see what you've got in the future instead of some of these older vets that you know what you're going to get from them.
I think the unfortunate giant butt that Hawks fans who are still rooting actively for this team to win games would respond to that, though, Caleb, is if you look at the standings, now, again, we're going to take this with a grain of salt, They're like a 5-game win streak away from being right there for a top 6, top 8 seed in the East. But the problem is, Caleb, we have yet to see that sort of consistency, not just this season, but for the past 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, well, that's really it. Okay, they have a 5-win streak this past season, but are they really going to be able to replicate something that they did? I believe that was all the way back in November. The more recent history is showing what they did in December with that long, was I think 7 games or something like that, losing streak. Like, it was incredibly long, and then finishing right before the All-Star break, losing to Charlotte twice. Certainly didn't help things with Minnesota obviously being in the mix in between all of that. So I've seen a team that is way too inconsistent, and as much as they're going to, they're not actively tanking because there's no benefit to be tanking, and they're going to say they are trying to win because, well, what else would you be doing? This isn't a front office and a team, and this is certainly not a head coach who want to be a part of not putting their best foot forward to win. However, we have reached this point because the things that this team has done in the past didn't work, and that's why Trae Young and Kristaps Porzingis are no longer a part of this team, is because you are looking towards the future. And so I think in trying to win games, certainly you're not just going to lay down and give up for anyone, but there's been no signs of a consistent front from this team to expect they're just going to come back, in this, as you mentioned, the quote-unquote second half of the season and put together some long winning streak that's going to pull them out of the standings and make them some, uber competitive team that we hadn't seen already.
You think there's a chance with all those moving parts that Jalen Johnson is asked, I guess would be the right word, to maybe do a little less in order to let other guys shine? Like, does he need to be the guy that's out there literally trying to be a one-man gang for this team in these last 25 games?
No, he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to play 40 minutes a night. That is something that, Quinn Snyder's actually talked about it a few times, and I guess I've been a bit surprised because Quinn takes it from this perspective of, we've got a couple of guys, Jalen Johnson, Onyeka Okongwu, who average some of the most minutes in the NBA. And you think, okay, well, Onyeka, you kind of understand it more just because of the issues they've had at center this season. But for Jalen, yes, he is your best player, but that doesn't mean you need to run him and Onyeka into the ground. And so, yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a time where, sure, you're still going to rely heavily on Jalen to be, one of your leading scorers, to be a guy who is in the mix when it comes to still wanting him to play strong defense. However, this whole, 38, 39, 40 minutes a night sort of thing is absolutely got to slow down for his own health. I mean, this is a guy who we still are hoping we can get to the end of the season with a successful, pretty much a healthy year that we haven't seen from him in the NBA. And the thing that would put that all in jeopardy is to Tom Thibodeau run him into the ground. That means him playing less minutes, which means getting more creative with these lineups and seeing, like I mentioned, once you get Kuminga back and letting Asa play a lot more at the 4 now that he's not expected to play at the 5. I think it also should mean, but probably won't see much Christian Koloko in the second half of the season. Obviously, he had kind of that fun moment there for a few games where things went really well, and then poor performances compounded with the fact that they trade for Jock Landale, and you find yourself in a position where he's not as needed. But if you're trying to develop guys, I think he should see some run, as well as I think Mo Gay has got to get some more opportunity as well, because you're going to have to start to decide on a guy like him in his future whether you want to be a part of the development process or look to, what you potentially could move on from in the offseason.
Outside of seemingly forgetting how to shoot a 3, Has there been any discernible explanation as to what happened to Dyson Daniels' offensive game?
Yeah, I think this is a situation where it seems to me, and this is certainly, like I said, this is my opinion. It seems like it's between his ears. It seems like something mental has happened, and a lot of work has gone into, Dyson's mentioned changing his hand position and getting a lot of reps up, and it's just, I think, between Quinn Snyder, between Dyson himself and other guys, and shoot, for that matter, media. Like, it's not being talked about a ton because you kind of get to this point of, it is what it is. Like, I mean, we have a large enough sample size at this point that, we're 56 games in, and the shooting is just not there. Now, Dyson is still active at driving to the rim and attacking the basket and trying to score and that ability, but this feels, at this point, it's something that he's just going to have to go into the offseason and work hard on, and maybe a sports psychologist gets involved, because it's almost that, like, Roberto Aguero type, the kicker out of Florida State who just all of a sudden couldn't make kicks when he was so great at this. And I'm not saying that Dyson was some great three-point shooter, but you don't go from shooting, I believe, 34% from three last season to, he was at one point around 9-10%. I think he's up a little bit from that point now, but it's been really, really poor this season, and really unexplainable for Dyson and for everyone else. And so it's felt like the best course of action is you just kind of ignore it, because his defense is still strong and impacting this team in a positive way.
What do you think the NBA ultimately does about this new, tanking, I almost want to say tanking on steroids issue, where teams are not only tanking, but they're doing it in new and productive ways that they've never done before, like pulling entire starting lineups in the fourth quarter?
So I've listened to a few different NBA writers talk about these things. I've also seen how it's funny. Something that I have been a proponent of, and I have heard other journalists be proponents of, is now all of a sudden getting a lot of hype recently, which is abolishing the draft and having essentially like a national signing day for the NBA, where the worst team might have the most pool of money to be able to spend on talent, but you're not actually going through the draft process where someone is forced to go to a team because they did everything in their power to lose as many games to get that opportunity. So it would incentivize teams to actually play better, because you don't want to have a disaster organization that no one wants to come to. Now, obviously, that's pretty out there and extreme and very unlikely to happen, at least anytime in the near future. But this season has been one where, because the lottery changed in a way where you have the Hawks as the 9th best odds get the first round, get the first overall pick 2 years ago, then last year the 10th best odds and the Dallas Mavericks get that chance at the number 1 overall pick in Cooper Flagg. Because that's happened, it's incentivized not only those top 3 teams who were in the mix, but it's incentivized essentially, if you think you're going to be in that 9 to 10 range of your top worst teams, then you're trying to lose and find your way into, because of the talent that's coming out of this particular draft, it seems like there's a lot more attention on it than there is necessarily on a yearly basis, because this happens. Like, tanking happens every single year. There are those, like I saw Mark Cuban put out a thing the other day about, hey, is tanking really that bad? Just because, you want to put some of the best talent in teams that aren't as good so that they are able to improve and all that sort of thing. But then you have, the Sixers and trust the process and it taking years and so on and so forth. So I don't know what a quick fix is going to be. I know it's going to get talked about a lot this year. And Chris, I'll add one more thing to all of this stuff when it comes to the tanking that is really getting the attention. It's sports gambling. It's these, betting companies who are going, hey, our stuff is getting messed up by these teams. And if anything is going to get Adam Silver to make a change, it's the money getting messed up. And so far, it looks like the money's getting messed up. And that might be the one that brings about the most amount of change.
Any word on if there's going to be anything disrupted for watching the Hawks these last couple of months in terms of what's going on with FanDuel?
Yeah, that whole deal is a little bit murky right now because obviously what's going on with, the parent company going under. I know the Braves have already started to figure out their own thing of, their app and whether they're going to work with Gray TV to put the games on cable. As we've heard right now, everything carries on business as usual. That seems to be the type of move that would be very last minute. So I know everyone from, the people locally who work on those broadcasts who do a great job. Of course, love Bob and Dominique. And I don't think that anything is going to change for the NBA season. But, you kind of think of what happened in last year with YouTube TV and the ESPN deal, that there might have to be a spur-of-the-moment change. But as far as we know, probably seems like the NBA season will be able to finish out, and then obviously going into 2020 or fall of 2026, there'll be a change made, just like there is for the Braves.
Before I let you go, I don't think Friday and Saturday are salvageable at this point. But did the NBA find their new solution for Sunday?
I like the world versus the U.S. That was competitive. I think Adam Silver loves a tournament, and I don't get why this man is so obsessed with making everything a tournament. I think the format of having the young guys and the older guys of the USA team play each other and then have to play each other again, the format was weird, but the U.S. versus the world, that seemed to work. They've got to scrap the dunk contest or bring in professional dunkers or something because, those other days just don't have the draw. You also can't be competing with the Olympics at the same time. Letting NBC have it this year seemed like a really bad idea. But the thing that we do know from Adam Silver is that he's going to continue to try new things at that weekend, and so who knows what will happen next.
Caleb, great stuff. We'll chat next week. Thanks.
All right, sounds good, man.
All right, that is Caleb Johnson there. When we get back, contender or pretender in the NBA for the playoffs?
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
A three-pointer. Bang!
Our Hawks play here.
This is Steve Holman, voice of the Hawks. Join us tomorrow night as our Hawks take on the Philadelphia 76ers.
Tip off at 7. Catch every game all season long here.
Bang! And the Hawks take a 2-point lead.
Our Hawks play here.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Shop Best of Season Fruit at Whole Foods Market. Get Sumo Citrus for $3.49 per pound with Prime through February 17th. Savor the best of citrus season with this sweet and tart favorite. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Flowers and chocolates, well, they're okay. But an insanely clean home from Zero Res Carpet Cleaning is sure to impress your loved one. Only Zero Res uses that ZR water to clean your carpets and other surfaces without using harsh chemicals. To make things even sweeter, it leaves zero residue. Your carpets are going to stay cleaner longer. Mention Sandra from The Game. You're going to get 20% off standard cleaning services. Isn't that great? Book online, ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, all they leave is clean.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken?
Flawless.
Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp too, both for $5.99. And we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeyes can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back. At participating restaurants, prices may vary.
Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and choose when you want to move. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
The Hawks are home and ready to show out for the city.
Jalen. Down the lane. Tomahawk that baby.
Celebrate Culture Fest on February 20th as Jalen Johnson and the Hawks host Tyler Hero and the Heat at State Farm Arena.
Johnson to a Conklin with the throwdown. And Nikhil pumps it away. He comes up with the basket.
This is Hawks basketball. All energy, no let up. Hawks versus Heat, presented by Verizon. Lock in your seats now at hawks.com/ticket.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you have an unused vehicle sitting in your driveway? Imagine turning it into a new beginning. When you donate your car, truck, or van to Tommy Nobis Center, you're helping people with disabilities get the training and support they need to enter the workforce and build successful careers. Your vehicle donation fuels real change, giving people a chance to achieve independence and purpose. And it's easy. We'll handle everything from pickup to paperwork. Plus, it's tax deductible. Donate today at TommyNobisCenter.org. Make a difference, one vehicle at a time.
Oh, I know that look. That's the look of a smiley who's been thinking something big. I knew it. Oh, a note. What to say? Oh, Smiley wants you to know that most companies would like to come in and have you replace your furnace. I agree, Smiley. Just because something has some years on it doesn't mean you go throwing it away. Yes, R.S. Andrews has a better idea. See, it's Smiley's policy that their technicians will always repair your furnace before they ever think about replacing it. Good point, Smiley. That only comes with years of furnacing know-how, going all the way back to 1968. Wow. Oh, you look great. Point is, you can likely get many more years out of your furnace when you have R.S. Andrews Fixer Up. Everybody's watching their pennies right now, so let's watch that furnace and AC system before an unexpected big expense shows up. You know it. R.S. Andrews can get more life out of your furnace than even the manufacturer expected. Good time to find out more at rsandrews.com.
Sports! Yes!
Talking Atlanta sports at night.
It's Chris Thomas Tonight. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This is very appropriate music for Contender or Pretender. 20 teams enter. How many will stand at the end of Contender or Pretender? On Chris Thomas Tonight. Turtle with you until 10 o'clock live in the Kia studios. E. Over, under. We're about to go through 20 teams. Over, under. Where should I set this number? 6.5 contenders are we about to name in these 20 teams?
Oh, we should be, that's under. Should be under. There can't be that.
It's going to be
there
under?
can't be that many.
Wow.
There can't be that many.
All right. Well, let's see. Since the Hawks lead off the Eastern Conference, let's do that second. So let's start in the Western Conference. All righty. Right now, number 10, the LA Clippers sit at 26 and 28 in the 10th seed. They're 6-4 in their last 10, but we know the beard is no longer a part of the equation. Are they a contender or a pretender?
Well, they are a pretender, and it's not just the beard that is the issue. They also traded away their big man. And their big man,
Zubats.
he was a real difference maker. He's got the thing you can't teach with your size, good rebounder, good passer. It's really much just the Kawhi show there now, and they are looking towards the future. So they are definitely a pretender.
I'm going to say pretender as well, but I will say this, E. If Kawhi Leonard plays the way he played this weekend in the All-Star game, they might just be a contender. That looked like 2015 Kawhi Leonard with the damage that he did in that All-Star game. So very interesting. All right, number 9. The Portland Trailblazers sit at 27 and 29. They are a spunky young bunch with Scoot Henderson in the mix. We know Dame Lillard, he's out, but he's, back where he belongs, and he won the 3-point shootout while being injured, which is fascinating. But the Portland Trailblazers, contender or pretender?
You know what? Before I even answer that question, shouts out to Doug Christie. He has done a heck of a job because that was a crazy situation to start the year with the whole betting and card games or whatever the hell that was. So they're unfortunately a pretender because they're young, their talent is young, and the West is deep. So they're a pretender. But the fact that they're even in the play-in right now, huge. Great job by Doug Christie.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Number 8. The Golden State Warriors, the perennial champion contenders, currently sit in the 8th seed in the West. They're 29-26. They didn't move Draymond. They did move Kuminga. They brought in Porzingis. Are the Warriors a contender?
No, pretender.
Ooh.
No, they did not get Giannis. That was the one person that most people thought they would go deep in. They didn't even get Anthony Davis. No big guy did they get. And that's a huge hole for them. They brought in Porzingis. Well, we know what Porzingis was in this town. Unfortunately, he's just not healthy. And I hope his health is his biggest, concern in his life because I know someone with the POTS condition. It's not real good.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, one of my best friends has it.
So is it something that, based on you knowing it, are you not surprised at all what's gone down with Porzingis?
Not surprised at all. I've seen my best friend, one of my best friends in my whole world, get diagnosed with POTS and how it has really affected their ability to do just normal things around the house. You get tired very, very fast. And there's a dizziness to it when you have to stand up. You kind of lose your balance and you got to take your time. Playing basketball? Playing basketball. Yeah.
And not just basketball, NBA basketball.
Right, exactly.
I'm going to disagree with you here. I'm going to say they're a contender. I love Steph. As long as he's on that team, I'm going to say they have a chance. And Draymond, I think, is actually playing with the good kind of chip on his shoulder this season. So I'm going to say they're a contender. Number 7, the Phoenix Suns sit at 32-23. I think one of the surprises in the NBA this season, considering all the moving parts. But now that the keys of the castle are back solely in the hands of Devin Booker, are the Suns a contender?
I'm going to give you my 4th consecutive pretender.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. Booker is a scoring machine, but as a team, they don't play much defense. And in the playoffs, defense really comes in to contention. And I think that will really be their issue. They're going to have games where they outscore you 145-135, but that's just not going to get you past the second round, in my opinion.
All right, number 6 in the East. Again, we're doing contender, pretender, in the West. Contender, pretender on Chris Thomas tonight ahead of the second half of the season. Which teams in the NBA are legit? The Minnesota Timberwolves, the Fighting Anthony Edwards. They're 34-22 with the 6th seed in the West. They are definitely one of the more talented teams. They got a good coach, but can they get back to where they were a couple of years ago and be a true contender?
I would say yes. I'm finally going to say contender, okay? They have the experience, been to the Western Conference Finals. You cannot teach that. That's invaluable. And they have a real closer in the Ant-Man. And the Ant-Man showed you in the All-Star break. He's ready to be one of these real faces of the NBA, and he's a Georgia kid. I've known him since he was in the 8th grade. I think they can be a real contender, and I think they'll do some things, make some magic, make some noise in the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to go contender as well. Rudy Gobert is still playing well. They made some moves that I liked. Again, I like their head coach. I don't know if I'd put them as a top contender, but I think I would put them as a contender. Number 5, the Los Angeles Lakers. Started off the season like a house on fire. They're now in the 5th seed at 33-21, 6-4 in their last 10 games. We know the drama with LeBron, but it's Luka's team now. Are they good enough to be a contender?
Yes, they are. LeBron shows up in big moments. Luka shows up in big moments. They have a lot of big bodies. Jackson and they got another big 3 there. So yeah, I do believe they can in the playoffs where you get a lot of time off. He'll be able to keep his body healthy. You see he's doing his load management. I think the Lakers are a contender.
I think they're a pretender. I don't like what I'm seeing out of them vibes-wise. And I think in the NBA, vibes matter more than any other sport. And I just don't like the vibes. I actually think the Lakers need to move on from LeBron in the offseason and just fully – I don't like this fighting, whose team is it sort of a thing. Even if both of them are saying the right things, I don't think behind the scenes it's going as swimmingly as we think. And I just don't buy them for this year. I did like what they did in giving Luke Kennard a try there to be their sharpshooter, but we'll see. Number 4, the Houston Rockets, led by KD and a bunch of young, talented players and a really, really good head coach in Ime Udoka. They are currently 33-20, also 6-4 in their last 10. Do you buy the Rockets?
I do not. I do not. Jabari Smith, Atlanta has made so many NBA players. Another young man that I saw grow up here in Atlanta through the Georgia High School Association, win state titles at Sandy Creek. Shouts out to our guy, Dylon, Sandy Creek High School.
Oh, Dylon.
Yeah, but I don't think they are ready. I know KD is a great talent, but he's not KD from 10 years ago. I don't see him leading that young group to a championship.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I actually think they're pretenders as well, only because of these next 3 teams ahead of them. Starting with the Denver Nuggets, 35-20, 5-5 in their last 10. Joker's back, and I think as long as you have him, you have a chance. So I'm going to say, again, this year they are a contender.
Jamal Murray, Joker, that other supporting group, and the fact that they've won it before, absolutely contender.
All right, number 2, the San Antonio Spurs. Do you buy Wemby to be able to be the same player in the playoffs that he is in the regular season?
Do I buy it? For him, yes. Does he have the supporting cast around him? I don't think so.
Stephon Castle's there. You got
young guy.
Fox.
Do you know what's the funny part of this? Another Atlanta basketball guy. Okay, Stephon Castle grew up out there in Covington, Newton High School. I mean, it's crazy the talent that comes out of this state. We don't just play football here. They're probably a year or two away. So I'm going to say pretender for them.
Okay, I'm going to say contender. I just think Wemby's that special. Obviously, we're both going to say OKC, unless you think differently.
No, I don't think differently.
All right, so right now, I got 5 and you got 4, and that's just in the West.
Mm-hmm.
I set the over-under at 6.5. All right, I think we can all agree that Washington, Indiana, Nets, and Bucks are not contenders. Is there any argument
Nets
there?
and Bucks, they're not even in it. I thought you said we're going from 10 through 1.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry. Yeah, I don't.
So we start with the Southeast Division Invitational.
Yeah, we start right. Exactly. The Atlanta Hawks, are they a contender?
They're not listening right now, are they? No,
they're
okay.
Not. They're not.
Okay,
cool. The Spunky Hornets, 9-1 going into the break.
They have found their big 3. But one of those big 3 is a rookie in Concanapple. LaMelo's or Lamar, whatever one he is, what he's doing is absolutely amazing. Mikal Bridges,
except he crashed. You see, he crashed his car today in the middle of Charlotte.
No, did he?
In the middle of the busy rush hour streets, he was driving this big old Cybertruck down the street. He plowed straight into another car in the road.
Yeah, doesn't shock me. He's different as a young man, but he can play some basketball. So
contender?
Not yet.
No,
Pretender.
I think they're a
year or two away. Yep.
Year away. Heat 29-27.
Just skip them.
They don't really have a star to speak of.
Yeah.
The Magic, I think, kind of disappointing this year, just 28-25.
Yeah, they were supposed to jump into the top 3, top 4 this year. They're winning a very weak division right now. We'll see what that changes in a week. But nope, pretender in the Southeast Division.
Philly, who the Hawks are going to see tomorrow, Joel Embiid ruled out already for this game. Surprise, surprise. But they've been spunky, 30-24. Contender or pretender?
Pretender. This is a team that wasn't even in the playoffs last year. That shocked everybody. Of course, they had a lot of health issues. Tyrese Maxey is a bona fide stud, all NBA type performer, but they are a pretender. They have very little depth. And unfortunately, they're finding out that PG-13 contract is just a
albatross.
Great word, sir. Great word. Yes.
Awful. Agree. Raptors 32-23. I put them in the same category as the Magic and the Heat. I think they're probably a year away, but they're fun to watch. Ingram's really grown into his role there. I like RJ Barrett and Scotty Barnes, but They're not a contender.
They're not a contender, but, just one of those things, again, kudos on how the heck the Raptors are a top 4 team. I didn't think they would be top 7, 8 at the best, and they just turned it around really, really fast.
Cleveland at number 4, I think probably a lot of people thought they'd be better than they are right now, 34-21. They make the big trade for James Harden, who is a perennial bust in the playoffs, but they are 9-1 in their last 10 games. Are they a contender?
And they absolutely are.
Oh.
The team that led the East in wins last year, make that big move, got that Spider-Man beard combo, that's going to be deadly in the playoffs. The best thing for the beard, and I don't know if it was me and you or I said to somebody else, he now does not have to take the final shot. Spider-Man can take the final shot, and he's clutch in the playoffs. Big-time contender.
Still don't buy it. I'm going to say pretender. Got to see it with Harden before I believe it. The sample size is too big for him to have come up small too many times, last shot or not. Number 3, Knicks, 35-20, 8-2 in their last 10. They stayed pat at the deadline. They added Jose Alvarado, but they kept their core. Contender or pretender?
Pretender. Ooh. I am not a big. I've seen Mike Brown lead teams into the playoffs and get out coached. Mike Brown, to me, is their biggest weakness. He is not an effective X and O guy. He's not a real good defensive guy, and he's never won anything when he wasn't sitting next to Steve Kerr. Pretender.
I'm going to say the Knicks are a contender. I've seen their offensive game. I've seen too many nights where they've put up 125, 130. Cat was a guy that was inconsistent to start the season, but he's rounding into form. They have their leader in Brunson. They have really, really nice depth with OG Anunoby.
They have to stay healthy.
And they need to stay healthy as well. The Alvarado, I think, is a good addition there. Rounding up our contender or pretender, the upstart Jaylen Brown-led Celtics. Jason Tatum, who 35-19, easily the best coaching job there in Boston by Missoula. Are they a contender?
Unfortunately, they're not. They need their other megastar, and what Jaylen Brown has showed you is that,
He might be coming back.
Yeah, they say that. We'll see. We'll see. What kind of shape would he be in? But Jaylen Brown to me is the MVP of basketball. How can he not be with the Celtics being the freaking 2 seed after most people said, yeah, we'll see you guys in 27. So, unfortunately, they're going to miss Tatum a lot more than they think, but I would say pretender.
And then the Pistons, obviously, are contender for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Loaded. Cunningham. We were big fella in the middle.
How about this? You had 6, I had 7, and I said the over-under at 6.5.
Yeah.
How about that?
We kind of knew it.
How about that?
Yeah. I'm just surprised that we differed on a couple of the ones.
But we both got to the same place, essentially.
Yeah.
All right, great stuff on contender or pretender. When we get back, my conversation with Odyssey MLB insider Rob Bradford. We talk Braves, we talk the state of MLB, this Tony Clark mess, and a whole lot more. You don't want to miss that, rounding out the 8 o'clock hour here on 92.9 The Game.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. After my husband died, the last thing I wanted to think about was money. Ethos made it affordable to get life insurance. Signing up was fast and 100% online. I knew that I could pay our mortgage and have food in the fridge. I could focus on my kids. No one ever tells you how much you're going to depend on that policy. I am so grateful we had coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report?
because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Thanks for calling Reliable Heating and Air. This is Steve. How can I help you?
Hi, I know it's late, but my furnace just died on us.
Don't worry at all. We have over 300 technicians throughout Metro Atlanta and Macon, so we can get to furnaces fast.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, yeah, and it looks like you have a reliable protection plan.
Yeah.
Perfect. This service call is no charge, and so's the repair.
Thank you so much.
Get fast and fair priced furnace repair. Go to reliableair.com.
Reliable air is always just right.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken?
Flawless.
Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp too, both for $5.99. And we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeyes can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back. At participating restaurants, prices may vary.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles for 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. It's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people who said, stop, before you replace my knee or my hip, before I put my life on hold for months. There has to be another way. And they found it. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Guys, it's Carl Dukes. Patients who've been thinking about this, it's time to do it. You know, you thought you were out of option, and then you were like, I don't know where else I can go. The truth is, surgery isn't always the answer, and QC Kinetics is right here in Atlanta using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Call them today and get your free consultation. 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. So it's important you get started now. 40,000 people can't be wrong. Before you say yes to surgery, do the research and call QC Kinetics today. 770-285-8026.
Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178. Or visit spectrum.com/freeforever to learn more.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Sports! Yes!
Talking Atlanta sports at night.
It's Chris Thomas Tonight. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
So let's waste no time. Head out to the waitfor.com hotline. Welcome in one of our favorites, Rob Bradford, Odyssey MLB Insider. Make sure you check out the Baseball Isn't Boring podcast for all things MLB. Rob, not one, but 2 pitchers down before we've even thrown a pitch in spring training with Spencer Schwellenbach and Hurston Waldrip dealing with spurs, ligaments floating around in their arms. What do we do? Is it Lucas Giolito? I mean, there's not a lot out there, Rob, and we need 2 guys now to help out the rotation. It's not good.
Well, first of all, it's great talking to you once again. Second of all, good things are happening. You know, I know, because anytime you have a pitcher hold a press conference in front of a Baseball Isn't Boring sticker, like Chris Sale did the other day, then that's good vibes for the entire organization. I don't care what happens. They'll figure it out. And then thirdly, most importantly, I think that they do have options. I mean, this is the thing. They can say, well, they're not interested in Giolito. There's other places to go for pitchers now. Are they going to be the level of pitchers which, you ideally say that that's the type of guy that's going to be a workhorse? That's the type of guy going to be in the postseason? No, maybe not. But there are pitchers that you can still go out and get. And I'm sitting here in Fort Myers, and I can tell you that a guy like Patrick Sandoval for the Red Sox doesn't have a place to pitch. I mean, he was injured last year. He's a good pitcher when healthy, and that's the type of guy that I'm talking about. So there are avenues, but this is one of the reasons why you always have a guy like Giolito wait, because you have these injuries, and it's not only with Atlanta, it's also in Minnesota with Pablo Lopez. So, yeah, but, I don't think anyone's going to panic quite yet. So don't panic quite yet is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we're kind of panicking. We're kind of panicking a little bit.
Let me just say this. Like, I come on here, I enjoy so much coming on, and it's 75% of the time I'm optimistic. And I was just looking and say, even with these injuries, the Braves are one of two teams projected by Fangraphs to win 90 games, which is crazy to me. Like, when I saw that, I was like, oh, my goodness, I can be optimistic about the Braves again. So I get the doom and gloom right now, but as I said, there's ways to get through this because you still have another month and a half to find answers.
All right, so with that said, for the first, maybe not the first time in his tenure here in Atlanta, but definitely one of the very few times Double-A is catching some heat for this, because there was the idea that in the offseason they would go out and get a bona fide starter. He spoke to the media the other day. He said, they're really only looking for a starter that could help them in a playoff series potentially. Do you believe that there was a misstep, a rare misstep by Double-A by not getting somebody in-house already?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a misstep by a few different teams, and because you're right, that you need the ultimate goal is to find a pitcher who's going to pitch in the postseason. Now, when things sort of sifted out, you had Framber Valdez. All right, well, you didn't get him. The Tigers went and got him. And then you were left with basically this collection of Zach Gallen, Chris Bassett, and Giolito. And I like Chris Bassett a lot. Like, I would have actually, that deal that he got, that one-year deal from Alex Anthopoulos, I'm like, okay, I would do that deal. I think he solves a lot of problems. I think he's a great guy to have in that rotation. Gallen, you have to give up the compensation. It's a little dicier. I understand that. And I know that they're saying that they're not interested in Giolito, but I can tell you, Giolito is a guy who, to me, fits what he's talking about because he can pitch in a postseason. I mean, he had a 3.6 ERA last year. He had as many starts of 3 or fewer earned runs, than Edward Cabrera, the guy that everyone's screaming and yelling about the Cubs getting. So he is. People kind of sleep on the year that he had because he had some bumps in the road, including the very, very last time we saw him. But I'm telling you, like, for what they need, I would go down that road.
Yeah, I mean, and he was a guy I even wanted the last time around that this happened, but he went to Boston and didn't have a great first year. But as you said, last season was pretty darn good. All right, so the other rumor mill here, Rob, and very interested to get your take on this. Jim Bowden, the former GM who now does some work for Sirius Radio on MLB, he put out a statement that has caught the Atlanta fans by storm here a little bit by saying if it was him, if he was running the Braves right now, he would whip out a check for Ronald Acuna Jr. for 10 years, $500 million, sight unseen. For me, I'm like, whoa, Nelly. Like, I need to see him be healthy a little bit more, and that is more than double, Rob, the biggest franchise contract ever, which currently belongs to Austin Riley at a smidge over $200 million. What say you?
I would ask this. when you have to do those sort of deals, they're panic deals. They're Vlad Guerrero deals. You're like, we can't lose this guy. They're not worried about that right now. Like, I don't think. I mean, I think that you can still wait a little bit, and I think especially in this case, as great a player he is, and he certainly at his best he deserves that type of contract. But you have to be careful. I just don't think it's great business for a guy who's been as hurt as he has just to go down that road in such blind faith. I mean, that is a franchise-defining move. It's okay to give those deals. It's okay. Like Vlad Guerrero Jr., good for them. Like, ultimately, he is the linchpin of that organization, and he proved it all the way through the World Series. And if they don't sign him, he goes to the free agency, and they're in real trouble. And you have to have these sort of guys. I know that you don't run isolation for outfielders. I've said it a million times. But you do have to have those guys who everybody else has to worry about when you're pitching to a team. And that's the type of guy Acuna is. But I'll come back to it. And I don't know if you agree, but I just think you have some time here, man. Like, you have some time. You have to take advantage of it.
Yeah, the only thing is Rob, I'm sure you know, he's only made $17 million a year for the last handful of years. And I think there is going to be a breaking point because he's still under control for a few more seasons. So while that's still a good thing, I think there's a decent chance he turns around at some point and says, all right, I've been the most underpaid player in baseball by 10 times over the last 3 or 4 years. It's time to pay the piper.
I feel like, and it's a good point, but I do feel like it's a conversation that I'll come back to it. I think you have time. Like, he has every right to say that, but he also has to understand that. I know that I see the clips today of him hitting 800-foot home runs and saying I'm back or whatever it was. Like, good, like super, but you keep doing that, keep going down that road, and then if you get to that point, then do whatever you have to do to keep him. Because ultimately, if you do have an elite year, the type of year that we think he can have, then that's when you say, here's the best offer we can get, and are we in the ballpark? And if you're not in the ballpark, then you have to make an adjustment. But still, I think you do have some time.
Talking all things MLB and Braves with our buddy Rob Bradford. Make sure you check out Baseball Isn't Boring, one of the great MLB podcasts. All right. Oh, boy. Tony Clark resigns today, Rob, and the latest can of worms in what is going to be a very eventful season and off-season, potentially culminating with a strike. How did you interpret this move today? How much of it has to do with what's going on with baseball in the future, and how much of it has to do with the ongoing investigation into potential inappropriate conduct and relationships?
Well, from what you see from the reporting, and I think Jeff Passan and Don Van Natta had that about the inappropriate relationship that he had, that has to have something to do with this. I think that, when this happened today, and, there's more than a few players which we went up to and said, hey, did you see Tony Clark's resigning? And they had no idea. I mean, it caught everybody by surprise. And then obviously all the more reporting came out as the day went on. But I think that ultimately the timing of it, when you have a situation where this is a time of year where he's going around to the clubs, he's meeting with the clubs, he's doing that whole thing. And today was supposed to be the Cleveland Guardians, and all of a sudden you can't do that. It's not ideal. It's certainly not ideal. And I know they have a lot of people, Bruce Meyer and other people, who can fill in and take over. Maybe it's good that it's happening now because they have to get their ducks in a row when it matters the most. None of this, honestly, none of this it makes me feel one way or the other that this isn't going to have lessen a chance for a lockout. And nobody wants to hear it, and I'm sad, and everybody's sad, earmuffs. But it is what it is. It's just how much progress can you make so it's a little less painful than what people think it's going to be.
Where do you think things stand right now in terms of the owner's thoughts on the salary cap and floor idea? Because I was looking at the payrolls the other day, and I think, Rob, as much as it would be difficult to institute the salary cap. When you're looking at the A's and the Guardians and the Rockies and the Marlins, you'd essentially be asking those clubs to double their salary if you're asking for $150, $160 million floor. I just don't know how those clubs are going to budge.
Well, you just said it. It's across the board. I don't know how they're going to budge. And you have the owners wanting something which we never think is going to happen. You have the player, moving up the floor. And as much as we look at the Dodgers and say, good for you, well, even though these owners, the teams that you mentioned, all have a ton of money, all are very, very rich, and all can very much afford moving up that floor, they don't want to do it if they don't have to. And it's the same old song and dance that we've had every single time we go through this. And it just stinks, man. Like, it stinks because, I was talking to some players today, and, you get into the minutia and everything of the floors and ceilings and the salary caps and everything else. And, one interesting aspect of it, I thought, was someone pointed out to me today, was that baseball is a lot younger than it has been when these negotiations have gone on before. And I say that because if you're a 21-year-old and you are looking at the grand scheme of things for a player, that's a whole lot different perspective than a 30-year-old or a 35-year-old. And there's a whole lot more 21 years old. So they say, stay strong, this is for the future and everything else. But the dynamic's a little bit different in terms of the demographic of the age of these players. I don't know if that's going to make a huge difference, but it was the first time I'm like, yeah, you know what? That is different than a few years ago when they were just haggling about having an extra seat on the bus and having days off.
How long can MLB sustain the viewing product that it's going to put out this season? We still don't know here in Atlanta where we're going to watch the games. They did sign a deal with a local market here to air a handful of spring training games, but the Braves app or the whatever it's going to be app or streaming service has not yet been launched. And, we're creeping up on a month away from games starting. At what point do you think a long-term solution needs to be had here in terms of the way fans watch games in this modern age?
Yeah, I think that they're sort of at this fork in the road, this crossroads, they know where it's going, but they don't know quite how to get there. And we're kind of seeing that, like you just gave great examples of that. We know this isn't traditional, hey, you turn on the NBC game of the week. This isn't that anymore. And they knew when Manfred did the deal, went away from ESPN, and all of a sudden you were starting to think, you hear about all these, about 10 different ways of the streaming services that he was going to be negotiating with, by the way, at a fraction of the cost of what the ESPN deal was. You knew that all of this was changing. But you just cited a great example that it's fine. We know this isn't traditional stuff. We know this is going to be different. We know this is going to be streaming and apps and everything else, but that doesn't mean they have it figured out. And I do feel like this offseason, it's been too thrown together where you're getting these deals done in the last couple of months, but are they well thought out and are they going to be seamless? And the answer to me is no on both halves.
Okay, before I let you go, this is a bit of an interesting question, but I know you're well equipped to handle it because you're in these locker rooms and you get the vibe of players on almost a daily basis. There have been rumors coming out that part of the reason the Mets made so many drastic moves this offseason, Rob, is because of a divide in the locker room, specifically over family values, potentially politics, and things of that nature. How common or uncommon is that to become such a major issue that it trickled out into the team actually considering making some moves potentially based on that, and specific guys named in the clubhouse that were catalysts on either side of the aisle, so to speak, having a big say in which direction the team goes?
Yeah, I'm always fascinated by that topic, about the clubhouse dynamic, the good and the bad, and what you can change. I give David Stern a lot of credit because, he took a lot of heat for blowing it up with nobody seeing him replenishing things, and then ultimately he did replenish. He basically turned that clubhouse inside out for a lot of the reasons that you just mentioned. but not everybody can do that, and mostly because when you have the dynamic, you have to make sure that the foundational pieces in that clubhouse are the type of guys who are going to basically steer people in the right direction. Because if you don't have that, you're out of luck. You can't get off those contracts. You can't move. You can't do what the Mets did. And every front office will say, we value clubhouse. We value, chemistry and everything else. Well, I'll tell you what they value more. They value talent. They value spin rate. They value, launch angle. They value contact rate. They value all of that. And then they'll a lot of times get to, well, is the guy a good guy? The glue guys have undeniably have taken a hit here when it comes to analytics. I can go down a list of guys where I say, hey, you know what? That guy's good. He'll help you get to a 162-game season, but they rather go with the guy with a ton of potential and the great analytics. And, circle of life in this conversation. Giolito's one of those guys, man. Like, Giolito, when it comes to, how he's valued, he doesn't measure out like a lot of these teams want, but being around Giolito, I can tell you, he's much more part of a solution to help a clubhouse than he isn't. And, so I think that, to answer your question, I think that teams say they want to do things like what the Mets do, but most of the time, until the rubber meets the road and it really becomes an issue, they don't.
Rob, great stuff as always. We'll be checking out Baseball Isn't Boring, and we will chat soon, my friend.
All right, always great talking with you. I'll talk to you later.
Income is the outcome that matters the most in retirement. Join us for Retire ATL, all powered by the Vincent Financial Group. Saturdays at 5 a.m. and Sundays at 11 p.m. And get more at retireatlradio.com.
You built your business, but do you have a solid retirement plan? Small business owners often put everything into their work, but what about their future? Ryan Ledden and his team can help you create a tax-efficient retirement plan that works for you. Book your complimentary consultation now at retireperfect.com. And don't miss Perfect Game Retirement, Sunday mornings at 6 on 92.9 The Game.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
You can save big on 12-pack cans of Coca-Cola or 6-pack bottles of Pepsi or Canada Dry. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the installation in your windows has failed. When that happens, the heat leaks out, the cold gets in. Talk to the pros in Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait. Put it into your window problems. Schedule a quote right now at windownation.com. Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog's the best place to get in on all of the action because you can make picks and win money right now in Georgia. Playing is easy. You just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. And they've got all the teams and all of your favorite players. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Go to Underdog right now. Have you downloaded the app? If you have not, download it today. Use my promo code DUKES, DUKES, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code DUKES. Get in on all of the action right now on Underdog. I'm having so much fun following the NBA. They've got, again, all of your favorite sports, but you've got to download the app today. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 years or older and present in the state of Georgia. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_HTML for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
The Echo Park Automotive Green Flag Sales Event is here, and it only happens during the Echo Park Speedway Race Weekend. From February 20th through the 22nd, get 2.99% APR for qualified buyers, plus exclusive race tickets and trackside experiences when you buy during the event. See nearly new vehicles, get an instant trade-in offer, and take advantage of these deals that end when the race ends. Join us at Echo Park Speedway or Echo Park Atlanta. Visit echopark.com/sales event for details.
This is attorney John Foy. In Atlanta, all we do is win.
This is Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. WCGC Atlanta. WCGC HD1 Atlanta. WAOK AM Atlanta. WVEE HD3 Atlanta. An Odyssey Sports Station. Sports! Yes!
Talking Atlanta sports at night.
It's Chris Thomas tonight. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Final hour of the program here. Appreciate all of you hanging out with me here on a full four on a Wednesday here. Chris Thomas tonight, Turtle, with you until the top of the hour. We're going to visit with Tori McElhaney coming up in just a couple of minutes to get all the latest on the Falcons. But right now we got to head out to the WadeFord.com hotline and welcome in our buddy Jason Longshore, analyst for Atlanta United. Jason, before we get into the game this weekend, listen, last night, really good job anchoring. I think you had 17 people on the show, so it was really good job by you.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how I was going to handle that. I'm usually the one who gets to ramble and be all open-ended and talk, 2 hours by myself with, a cast of 5 in the Kia studios. I had to play point guard. It was fun. It was different.
Yeah, it's always fun trying to wrangle up a gaggle of writers, reporters, talk show hosts that are all trying to get their 36 seconds in when you got that many people in one studio. All right, big test for the Five Stripes kicking off the season on Saturday, traveling to Cincy. What can we expect in the first match?
That's a good question because we've only seen 90 minutes this preseason. The team's only played 270. The last game got rained out. So, what are we going to see? I don't know. I think talking to Steven Alzate and Juan Bettercall yesterday after training, we got a little bit better sense of kind of maybe where the group is. I think they're going to be very fit. That was something that both players talked about, and that's something, if you remember Tata Martino's time here in 2017 and 2018, they will be fit. There was a lot of talk back in the day about how hard he pushed his players in preseason. A lot of players have spoken about it. There were a lot of things said when Gabriel Heinze was here in 2021. I think Tata Martino pushes his team just as hard, if not harder, to be fully fit, to play the way that he wants. You have to have the fitness to play with the intensity level that he wants. I think the other thing I took away from Alzate and Bettercall is that the tactical side of it, there is a good understanding of what Tata Martino wants and the way that this team will play. It's not going to be rigid. It's not going to look perfect on Saturday. It's kind of, to be expected with 3 games under your belt in preseason. The chemistry portion of it will need some time. It'll need to build. But the structure defensively, I think, will be in place. I think it'll be the offense where you see this team getting forward, and so much of what Tata Martino wants to do offensively is about chemistry, is about relationships and players playing off of one another. It's not super structured. So you've got to play. So Almiron, Moranchuk, who looked good in the preseason game we saw, they need games together. Latte Lot needs games with all of them. Luckily, they've been here. They know each other. But in what Tata Martino is going to let them do, you just have to get some experience in it. And Cincinnati is a tough opponent. That's one of the better teams in the East that is going to test you on Saturday.
Is there a chance there's a rotation in goal to start the season?
That's a good question. I don't think so. I think Lucas Hoyos will be the number 1 because of his experience. I think he's somebody that Tata Martino trusts. I think he's somebody that Tata Martino is very familiar with. He was last at Newell's, the club that Tata Martino is a legend at and won titles as a player and as a manager at. So he's going to be fully familiar with Lucas Hoyos coming in. And I think early on, with that chemistry coming together, it might be easier for the veteran who has been there and done that rather than Jaden Hibbert. I do think that Jaden Hibbert is going to push for the number 1 shirt before the season is over, but I'm expecting that Hoyos will get it to start with, and we'll see if he holds on to it as the year goes on.
A couple of under-the-radar, sort of under-the-gun moves made today. Tell us about Sergio Santos and tell us about the a pretty hefty amount of international money that they were able to come up with today.
Yeah, and you factor in Fafa Pico being signed yesterday as well. Two attacking additions where they needed some extra depth. You get two veterans from MLS. Sergio Santos, a player that is very well known by Atlanta United fans from his time with Philadelphia and with Cincinnati. He was last with Houston in the second half of last season. He's a protagonist, That's something that Tata Martino, it's a word that he uses. It's something that I've kind of grabbed onto looking at what this team is going to be. I think he wants the team to be protagonists in matches. He wants them to dictate the way things play out. Sergio Santos is a protagonist in that he forces the issue. I mean, you might want to call him an instigator. He's physical. He's going to press. He's very vertical in terms of north-south, getting forward, getting in behind. He's going to make it difficult for teams to build out of the back. I think he's a good counterpoint to what you get with Latte Lot as your number one striker. Fafa Pico can play some as a striker. He can play out wide. I think Fafa is one of the guys that is as respected as anybody around the league. He has played for Haiti's national team. He's trying to get to the World Cup with them to make their final roster. And he's a player that Chris Henderson knows very, very well. So he's got a lot of pace coming into the group. They did go out and get another international slot, and we'll see what that means. They paid a pretty hefty price for it, but they will be able to add another player. And right now it's kind of an interesting time for that because you look at most windows around the world are closed. There are still links with players out of Brazil at the moment. You can bring in players. It's just right now with the windows closed in most countries, it's hard for teams to be willing to sell a player because they can't go out and replace them. MLS, they can come into the league for a little while longer, and you're going to have a spot to do it. Maybe you're stacking that spot for the summer. I'm not sure. I think the summer could be wild with it being a World Cup year and what kind of moves are on offer for teams around MLS. So I'm intrigued by that one. That was one I didn't see coming.
Who should be in the East, the top teams that we should be looking out for this season?
Miami's the measuring stick. They're the defending champs. They've been very aggressive in adding talent for 2026. So until proven otherwise, they are that team. I think behind them, there's a group, and I don't know how it's all going to shake out between a Cincinnati, for example, a Nashville, who got off to a good start in CONCACAF Champions Cup. Columbus, are they going to be in that mix? Orlando, are they going to be in that mix? I'm not sure. It's interesting when NYC is another one. Red Bulls, maybe not in the second group. Like we talked about it last night on Atlanta Soccer Tonight. I feel like there's four groups in the East, and Miami's in a group by themselves. There's the next tier that are looking to have home field advantage in the postseason. There's the next tier that is trying to get into the postseason. And then there's the group that's at the back. I think Atlanta United has the talent and the potential to be in the second tier. I don't know if they get there over the whole season. I think this is a team that should get better from game 1 to game 34. How fast that getting better process is, I don't know yet. And I think there's a lot of teams that are kind of in that same conversation. I really look at Columbus, I look at NYC, I look at Red Bulls, and New England, kind of all in that mix of, on paper, it could be pretty good, but it also could take time.
Before I let you go, I'm going to ask this last question very specifically. How much patience do you think United fans need to have this season?
It's a good question because I think patience will be needed because of the preseason, because of building what you want in the way that this team plays, and so much of what you want needs time to get there because this isn't a plug-and-play kind of system that Tata Martino is going to bring in. It's not a kick and chase. It's not a all-press. It's not stuff that you can X and O all day. It's stuff that players need games to know where the other one is going to go. It's a lot of relationships, and that just doesn't happen overnight. I do think this team is going to look different after the summer window as well. I think coming into the year, you only had so much room to make moves with guys you already had under contract and the ability to move other guys. Now, I think the summer is going to open up a lot of doors everywhere. So I think you need to have it, and I think the interesting element is maybe Tata Martino is the only manager who is going to get that kind of patience from the fan base because of what he did here before. I think if it was anybody else, maybe that patience wouldn't be as forthcoming. I do think it will be a little more forthcoming with Tata Martino, and frankly, I think it's going to be needed because I do think this team will improve from March to November. I just don't know the rate they improve at as the year goes on, because I don't think we've really seen what the final roster iteration of Atlanta United is going to be in 2026. I do think we will see changes along the way, and that's going to be just a fascinating subplot to watch. I think it's going to be a really interesting team to watch in the East. When you look at the predictions from around the league, they were picked as high as 4th, and they were picked as low as 13th in the East. I mean, that tells you that nobody really knows what to expect just yet.
Jason, great stuff. Hopefully next week when we chat, we're talking about 1-0.
Hopefully, and then on the way to San Jose.
Yeah, all right. We will chat next week. Enjoy your first call of the season.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
All right, that is Jason Longshore there. When we get back, let's turn our attention to Flowery Branch, shall we? We'll get all the latest from Falcons.com senior reporter Tori McElhaney. That's next. Chris Thomas tonight with you till 10.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match, Saturday. Atlanta United opens the season at Cincinnati.
Game time 4:45.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Brought to you by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Flowers and chocolates, well, they're okay. But an insanely clean home from Zero Res Carpet Cleaning is sure to impress your loved one. Only Zero Res uses that ZR water to clean your carpets and other surfaces without using harsh chemicals. To make things even sweeter, it leaves zero residue. Your carpets are going to stay cleaner longer. Mention Sandra from The Game. You're going to get 20% off standard cleaning services. Isn't that great? Look online, ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, all they leave is clean.
Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and choose when you want to move. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can bypass the market, receive the strongest cash offer in the industry, and close in as little as 21 days. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum value. One of our clients, BR, said, Mark Spain Real Estate sold my home within 30 days. We received 4 offers in just 1 week. Thanks to them, the process was by far the easiest and quickest. I would definitely recommend them to my friends and family. I've served homeowners just like you for 30 years, and I've helped over 72,000 satisfied clients sell their homes stress-free and for top dollar. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Find out what the guaranteed offer will be on your home. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's sex lives in just 1 visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8887. 404-885-8887. Take control of your sex life Call now. 404-885-8887.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
what? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it, with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Sports! Yes!
Talking Atlanta sports at night.
It's Chris Thomas Tonight. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Right now, let's head right out to the wakeford.com hotline. Welcome in Tori McElhaney, senior writer and reporter for AtlantaFalcons.com. Tori, we have entered the first major milestone of the offseason as the franchise tag window is now officially open. Do you foresee this team, if they choose to use it, going in any other direction than Kyle Pitts?
I mean, that's the one that would make the most sense, right? Like that's the one that, you know, and I'll say this too, because I've been saying this a little bit when it comes to franchise tags. The franchise tag in essence is not really something that the organization, regardless of what leadership has been in place, has really enacted all too often. I think it's only been 3 different times that this organization has extended a franchise tag to an individual. I believe the last time was Grady Jarrett. So this isn't a normal move, I think, for the organization, regardless of who's in leadership. So it's really something interesting where I kind of don't know where this thing goes with Kyle Pitts and how much the Falcons would want to do this, how much they wouldn't, and especially knowing that there's all new leadership in place. I think it's a big question mark, and the good news is that you don't really have to come up with a decision right away. You have some time, and I'm just genuinely curious, like everybody else, what's going to happen with that.
Yeah, I think the counter argument to, because I know there is a faction of the fans, at least the ones that I talk to, Tori, that are saying, you know what, with the type of offense Stefanski runs and the other available options in free agency in the draft, you might as well just sign him to a long-term deal and forego the tag. But, Tori, I think seeing another year of him doing what he was able to do last year would be wholly beneficial before inking him to a multi-year contract.
Right, yeah. And I think, too, you also have to think about it as well as, like I said, there are new leaders in place. And you don't know no one knows how they feel about Kyle Pitts and what he does in offense and what he could potentially provide this offense led by Kevin Stefanski and Tommy Rees. Now, both individuals have kind of said where they stand on tight ends. They both have coached the position before. It's a position that they have talked about seeing a lot of value in. So we know obviously that they care about the position, but at the end of the day, it's like when you're thinking about roster construction in totality, the franchise tag is $16 million for a tight end. So when you're thinking holistically, what more could you use that money for? And having to weigh, is Kyle Pitts the best option for that money? And if so, can you get that done, or would you want something else? So that's the part where I go back and forth on.
A lot of coaching moves over the last couple of days, highlighted, I think, by the unfortunate loss of Mike Rutenberg on the defense. He goes to Cleveland to be their DC. Tori, he's an under-the-radar name, but he was an integral one for this franchise the last couple of years.
Yeah, no, I had nothing but respect for Mike Rutenberg, and I enjoyed talking to him. I enjoyed hearing kind of his thought process, and I think he actually was really great at bridging kind of two different worlds together of, Raheem Morris, Jerry Gray, Jeff Ulbrich, Mike Rutenberg. Like, there are a lot of key defensive minds that were a part of this staff last season and really put something that even Jeff Ulbrich has talked about, like, really special together. And Mike Rutenberg is somebody who I think was very much a part of this. I think he had a lot of respect for the players in the building, as well as a lot of the players had a lot of respect for him. And so I think it's a no-brainer that he was eventually going to end up as a defensive coordinator someday. I think even Jeff Ulbrich talked about that when he was talking in his press conference not too long ago about how it was only a matter of time. Well, now that time has come probably sooner than what Jeff Ulbrich hoped, because I know he was really hoping that Mike Rutenberg would come back and they could continue building on what they had last year. But at the end of the day, like, this was a good opportunity for Mike Rutenberg to move up, and I think that even Brick would say, like, that's all he's ever wanted for him.
I don't think either of these things will happen, Tori, but I think I have to ask. Mike Evans, Tyreek Hill, both technically available right now. We know Tyreek is recovering from an injury, but you think those are waters for either of those players that the Falcons would tread in?
Maybe. I'm never going to completely outrule or overrule anything. Like, this is, the NFL is its own beast, and I think a lot of avenues are on the table. But then there's also a part of me that, I like the idea of bringing in a receiver that really complements and adds to the room around Drake London. I think Drake London is your centerpiece, and not saying that you can't bring somebody of that caliber in and feel like you can't, like, that he can't be the centerpiece. But I do think that Drake London has earned the right to be the guy in the room. And I would love to see kind of the room be filled out around him. But again, crazier things have happened.
So obviously, as we get closer and closer to the combine and the draft, Ian Cunningham made it clear that he is a guy that likes to stack draft picks. The Falcons have a lot of needs, but I'm just not entirely sure, Tori, and I'm very curious to hear your take. How much flexibility is on the roster with the cap and with the picks that they do have in order for Ian to really try to start to wheel and deal over the next couple of weeks and months?
Yeah, I think that's the big question, right? Is like when you look at cap, when you look at the needs, and when you look at how many draft picks there are in terms of just capital, you have to kind of lose somewhere. It can't just be a win-win-win all across the board. That's not realistic. So what are the places in which you feel like you can, that this year, not next year, not looking down the road, but this year specifically, you can take a back seat in order to put a product on the field that's going to win you games? Because something that Ian Cunningham said in his introductory press conference that I really have kind of clung to when talking about his philosophy in terms of roster building is this idea of not mortgaging the future for the now. And I think that he will be very understanding of that as he's going into this offseason in particular. You know, again, he's a first-time GM. He said he loves draft picks. He wants all the draft capital he can get, but there also has to be a lane of realism in that. And I think he was very understanding in saying, like, you can't mortgage the future for the now. That, I think, lends itself to this idea of you can't win them all. So what is your top priority going into this offseason? And I think a lot of it's going to depend on what happens and what those first dominoes to fall in free agency are to help you figure out, okay, where can you go? Where can you pivot to? And maybe what can you add as we're looking ahead into not just 2026, but 27, 28.
All right. So Jeff Ulbrich, when last we heard from him, Tori, effusive praise, I don't even think covers it for what he had to say about Caden Ellis, and rightfully so. He and Jesse Bates have been the unquestioned leaders of the defense the last couple of years, but Caden Ellis needs a new contract. Do you think that is a priority for the Falcons?
I think so, just based off of what Jeff Ulbrich said alone. The fact that Jeff Ulbrich spoke so highly of him and said, you know, he would love to have him back for everything he is in the locker room, but also everything he's been in this defense. You know, Brick talked a lot about, like, the multiplicity that Caden Ellis specifically adds, and that I think the quote that I even pulled from when I was writing about it this week was, hey, this is a guy that if he were not to be on this roster in 2026, it would take more than one individual person to replace him. And that's asking a lot, especially when you're thinking about roster construction and you know, where needs are and what assets can go where. Like, you have to kind of take into consideration that, okay, you would realistically maybe need 3 other individuals to account for some of the things that Caden Ellis provides you. That, to me, shows me that the value and the upside of Caden Ellis is huge in the scope of this defensive scheme. And I think Jeff Ulbrich articulated it very well. It's why I think if there's a priority number one for off-season free agency, like for the Falcons to bring back, it has to be Caden Ellis.
There is a probable need based on everything that we think is going to happen, Tori, as we're wrapping up with Tori McElhaney, AtlantaFalcons.com senior writer and reporter. Make sure you check out all of her good work there. That Tyler Algier will not be a part of this team next year, barring something unforeseen, because the contract he'd be able to get somewhere else will be most likely greater than what the Falcons can offer. But that brings up a whole separate can of worms, Tori, because backup running back, I think you can make an argument, is as important, if not more important, to this team than any other team. So the question then becomes, how do you balance all of the needs on the team as it stands right now with what would normally not be a priority position in backup running back?
Yeah, it's a great question about just how you value the running back position in totality, because you think back to even when Tyler Algier was drafted 4 years ago, and kind of even before that, 5-6 years ago, there was that conversation about the devaluation of the running back position just as a whole. And how could you, and then when Bijan was drafted, how could you spend a number 8 overall pick on a running back? Well, I think that because of Bijan, the Saquon Barkleys, Tyler Algier to a certain extent, the Christian McCaffreys of the world, like, they've inserted running backs back into the conversation of high levels of importance in terms of roster building. And so when it comes to Tyler Algier, though, it's one of those things where it's like he was a day 3 pick for you. He was a guy that you got for depth, and he turned into this really, really great piece for your offense. Had 1,000 yards his rookie year, played a really important role alongside Bijan Robinson. And even though Bijan Robinson's the focal point of this offense, and he should be, Tyler Allgeier's role in it can't and shouldn't be forgotten. So there's this thought process with me that if you're going through like the draft, I think that there are some draftable options. I think that there are some options on the open market that can come in and provide you with a backup role, not maybe, one for one what Tyler Allgeier brought for you, because I do think that Tyler Allgeier deserves the chance and the opportunity to be a running back number one somewhere. If they can't get a deal done with him to bring him back to Atlanta, I think Tyler Allgeier has proved he can be that. So there are a lot of different factors at play here, but I do think that when you're thinking about like how you want to use Bijan Robinson as a running back, as a receiver, as just this total offensive weapon, I think like the conversation shifts a little bit to like, okay, what do you have to have in that running back number 2 spot? And can you not get away, but can you find someone else in the sense of Tyler Allgeier walking? Can you find someone else who can provide that same longevity as what Tyler Allgeier did? That's the question.
Before I let you go, do you think that what Michael Penix had to say over the last couple of weeks in terms of where he's at with his rehab and, trying to be ready for week 1, do you think that changes how the Falcons approach their backup quarterback quest for this offseason, or you think it's sticking to the plan that they originally had from the jump?
Yeah, no, I don't think what Michael Penix has said publicly has changed anything. I don't think it should. I think kind of just if you're just simply going off of like what Emory Healthcare is the normal slate and timeline for ACL reconstructive surgeries, like kind of what the timeline could and should be. So if you have to work under, if you're the Falcons, you have to work under the worst case scenario, because you need to plan and prep for the possibility of not having Michael Penix for a period of time to start the season. So if you do not have Michael Penix to start the season, then who do you have as your starter come week 1 if it's not Michael Penix, if he is not ready to go, if he is not 100% physically, mentally, all those things. So to me, that always had to be your baseline. That always had to be the point that you were working off of. It couldn't be this kind of like arbitrary, like, oh, maybe he'll be ahead of schedule and all this. No, like you had to think worst case scenario. You had to plan for worst case scenario. So I don't think that what Michael Penix says or doesn't say, like, I don't think that changes what you have to plan for.
Tori, great stuff. Appreciate you as always. We'll be checking you out at AtlantaFalcons.com. We'll chat soon.
Appreciate y'all. Have a good one.
A three-pointer. Bang!
Our Hawks play here.
This is Steve Holman, voice of the Hawks. Join us tomorrow night as our Hawks take on the Philadelphia 76ers.
Tip off at 7. Catch every game all season long here.
Bang! And the Hawks take a 2-point lead.
Our Hawks play here.
Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Do you have an unused vehicle sitting in your driveway? Imagine turning it into a new beginning. When you donate your car, truck, or van to Tommy Nobis Center, you're helping people with disabilities get the training and support they need to enter the workforce and build successful careers. Your vehicle donation fuels real change, giving people a chance to achieve independence and purpose. And it's easy. We'll handle everything from pickup to paperwork. Plus, it's tax deductible. Donate today at TommyNobisCenter.org. Make a difference, one vehicle at a time.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 300 megabit internet plus Security Edge for $74 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. For a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
The Hawks bring the action, and the kids bring the hype.
Jalen, down the lane, tomahawk that baby.
For the kids game on February 22nd, Dyson Daniels and the Hawks host Michael Porter Jr. and the Nets at State Farm Arena.
Johnson to a Conwood with the throwdown. And the Keel pokes it away. He comes up with the basket.
This is Atlanta basketball. All energy, no let up. Hawks versus Nets, kids game, presented by Georgia Aquarium. Lock in your seats now at hawks.com/tickets.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the installation in your windows has failed. When that happens, the heat leaks out, the cold gets in. Talk to the pros in Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait. Put it into your window problems. Schedule a quote right now at windownation.com.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken?
Flawless.
Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp too, both for $5.99. And we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeyes can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back. At participating restaurants, prices may vary.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Sports! Yes!
Talking Atlanta sports at night.
It's Chris Thomas Tonight. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Last chance for romance here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Chris Thomas Turtle taking you up until the top of the hour. Before we let you hear from Walt Weiss and a little bit from Buster Olney, if you missed the entire interview, just go search The Steakhouse wherever you get your podcast. Some great stuff from him. You made it to the end of your tour duty here on the night show and going back to Dukes and Bell with me last week. How you feeling? You feeling good?
No, I'm feeling real good, man. You know, it's cool working with you on your night show. We worked with you on the weekends for all those years. But, no, man, having good. Big O, come on back and take your spot, and then I'll be manning down. I got 2 shows this weekend. I got Saturday and Sunday night.
How about that?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Appreciate it, boss man.
Yeah, you. It's a whole different ball game when you. So here's the thing. Like, if you ever wondered a little peek inside the curtain of this business, like when I was first starting out and I had like my one Saturday show for the week, like you get all week. You're thinking you're like, this is a killer topic. I'm going to lead with this. Like nobody else on the radio station has thought of this angle on the Falcons or this topic on the Braves. And like, I'm coming out hot. We're going to cover everything. I'm going to get the best guests on the show. Like, let's go. And you do that for a while because you got one show a week. And then you get two shows in a week. You get Saturday and Sunday. And you're like, wait a minute. I now gotta do all that all over again tomorrow. I gotta come up with the best topic again. I gotta get more good guests. I gotta talk with my producer. What audio do we need? What didn't we use yesterday that we could use today?
Yep.
It's a whole different ball of wax. You gotta get that brain churning. Because you got to keep the audience engaged. Yeah, that's what it's all about.
The good thing about it is the weekend gives you, especially I have nights, so I've got all that day's sports to respond to.
And and you also have we didn't get your opinion on, let's say, should the Falcons franchise tag Kyle Pitts or not?
Yep.
That's your chance to talk about it on the weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But also, like you said, I also try to come up with some topics that, no one even touched on that one. Like, I'll give you a little tease. Right. We're talking a lot of Braves. But did you know Georgia Tech is on its way probably to a 10-0 start this weekend? And if they go 10-0, I've already talked to Georgia Tech. Their coach is going to join me. He's his first year as the head coach of Georgia Tech baseball. I was about to say,
not in basketball. They certainly
not in basketball. No,
no 10-0
there. They're getting their butts whipped tonight already.
Yeah, they might be 0-10.
Yeah, Georgia Tech baseball is on fire.
There you go. You know what that is?
What's that?
That's very Sam and Greg of you, which is a compliment. Because they are the kings on this radio station of bringing content that there's an underserved community for. And there's a lot of Georgia Tech baseball fans in this city that don't get their due. So that's a good job out of you.
Appreciate it.
There you go. That's a good. There you go. That's a good job out of E right there. So that's a reason to tune in this weekend. All right, before we get out of here, let's hear from Walt Weiss. Let's hear from Buster Olney. He was talking to the media, and he was, of course, asked on how he's going to address the injury situations with the starters.
These guys are good. These guys are reading the writing on the wall. I mean, we're going to help them prepare every day and get the best version of all these guys, and they'll go out and perform, and they'll let us know who's ready to jump into the rotation. But yeah, that's stuff. I mean, there may be a conversation here and there, but these guys know what the deal is, and again, we don't know, the nature of Waldrop's situation, right now as far as the extent of it. So we'll have more answers in a few days, I think.
Yeah, okay, but ultimately they're both going to miss time, right, Coach? Right, Skip? I mean, so I'll tell you what. He sounds a lot calmer than I do, and kudos to him because that's his job as the skip of the Braves. But, yeah, I mean, what else are you supposed to say, right? No, the sky is falling. Double A is not doing his job. Truist isn't giving him, or Liberty's not giving him the money to spend, and I don't know what to do, and I'm overwhelmed. It's my first year. No, he handled it like a pro. What else do you expect to hear from the skip? All right, he was also talking about, listen, man, injuries, this is just part of this thing.
Yeah, look, I don't get too crazy about this stuff. I've been around long enough to know that every team deals with this, and there's going to be teams, talking about this same thing around the league that I'm talking about as it relates to pitchers. So, I mean, there's nothing you can do. I mean, these guys get hurt doing what they do. I mean, you go out there and pitch enough, at some point, something's liable to happen. So. Yeah, I don't beat my head against the wall with stuff like this. I just know it's part of the deal. I wish it hadn't happened, but we gotta put our head down and keep going.
I'll tell you what, he has taken a page out of the Brian Snicker School of Press Conferences. Wow, it's almost like, I mean, they sound a little bit different, but the words are almost exactly the same. Whoa. That's going to take some getting used to, man. One more from Walt, then we'll hear from Buster. There's an opportunity now for somebody to step up.
Well, yeah, I've talked about it the last few days here about pitching depth and how it always gets tested, and it's full steam ahead. That's you hug on these guys that get hurt, and you get alongside of them. But again, there's opportunity in camp. There always is every year.
Yeah, and we'll see again if it's a prospect. Is it a J.R. Ritchie? Is it a Cam Miniti? Are they going to go to guys that young? Are they going to sign somebody but make it like one of the Yanni Chirinos or Jake Odorizzi's of the world of the past few years, the Eric Fetties, guys that have just sort of been warm bodies to eat up innings in the back end of the rotation. We'll see. All right, before we get out of here, a couple from Buster Olney. We played the whole interview earlier in the show, but these are the two quotes that stood out to me. He was asked about what Jim Bowden had to say about extending Acuna. Here was his answer.
I think that, they still have years. They used to go on that contract. He also has, he's been significantly affected by injury in a couple of seasons. So if you're the Braves, you're going to want more information. And here's the reality of how Alex has operated in the past. When players get to that point where they have that huge market value price tag of a Kyle Tucker, of an Ohtani, of a Juan Soto, Braves don't pay that. They don't pay those. They don't pay those numbers. I think the Braves feel like the best way to operate is to get the player at a potentially a team friendly contract, and if you don't, you move on to Plan B.
And he's not wrong. They certainly don't pay those contracts. Again, Austin Riley is less than half of what the proposed contract for Acuna is by Jim Bowden, and that's just territory, as Buster just said, that they don't go into. All right, one more before we get out of Dodge here. Buster said, listen, they're just going to have to rely on their other dudes to do their jobs until these guys get back.
To this point, we have no indication that they were going to, that they might spend money on Lucas Giolito. We wondered if they would go after Chris Bassett. They didn't do that. I think their situation is a lot like the Seattle Mariners last spring, who had all kinds of injuries to their rotation in spring training, and they had to kind of wait for the cavalry to arrive as some of these guys recover from injuries during the year. That's the Braves. They're going to have to, the position players, an improved bullpen with Suarez, they're going to have to overcome the fact that their rotation's not going to be as strong. They have to hope that Spencer Strider bounces back and that Schwellenbach and Waldrop come back at some point and are factors in the second half.
Yeah, here's the problem. That did not sound like he thinks the Braves are going to make any moves. Yikes. Oh, boy. All right, well, on that lovely note, that'll do it for this edition of Chris Thomas Tonight. Make sure you stay right here. Day Lewis is coming up with Prep Sports Nation. Get you caught up on all the latest going around the high school scene in the great state of Georgia. I got the day off tomorrow because the Hawks are playing an early game. They get a 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock tip right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. So a good way to kick off the, again, quote-unquote, second half of the season, really just about 25 games remaining. And then we're off and running. I'll be back with you on Friday. I have a rare Sunday show this week, not on Saturday, but on Sunday. Can't remember the last time I did a show on a Sunday, so that'll be fun. So a busy rest of the week coming up for yours truly. Again, thanks to producer E for filling in. On Friday, Big O will be back in his seat with me, but he'll be back tomorrow on Dukes and Bell as well. Again, stay tuned for Day Lewis coming up with Prep Sports Nation, all the latest on the high school scene in Georgia. I'm back with you on Friday for more of Chris Thomas Tonight, right here on 92.9 The Game.
Radio 92.9 The Game.
MLS soccer is alive in the ATL.
Catch every minute of the action here.
This is Mike Conti. It's the biggest year for soccer ever in Atlanta. And Jason Longshore and I will bring you all the action of the Atlanta United season. Join us for our next match, Saturday. Atlanta United opens the season at Cincinnati.
Game time 4:45.
Catch every minute of the action here.
Our Atlanta United play here.
Shot! Score!
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Helping you navigate to and through retirement with Aaron Vincent, Matthew Decker, and the team at the Vincent Financial Group. Join us for Retire ATL, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and Sundays at 11 p.m. And get more at retireatlradio.com.
On the basketball court, the soccer pitch, or even the golf course, your crew brings their best not just for the win, but for that post-game celebration. When victory tastes like Michelob Ultra, it's worth every drop of sweat. And if you don't win, you'll still get the beer. It's just on you. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, 2.6 carbs, 95 calories. Superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but two healthy knees. And